want everything about my house off the internet!
This is Christian Weston Chandler, previously known as Christopher before an animatronic bear said his name wrong, which led him to have it changed. Soon to be known as Christine when she transitioned to be a woman, but online trolls call them Chris Chan. He's demanding a video showing his hoarding situation be taken off the internet so that his elderly parents won't have their house condemned by the government. Who would report him? Well, that would be a dedicated group of internet users who have cataloged this man's life for the past 15 years, making him one of the most well-documented people in human history with his wiki containing thousands of pages. This includes a Nickelodeon cartoon character stealing his girlfriend, a doppelganger trying to steal his identity, him being catfished by a dozen different women, the destruction of his PlayStation 3 for a fake bounty, money stolen from his bank account, his house catching on fire, the macing of a GameStop employee, running over a store owner with his car, getting tricked by the creator of the Super Mario Bros., and having his character Sonic Chew stolen by a British sports commentator. Sonic Chew is a hybrid of Sonic and Pikachu that Chris created an entire comic series for. This character is also his real-life alter ego that he believes will one day bring about an interdimensional merge that will reveal him to be the reincarnation of Jesus. But I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's go back to the beginning. So for years now, people have been asking me to do a video talking about Chris Chan, and the problem is I just never knew where to begin on the subject. So for the past month now, I've been trying to get in touch with Chris Chan in any way I could. But after all that failed, I messaged Coppets. He responded right away and asked me if I wanted to do an interview with Chris Chan, and the answer to that was absolutely yes. So within a few days, I get a cameraman and I am heading down a couple hours, making a road trip out of it to meet the notorious Chris Chan in person. And this is the street. Is that it?
I mean, that looks...
Sonic Chew! Look!
Sonic
Zoom in on the license plate.
Hold on. See if I can get that. Hello! Hi!
Hey guys.
Hey!
How's it going?
How are you?
Art, is that right? How's it going, Christian?
Right.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Jesse.
Jesse,
It's an honor to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Christine, hello. I'm Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse.
Nice to meet you.
Alright, suppose we can go inside.
Yeah, let's go
In?
inside.
Okay.
We're gonna do the interview downstairs.
Okay. Oh,
Downstairs.
okay.
Quiet down! Quiet down! Quiet! 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 Alright, everybody's inside.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, this is very nice.
Yeah, this is the room where it was
This is where it all
Sonic Chew. Those dogs are screaming blatantly.
Yeah.
They calm down after a little bit sometimes.
Is that thing on right now?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Oh, hello. Hello out there, hello out there, YouTube, internet, all that. Hello. Hello. Hope you're all having a good day. There's your intro. Kinda.
All right. Yeah. Good enough.
Even prior to his birth, Chris's parents' relationship gave many reasons for concern. Bob and Barbara Chandler were aged 54 and 40 respectively. At this later time in a couple's life, most are dissuaded by medical professionals from having children. This is for a variety of reasons. As many studies have shown, such an age difference would leave a large generational gap between parent and child. In some cases, this can put the child at risk of growing up socially stunted, as from a biological standpoint, they also have a larger chance of facing health complications at birth. More specific to the Chandlers as individuals, however, was the hastiness of their relationship. Prior to Chris's birth, the two had been married for only 2 years. They'd wed quickly in a bid to escape their previous marriages. Consequently, they held strained relationships with their previous families, with Barbara's in particular being intense. Additionally, they were both alcoholics, having even first met each other in a bar. Of course, that's not to say that their family unity was doomed from the start. In spite of these imperfections, it was far from unsalvageable. But these details are important in establishing that from their newborn's conception, it was an uphill battle. Such a dynamic requires a consistent and active effort to maintain normalcy, one that the Chandlers may have not been ready to face. Christopher Weston Chandler was born in Charlottesville, Virginia on February 24th, 1982. In those first few months of life, Chris was an average toddler. His first word, according to his mother, was monkey, a rather cute mispronunciation of mommy. However, it wasn't long before problems would arise. To start, in spite of having a newborn child, they continued their nightly routine of going out drinking. To babysit Chris, as well as his half-brother Cole, who lived with them at the time, they appointed Rochelle, a woman who lived in the same neighborhood as the family. Chris's sibling later recalled that it was apparent to him, even as a youngster, that she was unfit to be caring for children. As the story goes, one night in August of 1983, Rochelle became irritated with Christopher after he interrupted her phone call. She opted to punish the toddler by locking him in a room by himself for the rest of the night. Christopher, who was just 1.5 years old at the time, was traumatized to the point that when he was rescued, he refused to speak entirely. In fact, he regressed to the point of only communicating through screaming and crying for the next 6 years. To compensate for this newfound aphasia, his parents began taking him to attend speech therapy classes, which is where he was first diagnosed as being autistic, with the doctor predicting that he would likely never write his own name, let alone make it to high school. In a strange twist of events, Bob and Barbara would continue leaving Christopher with the delinquent babysitter for the next few years, likely so they could continue their tradition of late-night benders. This led his stepbrother, Cole, to attribute Chris's early muteness as largely being the fault of their neglect, a trend that would only worsen with time. Though the assertion that neglect was the source of his autism is baseless, the babysitter's supposed actions undeniably exacerbated Chris's condition. And in spite of its immediate consequences, they failed to take many basic preventative measures. In 1985, a new family moved into the Chandlers' neighborhood. With a child of their own, the families quickly became cordial with each other. This naturally led to Christopher becoming playmates with the couple's daughter, Sarah Hammer. Chris has a fond view of the years he spent with Sarah, reflecting upon them by proclaiming her to be a lifelong best friend. Unfortunately, the young girl would often pull mean-spirited pranks on the autistic child. An example of this was when she once convinced Chris that the cartoon character, Casper the Friendly Ghost, lived in the crawl space under her home. Once the young boy had crawled under the residence to look for himself, she proceeded to lock him in, trapping Chris until her father came to the rescue. While one could argue that events such as these implicate her as a foe, Chris insists far more positive than negative experiences. He dismissed them as just childish pranks, overshadowed by his cherished memories of them playing. According to Chris himself, it was her that brought him out of his autistic social shell for the time. At home, Christopher's life was surrounded by music and pop culture. Unable to speak, he spent much of his time consuming children's entertainment such as Sesame Street, Care Bears, and Transformers. Bob even purchased a Commodore 64 home computer, sparking Chris's lifelong interest in technology and video games. His father was proud of Chris for being able to operate the personal computer before he could even speak, programming his own games on the console by age 6. Accompanying the Chandlers was their pet dog Patty, who Chris had picked out himself from his Aunt Karina's litter. At this point, his home life wasn't perfect, but it was comfortable. Unfortunately, things would only get worse when he began to attend school. The year was 1987, when he was dropped at the front door of Greene County Primary School. With Chris's struggles to communicate, this marked the beginning of many obstacles he'd have to overcome in his academic career. In spite of this, Bob was optimistic. In order to inspire his son, he penned a heartfelt letter detailing his expectations.
The reason for this open letter to you, which will grow as time goes on, is that I know now that I, at best, haven't much time left to share myself with you. particularly to share my things, my dreams, and my thoughts with you at a time in the future when you will be able to understand. Remember to use my things and carry on my dreams if you want to.
A distinct characteristic of the letter is that it's written informally. It's meant to be read as if he and Chris were speaking face to face, a clearly intimate discussion. Bob goes on to explain personal matters such as his previous marriages and what he sought to avoid when raising Chris.
I didn't plan my life. I just took it as it came along. I seem to have had no control over it. It always came along with what was right for me. Look at me 8 years ago in 1979, when I was really down and out and ready to cash in my chips with heart problems that I didn't even know about. Your mother, Barbara Ann, helped me through the rough spots, and together we had you. Now I really had something to live for. No better things or events could have happened to me. We've come a long way in the last 8 years. Together we have built a whole new life with an exciting set of dreams.
But by far the most important message Bob wanted Chris to take away was the importance of legacy. He recounts the story of how he carelessly broke his late grandfather's straight razor, an item that held great sentimental value to him, and how it caused him to realize the respect he ought to hold for their memories. From this, he hoped his son would cherish any future inherited belongings he might be given by his father, such as his prize stamp collection.
Do not be in such a hurry to use, play, or work with these things. First, learn all about them, how to use them and enjoy them, their value, and how you can thoughtlessly waste their value, then enjoy them as I have. As a boy, my greatest dream was to have inherited things from my mother, father, grandparents, etc. All of my books, stamp collections, and records. My dreams for you, your mother, and other personal things.
This idealized new life he wished to build with Chris and Barbara would culminate in the backyard of the Chandlers' house. In 1989, Bob created a plaque and placed it on their backyard shed, proclaiming it as the dreaming studio of Mr. C and Little C. It's here that he'd attempt to teach Chris how to create things. Evidently, the dreaming studio didn't last long enough to make a true impact on Chris though, because in spite of the clear sentimental value Bob placed on his belongings, Chris would later sell his father's cherished stamp collection in 2017, using the profits to purchase toys. While on the subject of games, when examining the Chandlers' Christmas of 1989, it can be discovered that Christopher received a Nintendo Game Boy from Santa, his second ever video game console. It was that same year that the young boy purportedly began speaking again, with the help of his speech therapist. By age 7, Chris had defied the professional's original expectations of him, an accomplishment that he'd wear with pride for the rest of his academic career. Soon after regaining his voice, for unknown reasons, Christopher was transferred from Greene County Primary School to Nathaniel Greene Elementary to attend the 4th grade. Although he was still riding off the success of regaining his speaking abilities, the administrators at this new school were not as impressed. While we'll never know for sure what happened there, legal documents indicate that the district had attempted to place him at a separate special education school, a decision that Bob and Barbara fought tooth and nail. It's speculated that they felt Chris's recent successes proved he didn't need the accommodations. Additionally, given their advanced age, they likely had a different perception of special ed than what was offered at the time. Regardless, the parents escalated the conflict. Chris recounts his experience at the school as one of frequent physical abuse, notoriously recalling an incident in which 5 facility members, including the school principal, pinned him down to the floor and recorded his cries on an audio cassette tape. Chris attributes this alleged assault to having been motivated by lust, going so far as to accuse the principal of being a pedo. He claims that the man had him sit on his lap before whispering quote-unquote offensive things to the young child. However, given the detail that the alleged assault was recorded, some have speculated it's much more likely that Chris had thrown a tantrum, and facility members recorded his cries as evidence that he couldn't function in a mainstream institution. Upon learning of the incident, Bob filed legal action against the administration, causing Chris to be homeschooled during the proceedings. The case was was eventually dropped in 1994. At this point, with the young boys' mainstream enrollment still in jeopardy, Bob and Chris moved to Chesterfield County so they could legally attend a different school district. This forced Bob to retire, becoming a stay-at-home father. In order to continue working her job, Barbara remained at their home in Ruckersville, though she would come to visit them every weekend. The decision to keep Chris in public school is perhaps the single most significant turning point regarding his early development. The failure to provide accommodations for his special needs led to feelings of ostracization and appeared to hinder Chris's social development. Jumping forward to the Christmas season of 1992, Bob and Chris made a stop at the Regency Square Mall. At this shopping center was an animatronic creature named Leonard Bearstein, who conducted a symphony orchestra as part of a musical program. The animatronic was designed to be interactive, engaging with the audience in conversation through its human operator. The crowd was light that Thursday afternoon, causing Christopher to be able to have a largely one-on-one conversation with the robot between songs. Chris was spellbound, leading him and Bob to watch the performance for the next hour. In the midst of their conversation, Leonard Bearstein asked Christopher for his name. When Chris responded, the operator must have misheard him, as he began referring to the child as Christian. Following that interaction, the mistake stuck, with Chris going so far as to request his name be changed from Christopher to Christian. Oddly enough, Bob and Barbara agreed, and had it legally changed the following year. With this brand new first name bestowed upon him by an animatronic bear, the now adolescent boy continued his education at Providence Middle School in the fall of 1993. He later described this campus as being much more pleasant than Nathaniel Green, and attributes his happiness there to a teacher named Mrs. Sanford, who is to date the only educator that Chris has singled out favorably. She helped the child develop social skills and instructed him on how to cope with the verbal bullying he endured. Upon his graduation from Providence, Mrs. Sanford wrote a personal letter addressed to Chris, in which she gave him heartfelt advice and bid her well wishes.
If you show people where your weak points are located, then they will know how to push your button. If you never show them, they will never know. Do your very best at Manchester, put your best foot forward, and treat others as you wish to be treated. Love, Mrs. Sanford.
16-bit arcade graphics.
Of all the pop culture movements in the 90s, one of the most prominent was the mascot with attitude trend, and the most notable example of this was Sega's Sonic the Hedgehog. Debuting in 1991, the blue blur is most notable for his extreme speed. Made specifically to appeal to Western markets, the character was a massive success, quickly receiving his own syndicated Saturday morning cartoon in 1993. To promote the release of this new TV series, Sega hosted a contest known as the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win Sweepstakes, in which they challenged viewers to write down what Sonic said at the end of each episode. Upon mailing in their transcriptions, they would then be entered into a drawing, where they'd have a chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree at KB Toys. As an early adopter of the Sonic craze, Christian entered the contest, and as luck would have it, when the winners were selected in February of 1994, he actually won.
What to do was exactly watch Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon and I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it and write it down for a whole week, and then I had to mail it in and I had to be drawn out of a hat, and I just won.
This victory marked the beginning of Christian's obsession with Sonic, who would go on to become his professed lifelong hero. And after the high of this spending spree, it wouldn't be the last time he entered a contest. By the spring of 1996, the family was once again together as Barbara retired from her job to live with her husband and son in Chesterfield County. This wouldn't last long, however, as according to Chris, some of their neighbors began spreading harmful rumors regarding the family. While what happened has never been specified, the situation was apparently vitriolic enough to cause them to relocate to an apartment complex complex just outside of Richmond. But being immersed in his pop culture pastimes, Chris was largely unfazed by these developments. It was that September that Christian finally began his first year at Manchester High, a period he would retrospectively deem the happiest times of his life. At this school is where the creation of his very first Sonic the Hedgehog fan character, Bionic the Hedgehog, was conceived. Spending much of his freshman year as a water boy for the varsity basketball team, he came up with the character after being hit in the head with a basketball while he was daydreaming about Sega's gaming mascot. It is rather fittingly an orange recolor of Sonic that likes to play sports. This 9th grade year would also mark the beginning of his passive love quest, developing a major crush on a cheerleader he'd met during practice. After befriending the young lady, he quickly confessed that he had feelings for her, to which she politely turned him down. In contrast to his time at Providence, Chris's years at Manchester High were filled with far more conflict. In sophomore year, Christian was forcibly assigned to take the special education bus after a petty conflict with another student. According to Chris, he and another teen would race every day to see who could exit the vehicle first. This competition escalated, eventually culminating in the boy punching Chris in order to beat him out the door. However, like many of Chris's recollections from this period, what actually occurred is rather unclear. Across his various recountings of the bus incident, Chris has contradicted himself numerous times. He claimed that he both did and didn't fight back, and also went back and forth on whether or not his glasses had been broken. What has remained consistent, however, is his adamance that he was blameless. He bemoaned that in spite of instigating the fight, the other boy quote-unquote got off scot-free. Regardless of the truth, it was because of this conflict that he was removed from the mainstream busing system, and forced to ride with who he rudely described as the slow in the minds. At this point, it's worth discussing Chris's particular distaste towards the developmentally disabled, one that illustrates the ableism instilled in him by his parents. It's clear at this age, Chris uncritically took the words of authority figures to heart. In what are typically the years of rebellion for most teens, Chris was remarkably obedient. This can be observed rather transparently in his first self-produced video titled Song of Christian. In this clip, Chris goes on multiple tangents about grievances he holds with his peers, such as their use of vulgar language.
Of course, you're not talking about those despicable, rude words they got there. I mean, they're all boop and son of a boop. You understand what I'm talking about? I mean, that just really ticks me off. But you should never ever do. I mean, it's just rude. Very rude. I mean, I'm just sick of it. I mean, yeah.
This would only be the start of Chris's self-produced recordings.
It's Alvin and the Chipmunks. Let's give him a big hand.
Yeah, return when you do that stuff, boy. You did it. We are doing okay.
Hello. My name is Barbara Chandler, and I'm calling to request a song for my husband for his birthday.
No kidding.
His name is Bob Chandler, and he's 71 years old today.
No kidding.
And the song I would like to request is A Bushel and a Peck.
Bushel and a peck and hug around the neck for a 71-year-old man?
I think so.
As Christian entered his junior year, the maturity one would expect from a high school student didn't seem to be developing. In a mock radio broadcast Chris recorded for fun, his mother humors him as if he's a child, while he pretends to have guests such as Alvin and the Chipmunks on the program. Of his time at Manchester High, 11th grade has the most documentation. Recovered assignments illustrate how he performed at school, and the actual quality of his work against the grades he received. One of the first leaked projects is dated October 29th, 1998. Intended to be an icebreaker activity for his chemistry class, Chris notably refused to talk to any male students, leaving all their spaces blank. In spite of his woes of loneliness, things weren't entirely hopeless. It was in that class he would become lab partners with two female students, Kelly Andes and Sarah Bevel. They would be some of his first quote-unquote gal pals, a term Chris later coined to describe all of his female friends. Chris has reasoned that his autism test found that he got along better with women rather than men. Chris's gal pals would make up the entirety of his social life throughout high school, to varying degrees of sincerity. Perhaps the most earnest of these was Tiffany Gowan, who sat with Christian every day during lunch. It's worth noting that during this time, Chris was extremely naive on relationships and sex. He apparently was unaware of the idea of dating until he turned 21, a testament to his shelteredness. Evidently, the sit-down talk of puberty never came, but where Chris's parents failed, entertainment took its place, a trend that would be recurrent throughout his life. As Chris recalls, after unlocking the parental controls on his television, he accidentally came across a suggestive scene in a film and had his first erection. Part of the known curriculum Chris took that year was a cooking class, evidenced by recovered kitchen safety worksheets he'd completed. In an assignment titled Safety First, he notes, "What could happen if you plug too many appliances into one outlet? It could start a fire." Christian also took child development classes, which included the activity of simulated parenthood. This is done through a variety of different methods, be it an interactive infant doll or, in Chris's case, an empathy belly, an attachable pregnancy stomach meant to enable students to understand the effects of carrying a child.
The belly made it uncomfortable for me to cross my legs, and when my legs were separated, it put pressure on my private part, which gave me a strange, weird feeling. So, it was quite an experience while I had a belly like a pregnant woman.
Despite bizarrely admitting to the teacher that the device gave him an erection, he still received a perfect 30 out of 30 grade.
So tell me, why do you like Pokemon?
I don't know.
You're not sure why you like it, but you do, right?
Yeah.
Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon.
In 1996, the first ever entries in the Pokemon franchise were released to the Game Boy in Japan and quickly evolved into a pop culture phenomenon. Within the first 2 years of its debut, the franchise received its own trading card game and anime series. And it wasn't long after this merchandising boom that the phenomenon began taking over the West. Due to the series' popularity, in 1998, the Pokemon TV show made its debut in the United States, with the games following soon after. It's unknown exactly when Chris discovered Pokemon, but when he did, he immersed himself with the universe almost as deeply as Sonic. At the same time as the Poke craze, Chris was taking Spanish classes in high school, where he often incorporated his love of video games into assignments. In a project dated February 8th, 1999, Chris illustrates his Spanish vocabulary by translating the names of characters from both Sonic the Hedgehog and Pokemon. This would be his earliest known reference to the franchise. It was this same month that Chris Chan would celebrate his 17th birthday. To commemorate, he produced a drawing of his character, Bionic the Hedgehog, holding a flag proclaiming, "I fought my autism, and I won." It was also that day that he would produce Espanolic. This character would later become one of the first entries in his line of original Pokemon cards, eventually amassing enough to create an entire Pokedex, which he dubbed the Wall of Originals. Of these homemade cards, standouts include Chikachu, a female Pikachu who can only deal damage when accompanied by a boyfriend, Flashbulb, a flashlight Pokemon, Compufrog, a frog made from computer code, and of course we can't forget Plotistic, a plant that's on the spectrum. As Chris continued to express his fascination with the Pokemon franchise, he soon created the first version of Quick's Pokesite. CWC are the initials of Christian's full name, which he is unusually proud of due to its ability to be pronounced as Quick. This webpage would only last a few months before being replaced in July by Chris's second, more amateurish Pokesite developed entirely in Notepad. Entering his final year of high school, Chris began this last hurrah by writing a short Pokemon fanfiction. Titled How the Pokemon Came Into Our Pokeballs, it was completed for an English assignment asking students to invent their own myth. Unlike his previous writings, his English teacher actually enjoyed this one. Sometime this same year, Chris also began volunteering at the local Books-A-Million as an assistant gym leader for their Pokemon trading card league. His staffing role was captured in a segment by Richmond NBC affiliate WWBT, showcasing him dressed up at the store as Ash Ketchum.
I'll put out my Dragonair, even though it has 60 damage on it. Oh boy. And now it has 3 energy on it. Slam attack.
With the end of the millennia, Christian was the same as he'd ever been. In fact, his obsession with the media was only worsening. He seemingly began showcasing his Pokesite around school, with various teachers and friends signing his guest book. February of his senior year would be an especially productive month for Christian Weston Chandler. That Valentine's Day, he published a poem to commemorate the event, titled Valentine's Day Hymn. While a cheerful celebration of another couple's love, this attitude would not last. Just a few days after this, Chris celebrated his 18th birthday. In attendance were Chris's parents, his stepbrother, and his gal pals from school. One of the only times Chris would interact with them outside of class. He would later reminisce on this being one of the best days of his life. With high school soon coming to a close, this seemed like a great memory to end this chapter of Chris's life on, but it would turn out he still had one more trick up his sleeve. In March, Christian was instructed to create an album cover as an assignment for his computer graphics class. One of the restrictions, however, was that students could not use any copyrighted materials. Given his obsession with pop culture, which bled into everything he produced, Chris struggled with the project's requirement of originality. This was when he had an epiphany. In order to circumvent the copyrights held by Sega and Nintendo, Christian invented Sonic-Chu, a hybrid of the characters Pikachu and Sonic the Hedgehog. He recalls imagining the character after lunch on that fateful day of March 17th.
I drew Sonic-Chu on paper from imagination. Then I drew him on my currently open Photoshop program. After checking with Miss Chalifo and my father, who is big on copyrights and whatnot, Sonic-Chu was legal then and still is, and only mine. So, soon after, the CD cover was made, printed, and passed with an A+ grade.
Upon this hybrid character's inception, things would never be the same. Now with his own quote-unquote original creation, Sonic-Chu took the forefront of all of his creative endeavors. The next month, he created a Sonic-Chu sweatshirt and gave it to one of his gal pals as a birthday gift. He also began producing dozens of Sonic-Chu variant Pokemon cards. 5 months after this, he even launched a Sonic-Chu site to succeed his Pokesite. And it wasn't long after that, he began drawing short comics featuring his mascot. In May, Chris attended his school's senior prom with his mother. Upon arriving, one of his gal pals saw this and felt sorry for him, so she asked him for a dance.
To be one with my crowd, I bought a pair of tickets, but I went there with my mother. But then I realized I was still an outcast because I stood out more like a lonesome wallflower. But that night, my trusted peppermint patty type gal pal, Tiffany Gowan, asked me to dance with her. I hesitated at first, but she grabbed my hand and pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced for what felt like hours.
In April, the 18-year-old began a self-documentary project for class titled A Week with Christian Chandler. It provides valuable insight to everyday life during those high school years, as he admits to falling asleep in classes on a regular basis. It also notes that he attends several behavioral adjustment programs, and proceeds to document several of his creations. Most notable is the City Room, which is an early version of what would later be known as Quickfill. It is a miniature city made from the pieces of Chris's various Lego kits and other memorabilia. It was here that he revealed that his family was moving back to their house in Ruckersville. According to Chris, his parents had failed to sell the home and would have stayed in Richmond had they succeeded. On June 15th, Christian graduated from Manchester High School. In spite of placing on the honor roll, for Chris the celebration was not ceremonious. Before receiving their diplomas, an award ceremony was held to recognize the school's gifted students. Chris became jealous after not being given an award for his art class assignments.
During the early award ceremony, I was a little thrilled to get a star for my grades. But then I find out that I am outshined in my creative skills because those people do not appreciate the time and effort I took into making Sonic-Chu. I was a high-functioning autistic boy who came way beyond out of his social shell, only to get zilch, nada, zip, a big fat zero.
When it came time to actually receive his diploma, Chris went up without making eye contact with anyone, going so far as to slap away the presenter's hand when they reached out for a congratulatory handshake. He then ran off and found a table isolated enough to cry alone. It wasn't simply jealousy that had overwhelmed him that day, but rather the realization he was leaving behind the quote, best circle of friends he ever had. As mentioned before, Chris seldom hung out with his gal pals outside of high school, and the end of his time at Manchester largely meant the end of his social life as he knew it. The high school graduation has since become a point of trauma for Chris, as he felt it marked the end of the best years of his life. The thing is, what he remembers from his high school years is an extremely romanticized version of events that didn't include the manipulation those around him participated in to help him make it through. He fondly recalls being an honor roll student, though teachers often gave him higher grades than he probably deserved. He liked to see himself as an engaged pupil, though slept through many of his classes. He had friendships, but they always seemed to end when the bell rang. Speaking of friends, let's take for example one of Chris's gal pals from middle school, the girl next door who would often hang out with him at the bus stop and near their home. Chris interpreted their time together as genuine camaraderie, when in fact she had been paid by Bob to essentially babysit him. On top of this, there has been speculation that his father had a meeting with the principal of Manchester High, which resulted in school staff bringing together upstanding girls in Chris's grade to befriend and protect him from the horrors of high school, meaning that the gal pals were also a result of behind-the-scenes meddling by his parents. Perhaps what makes this period of life so mesmerizing to Chris is that it was a time of innocence, when he was still largely getting away with being oblivious to the world. An era where his parents could still feasibly shelter him as he developed an over-reliance on children's entertainment to compensate. And no matter how superficial the relationships were, they still were friendships to him. His gal pals were the one thing standing between Chris and solitude. After high school, as Chris had guessed, he'd lose contact with them, but most could have never guessed how far he would descend into isolation. The weather was dark and rainy that graduation day as the now adult Chris sobbed by himself in his graduation gown. When Barbara and Tiffany found him, they comforted the emotional young man. His father, however, was less forgiving with how his son had behaved. Perhaps he read the writing on the wall then and there and realized the futility of his family's future. Now out of high school, Chris finally had the independence that's afforded to adults. With his free time, Chris began volunteering as an assistant Pokemon gym leader at the local Toys R Us trading card club in Charlottesville. According to first-hand accounts, he often attempted to use his homemade Pokemon cards in regular play, which were unbalanced and overpowered. Christian also launched SonicChew.com, though it was largely neglected. His family, now back under the same roof, began attending the newly established Grace Baptist Church, and in August, Chris began his first year at Piedmont, Virginia Community College. He was set to graduate with an associate's degree in 2 years. With all of his high school friends left behind, Chris found solace in his artwork, and that winter crafted his very first, now iconic, Sonic Chew medallion using Crayola model magic. Originally decorated with a makeshift chain, this was later replaced with a higher quality necklace he'd bought from the mall. The medallion was intended to serve as a name tag, something that would help him stand out in public. And that December, Chris designed a companion character for Sonic Chew named Rose Chew, a rather blatant derivative of the Sonic character Amy Rose. In August of 2001, Christian began working his first and to date only conventional job. He was hired at the local Wendy's, but had a difficult time maintaining this employment, only lasting approximately a month and a half before being fired. Unlike high school, the employees at the fast food chain were critical of him and made their frustrations known in a very patronizing manner. The exact circumstances of which he was fired are unclear, though there are 2 incidents often credited as being the last straw. The first claims that Chris was terminated for drawing a picture of an older female coworker as a Pokemon, which they found deeply offensive. The second excuse that Chris told himself involved his attempts to entertain a little boy with his parents, where he performed an impression of the character Donald Duck. This scared the child, causing him to cry. It's approximated that Chris earned around $500 from his employment at Wendy's. In June of 2002, he stopped volunteering as a Pokemon gym leader at the local Toys R Us, opting to play at the locally owned hobby shop known as The Game Place every Friday. As Chris proceeded through college, he began to appreciate all the moments he'd taken for granted back in high school. In February of 2003, he wrote a fond account of his 18th birthday party, a stark contrast to what would happen on his next birthday only 2 weeks later. That year, on his 21st special day, Chris was reading Peter Robinson's Wednesday's Child for an English class. What made this class memorable was that homosexuality had come up during group discussion, something that Chris thought of as revolting at the time due to his religious beliefs. As a result, he made derogatory comments towards homosexuals, and was promptly told to leave. What exactly was said has never been revealed, but Chris himself described them as, quote-unquote, exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church. Given the punishment, most surmise his assertions must have been rather severe, and after being told to leave, Chris once again sat by himself and cried. The only difference this time was that there was no one there to comfort him. Whether or not Chris outright quit the class by choice or was forced to leave is unclear, but this would set a bad precedent for the rest of his college career. This incident would mark the beginning of a new saga in Chris's life, one that would lead him not to just be eventually expelled from his college entirely, but to infamy. It was that day, right after he was ejected from English class, that he began his love quest. You see, since he had no one to console him for the first time in his life, it led Chris to realize that he should pursue a romantic relationship, to fill the now empty hole in his emotional support network. But to discover his soulmate, and perhaps even one day bear his child, he had to go back to the drawing board. Throughout April of 2003, Chris began depicting romance using his Sonichu characters. He created the Hedgehogs in Love Pokemon card before quickly succeeding it with the short story Sonichu and Rosechu, the genesis of the Lovehogs. The story ends with Sonichu and Rosechu gazing at the moon before locking eyes and sharing a passionate kiss. But it wasn't until August that his desperation for intimacy began to materialize in the real world. As Chris entered his 4th year at the 2-year community college, he officially began his search for a sweetheart. Rather than ask them out directly though, that month, Chris made his first attraction sign to get the attention of a boyfriend-free girl. On it, the romantically challenged man describes not just himself, but also the qualities he wished for his significant other.
21 and single white male. Shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous, a great thinker and go-getter, enjoys good parts of life, diplomatic, peaceful, very creative, he's lonely. Seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion who is 18 to 21 years of age and does not already have a boyfriend. Average to slender, body type white, lives in the Charlottesville or Ruckersville area, does not smoke or drink alcohol, happy, positive personality, average or high income, drives a vehicle. If any man read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except married and blacks, go jump off a cliff, have a nice day.
For the next 2 months, Chris would tape the sign to the wall of the college's lobby, often waiting somewhere beside it. However, his plans would be thwarted when on October 7th, Mary Lee Walsh, the Dean of Student Services, approached him, confiscated his sign, and bluntly told him to stop. Chris interpreted her authoritative command as very violent, claiming she had exclaimed, "You're not allowed to find true love here." Determined, Chris stubbornly created another attraction sign, only for Mary to confiscate it again a few weeks later. This temporarily led Chris to return to venting his frustrations into his art, at least for the next few months. In November, Chris wrote a poem titled "The Saddest Heart in the World."
And with the Backstreet Boys tune, I sing my lonesome croon. Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age. Tell me why I ain't ever wanna hear you say I have a boyfriend.
These lyrics would later be used in the song "So Need a Cute Girl," a track from Christian's cover album Christian and the Hedgehog Boys, which he'd begun recording at the end of that summer. This song would later become a massive hit online, with dozens of covers existing across multiple platforms. But regardless of the quality of his Backstreet Boys parody, Mary Lee Walsh still had a sign. So to occupy Chris's time, he began investing all of his effort playing the game Animal Crossing. This would eventually culminate into what's now known as his Animal Crossing documentary, an hour-long showcase of his in-game village. This would become one of Christian's greatest accomplishments, as he submitted it to the Nintendo Power magazine and managed to actually get featured. Some claim it was the first Let's Play ever made, though this is difficult to prove. On January 1st, 2004, Chris wrote in his diary about his New Year's resolution to get a romantic partner.
My one resolution is to get myself a matching girlfriend. Rather, it will happen as something else. I plan to try again at PVCC.
And try again he did, with his stubbornness only further escalating the conflict. A few weeks into the new year, he wrote a poem titled "Hard Love Quest," in which he once again laments being quote-unquote a virgin with rage. Christian's frustration with his lack of romantic success was ever growing. And this new effort to overcome Mary Lee Walsh at PVCC meant trying new strategies. Instead of restraining himself to just carrying signs, the college student now began repurposing his Sonic Chew newsletter into a means of attracting boyfriend-free girls. From this point forward, every newsletter would end with a description of his ideal sweetheart. He includes this disclaimer.
Christian is a very shy and very thoughtful person, and will only accept person-to-person encounters, no emails or phone calls. So if you are interested, they can be found around Piedmont, Virginia Community College or Fashion Square Shopping Center.
In addition to passing around photocopies of his pamphlet, he also began hanging up more attraction signs around school, quickly replacing them whenever torn down. In late January, as Chris stood near his sign per usual, Mary Lee Walsh decided that enough was enough. It was finally time to put an end to his disobedience. According to Chris, she approached him stating that his posters were bothering both her and the student body. Chris responded that he was on his love quest, prompting her to rip the sign from his hands and tear it apart. She then lectured him, stating he would never get a girlfriend this way, before demanding that he stop his behavior immediately. She ended the confrontation by scheduling Chris to attend a meeting to discuss the string of incidents. On February 1st, Chris initiated an email exchange with Miss Walsh, attempting to avoid the meeting through a compromise. He promised her that he wouldn't hang any more signs around campus, so long as she allowed him to continue distributing his newsletter. He also assures that he would move her up his scale of respect by 2 points. About 48 hours later, Miss Walsh would unequivocally deny his request, requiring that they meet the following week. While what exactly occurred during this meeting is uncertain, a few key details are known. At one point, Chris talked with Sonic Chew as if he was real, claiming to Miss Walsh that his character communicated through him. This caused the Dean of Students to talk to Chris quote-unquote rudely and hoarsely. In retaliation, Chris stood up, cupped his hands to his side, and thrusted them forward, miming a powerful beam of energy. He shouted at the top of his lungs his personal variant of a phrase from the anime Dragon Ball Z that he legitimately believed would bring bad luck to the victim. Unsurprisingly, this did little to move Miss Walsh, who declared a ban on not just his attraction sign, but the distribution of his newsletter as well. This enraged Chris to the point where he privately declared war.
Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hopefully demand the return of the news dash so my chances of getting a girlfriend can be restored.
Adding fuel to the fire was Mary Lee Walsh's attempts to convince Bob and Barbara to remove Chris from the college. Giving them flashbacks to their conflict with Nathaniel Green, they not only refused but became extremely upset. During summer break that year, Chris began exploring more locations to loiter at with his attraction sign. Now dubbing them attraction locations, he began standing at the Charlottesville Fashion Square Mall. This would become the testing ground of a new strategy he'd adopted after watching a lot of anime. Essentially, his plan was to attach a paper heart to a piece of red string, and then throw it at women. He would then reel the string back in, expecting them to follow. Unsurprisingly, in less than a week after conceiving the strategy, his plan was foiled when a mall security guard noticed and confiscated the string from him. This would lead Chris to coin the term jerk cop, later abbreviated to jerk op, to describe store security officers. His next run-in with mall staff would occur 8 weeks into his loitering. This was when the same mall security guard from last time approached him, to which Chris pulled out some of his homemade trading cards that told the story of the Lonesome Virgin. He later bragged about intimidating the officer by shouting "no" directly in his face. Only 5 days later, Chris was approached once again, this time becoming even more belligerent. It escalated to the point of him being detained and forbidden to return from the mall without supervision from his parents. As Chris entered his 5th year at PVCC, he still held resentment towards Miss Walsh in spite of his off-campus pursuits. It was around this point Chris left an inflammatory note for the Dean of Students, expressing his dislike for her. Included was an illustration of an intimidating glare. This, as it would turn out, would be his downfall. Taking into account their previous quarrels, the message was interpreted by the school's administration as a form of harassment. After several hearings deliberating on his fate, the administration ultimately decided it'd be best to temporarily suspend Chris from the campus. Enraged by this development, Bob and Barbara decided to incite the masses themselves, allegedly penning a letter to the White House demanding action. Nothing came of their endeavors, and per the suspension, the criteria for him to return included anger management classes, a psychological evaluation, and social skills counseling. Strangely, it appeared the only reason Chris was upset about his ban was the fact he'd be losing the campus as an attraction zone.
It's been over a week since my suspension. I am depressed, lonely, sad, and bored. I have nowhere to go to attract a boyfriend-free woman. I'll be writing to Santa Claus this year, hoping that he will bring me one.
Whilst all this was going on, Chris became more invested in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, participating in his first tournament at the game place. It was there that he first met Megan Schroeder, an 18-year-old artist who shared many of the same interests as him. They quickly became friends, as she became Chris's first gal pal since leaving high school. Around this time, Chris attended the psychiatric evaluation he was required by PVCC's administration to receive. As of writing, it is the only objective, independent, professional evaluation of Christian as an adult.
Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays and autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. Despite his significant delays in language, he has over the years developed relatively effective communication skills. He is left, however, with a severe degree of social awkwardness and seems to have good insight into this. He is left feeling somewhat frustrated as he has a strong desire for companionship, although his social limitations prevent him from being able to realize this in the way in which he would like. He has been on antidepressants for many years, and it is not entirely clear what role they play. Based on the information available at this time, the patient doesn't seem to pose a significant threat to himself or anyone else. There is some suggestion that the anger control has been a problem, although how that has manifested itself is unclear. He certainly has no history of physical violence which would suggest any future risk.
Compared to Christian's state today, this paints a picture of a man that was still, relatively speaking, at the beginning of his descent. A time when he was more lonely than in high school, but still frequently went outside and had modest social interaction at the game place. It's worth noting that the examiner concluded that Chris should receive further treatment, advice that his parents seemed to ignore. With a tumultuous home life accompanied by years of a society Chris felt he was weighed down by, the self-described virgin with rage decided to yet again pick up his pen. With all he had learned and experienced, it was at this point he would create what is now seen as his magnum opus, the Sonic Chew comics. Not only did this series become his masterpiece, but more importantly brought attention his way. While up until this point he was known only by those in his local vicinity, soon enough a little image board would stumble upon his work, and in the process make internet history, as Christian Weston Chandler becomes possibly the most notable person in the history of the World Wide Web.
Good, feels good.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? What would you like to do? I mean, you guys like maybe want to go to McDonald's or something like that, or we could hang out in the gazebo, maybe.
Well, it's dark out now,
It
so might not be able to see the gazebo.
That's true.
But I can point out it's behind the house, and you know where the pen is, the green at the fence, right at that's alongside the road there.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, well, anyway, you're driving down Westwood,
Right.
and you look to your right. You see it. You will see a doghouse before you see the pen. And the gazebo is behind the doghouse.
Gotcha. Okay. Here we go. We got the gazebo, and then I guess
gazebo's over here.
Watch your step. This is your light source. On the light source.
Yes.
All right.
It's a good place to
It's a
hang
very
out
low
here.
gazebo.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you gotta watch your head if you're more than.
So I'm able to stand barely, but at 5'10".
If you're Brad Garrett, you would have to hunch down.
Yeah.
He's like more than 6 feet.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Here, watch your step.
Thank you. So Christine, do any of your neighbors know about Chris Chan and everything that goes on online?
Among which, yes.
Have the trolls ever harassed them?
Not that I'm aware of. I pray they haven't. Hi guys. I'll walk y'all back to your vehicles.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
I'll walk y'all back to your Autobots. The pre-existing game it's the same game, but yeah, essentially we're putting a start card in this area. I'm gonna play My House. The start card is essentially the author or centerpiece of the whole fan fiction. Twilight Sparkle is Equestria's most prolific and horrific fanfic author. She ships herself, her friends, and her family together regardless of relation, orientation, or harmonious mane and coat color combination. In order to help fulfill Twilight's dream of writing the perfect fanfic, you take turns expanding the shipping grid, joining new ponies with ship cards. If you are first to make one of Twilight's narrative goals a reality, you earn the points for that goal. Of course, you also earn the shame of enabling Twilight's horrible penchant of shipping her friends, but nobody's perfect. Goals that we want to achieve on the shipping grid, which in this case we start off with fulfilling the prophecy. We ship any side chew with the prime keyword with Chris Chan or Christine Chan. We get 3 unicorn ships on the unicorn on unicorn ships. So that's there's my daddy.
What kind of animal?
He's a sideshow. Then each player gets 4 ponies and 3 ships. That's their starting hand. Each player plays at least 1 card from your hand at the end of the turn. All pony cards closely shipped, as in, attached with the ship card. You can add a keyword. They cannot be swapped or moved from the grid by card is attached to. And all pony cards shipped with that one cannot be discarded from the grid. Everybody needs to BCB cards. I told you it gets crazy.
Yeah.
Using his Sonic Chew character, which he created in high school, Chris began to expand his fictional world, added new characters, and got to work making a comic to tell their stories. And in March of 2005, Sonic Chew number 0 was released onto Chris's website, with the now iconic cover of Christian telling his creation to go out and zap to the extreme. It also boasted that the publication was hand-drawn, a fact that Chris clearly took great pride in. This is because while most webcomics are drawn digitally using a tablet, Chris did not have access to that sort of equipment, forcing him to draw on printer paper with pencils and markers. The art in Sonic Chew was crude and amateurish, which of course became one of its most defining features over time. On top of that, there were frequent spelling and grammatical errors, another staple of his work. Sonic Chew did not tell one story per issue. Instead, each installment was broken up into several smaller tales, referred to as episodes. Episode 1, titled Sonic Chew's Origin, explained how the titular character came to be. As the story went, while fighting the monster Perfect Chaos, Sonic the Hedgehog collided with a nearby Pikachu that was watching the battle, transforming it into Sonic Chew. Meanwhile, a beam of rainbow energy hit a Raichu 15 miles away, causing it to evolve into a new form. The Raichu's trainer, a girl named Kel, stated that her Pokemon looked as beautiful as a rose, leading her to choose the name Rosechew. This episode was one of the earliest examples of Chris's poor understanding of copyright law. Despite him having created the Sonic Chew character to claim parody, he still tied his backstory in with intellectual property that he did not own. However, this did not stop Chris from putting his own copyright notice on the comic. At the end of episode 1, Chris took readers on a small tour through his fictional town of Quickville, of which he was the mayor, and introduced them to the cast of characters they would be meeting in future issues. At the very end of this section, Chris introduced himself, where he included the uniquely Chris Chan line, "I am also single, lonely, and I need a girlfriend." Episode 2 was an adaptation of Chris's old story, Genesis of the Lovehogs, telling the tale of Sonic Chew and Rosechew meeting each other and falling in love. Episode 3 was titled Sonic Chew vs. Nate Cirque, and introduced a new villain for the story, which is Christian's name spelled backwards. He was the son of Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket from Pokemon. Chris portrayed Nate Cirque as being what he felt was the complete opposite of himself, evil and flamboyantly gay. The epilogue of this first issue shows Chris lamenting over the continued failure of his love quest, and driving back to the Fashion Square Mall to continue his search for a sweetheart. Strangely, in this encounter, Sonic Chew referred to Chris as his father. Chris also provided the readers with a few short Sonic Chew strips he had drawn before beginning work on the comic proper. These really didn't amount to anything important, but they are notable for being the first appearance of a new villain known as Mary Lee Walsh, who you might remember as the Dean of Student Affairs at Piedmont, Virginia Community College. The fictional Mary Lee Walsh's goal was to keep Chris from completing his love quest, mirroring how her real-life counterpart repeatedly forbade Chris from carrying his attraction sign around the campus, portraying her with a pitchfork and devil horns and ending the comic by obliterating her with his Kamehameha attack. As you can probably already tell, Chris often incorporated his real-life struggles into his work. Another example being Jerk Cop Tastrophe, which involved him hanging around the mall, listening to music on his Nintendo DS, and expressing his frustration over the fact that all the women he wanted to date were already in relationships. As he pondered his unfortunate reality, Chris was approached by a jerk-op who berated him for his loneliness. This security guard then brought in reinforcement to handcuff him, but our hero was able to escape by transforming into his new form known as Chris Chan Sonic Chew, using his famous medallion. This appears to be the first ever use of his now famous moniker, Chris Chan. As Mr. Chandler began writing his comic, so too did he continue his love quest at the Fashion Square Mall, now under the supervision of his parents following prior confrontations with the jerk-ops. He would spend hours pacing around carrying his attraction sign, hoping a girl would approach him. Eventually, Chris did attract the attention of women, though probably not the kind of attention he was hoping for. The first of these ladies was a 19-year-old named Anna McLaren, who detailed her experience with Chris in a blog post titled "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer." According to her, she would often see a 20-some-year-old autistic man making his rounds while she was at work, and he would occasionally glance through the window of the store to look at her along with fellow female employees. On a dare, Anna began to wave at Chris as he walked by, which quickly escalated when he entered the store to talk to her. He attempted to flirt, and she responded as politely as she could before the conversation ended with Chris giving Anna his email address. Despite the circumstances of how they met, the teenager would go on to become one of Chris's longest-running real-life acquaintances after this encounter. The second of Chris's love quest triumphs was a young woman named Hannah in March of 2005. While he was taking a break from his search for a boyfriend-free girl, she reportedly approached Chris and asked him out on a date. This made the autistic man ecstatic, believing that his years of carrying an attraction sign had finally paid off. Of course, he had to tell everybody he knew about this exciting development, and that included his new friend Anna McLaren. However, she knew something Chris didn't. Hannah had no intention of dating him and had merely asked him out as a prank. Chris was shocked by this revelation and immediately went to confirm it with Hannah. Upon admitting to what she had done, Chris was devastated and loudly yelled, "No!" in the middle of the mall. This disturbance earned Chris yet another temporary ban. These events were retold in his Sonic Chew comic, The Rise and Fall of My Heart. In this version, Anna's role was replaced by Rose Chew, and perhaps more notably, Chris's emotional state was visually portrayed by a heart level. It begins with him at 20%, but when Hannah asks him out, it skyrockets all the way up to 100%. However, when her cruel trick is revealed, it plummets back down to 15%. Throughout many Sonic Chew issues, Chris had drawn ads to replicate the look of a real publication. The most notable of these was the ad for Axe body spray in Sonic Chew number 2. He made no secret about his love for the product, likely buying into its ad campaign that showed its wearers being irresistible to women. Chris states that Axe makes him feel quote-unquote scently delicious and confident. However, the main concern is found in Sonic Chew and Rose Chew's conversation near the bottom of the page, which seems to imply that Chris believes wearing Axe is a suitable replacement for bathing. It also includes Rose Chew asking the baffling question, "May I orbit your belt?" As the Sonic Chew comics continued, Chris introduced his childhood friend Sarah Hammer as a character, as well as her boyfriend at the time, Wes Isley. In the story, the three of them are all given the ability to transform into hedgehog versions of themselves. Chris makes no secret about his jealousy towards Wes, writing him as a villainous character, and another one of his many personal rivals. He dedicates an entire page to a discussion between the two, in which Chris talks about how jealous he felt during an incident in which he saw Sarah sitting on Wes's lap. In this confrontation, Chris portrays himself as very honest and mature, while Wes comes across as cruel and selfish. As you've probably been able to figure out at this point, these episodes were Chris's main way of coping with his problems. Rather than try to learn from his mistakes, he would instead take no personal responsibility, and create his own reality in which he was the victim, and the world was out to get him. Because of this, similar situations of Chris having run-ins with others such as law enforcement would happen over and over, with him seemingly learning nothing each time. However, this eventually came to an end around mid-2005, when Chris's mother Barbara told him to stop adding these personal details to his comics, since she wasn't fond of the idea that their personal life would be shared on the internet. Chris agreed, and decided to officially end the autobiographical subsections with Sonic Chew number 4 in September, a compilation of all the previous personal sections of his work, as well as a few new ones. Funnily enough, Sonic Chew number 4 4 was released almost 6 months before Sonic Chew number 3. The first of this final batch of real-life reenactments was the two-part story Mick Attack, in which Chris had been kicked out of a McDonald's for loitering, allegedly once again trying to do his old attraction sign trick. In true Chris Chan fashion, this retelling portrays the managers as aggressors while Chris is simply an innocent victim. By most angles, Mick Attack is fairly standard as far as early Sonic Chew goes. However, there is one element that makes it stand out. About halfway through the story, Chris summons his twin sister Crystal to help him in the battle. Of all the bizarre creations that were spawned in the Sonic Chew universe, Crystal ranks amongst the strangest, and her inclusion in the story confused many. You see, most of his characters have a real-life counterpart, but Chris didn't have a sister. Many theorize that Crystal represented a female version of Chris, since in Mick Attack, Crystal stands up to the Manijerks who are harassing him. Sonic Chew number 4 concludes with the story of Off Target. This was Chris's dramatic retelling of a real-life incident that happened in July, in which he was once again confronted by jerk-ops while carrying around his attraction sign, but this time in Target. Unlike most of the other events of this nature, things quickly escalated to the point of the police being called. Chris ended up getting arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and trespassing, although these charges were dropped after 2 court hearings. Nonetheless, this event obviously traumatized the entire Chandler family. Despite his mother's wishes, Chris continued to write about his real life frequently in his comics, though just not as on the nose as before. Sonic Chew number 5 focused once again on Chris and his never-ending love quest, containing the story of the recent wedding of Sarah Hammer to a man named William Spicer. While it's laid out in rather confusing terms, the dialogue in this episode states that Chris is only attending the wedding in spirit, implying that he was not invited. However, an image does exist of Chris and Sarah posing with her wearing a veil, seemingly meaning that, even if he was not at the wedding, he saw her shortly before or afterward. While obviously nothing can be said for certain, Chris seems happy for Sarah in the picture, and that is reflected in the comic. The story is actually fairly mature by Chris's standards, as he lets go of his crush and accepts that they will not end up together. Upon this issue's release, it seems that Christian was actually making progress, although that may be due to the fact he had his sights set on a new potential sweetheart. As one door closed, another seemed to be opening, as the comic ends with Chris catching the bouquet as Sarah throws it, traditionally meaning he will be the next to get married. Coincidentally, in this story, Chris also introduced a new character, Sailor Megatoon. And in the very beginning of the comic, he credits her creation to his friend, Megan Schroeder.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? What I would do for a PS3? I tell you what I'd do. Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it.
As briefly mentioned in the previous episode, Chris met a woman named Megan a few years prior at the game place, but he appeared to have recently been making efforts to grow their friendship into something more. Since the young woman was a fan of Sailor Moon and My Little Pony, Chris decided to get into those franchises as well. For this brief moment in time, it seemed like Chris was actually evolving as a person, accepting that his previous crush had moved on, and began taking a genuine interest in his new potential sweetheart's hobbies. But unfortunately, this would not last. The 20-some-year-old man went overboard and started spending copious amounts of money on toys and merchandise for Megan's favorite IPs. Unrelated, he also began buying adult DVDs and toys, including a blow-up doll. It's important to keep in mind that at this point, Chris was unemployed, with his only source of income coming from monthly Social Security payments. During this time, Megan was fully aware of Chris's interest in her. He would reportedly often try to touch her without consent, a problem she would bring up in an email to Chris.
One more thing. Please minimize your touchiness. You know well I dislike it, and I keep reminding you. Understand, I'm not angry, but annoyed and a bit disappointed. I remember you said you'd never do it again, and yet, I know you're just being friendly and all, but I really hate being touched. By anyone.
The young lady was clearly trying to nip this crush in the bud, but Christopher would not listen. This would of course eventually blow up in his face. But Chris had a few more heartbreaks to go through before that happened. On June 27th, 2006, Chris's beloved dog Patty tragically passed away. She was quite old, as the canine had joined the Chandler family all the way back in 1992, and her worsening health problems made them finally decide it was time to put her out of her misery. In Chris's eulogy for his pet, he stated that he was the one who signed the paper authorizing the vet to put Patty to sleep, in order to spare his mother the burden.
I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, "We love you, Patty." After that, I gave her my final pets, hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the last time. And I said, "Goodbye, Patty. I love you."
After a small funeral, Patty Chandler was buried in the backyard, underneath the doghouse that had been her home for so many years. Chris's eulogy may have been the most heartfelt thing he had ever written. They had essentially grown up together, and an argument could have been made that Patty was the closest and most long-lasting friendship Chris ever had. In February of 2007, Sonic Chew number 6 was released, containing the episode One Lucky Dog. It tells the story of Patty eating some magical grass and transforming into a talking anthropomorphic dog/human hybrid. Upon discovering this, Chris takes Patty into his bedroom, where he reveals that he had a portal to his fictional town of Quickville hidden within the closet. He takes his old dog through the portal and tells her she can now live in this reality for the rest of eternity. This was the first time Chris portrayed Quickville as something of a religious afterlife. On February 25th, 2007, Christian celebrated his 25th birthday at his preferred hangout, The Game Place, surrounded by his friends and family. Also at this event, he officially released a DVD he had been working on titled Yep, I'm on TV. This was a compilation of all of Chris's home movies and television appearances, as well as the photos he had taken over the years. Chris also recorded a video intended to bestow advice to younger people, based on the wisdom he'd learned in his quarter century on Earth, providing a very good point of reference for his mindset at the time.
Dad, while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. You know, girl for boy, boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey.
Despite the fact that Chris did not intend to distribute his DVD publicly, he still wanted another outlet to share more of his creative work with the world. So in May of 2007, he created an account on the burgeoning platform of YouTube and named his channel Sonic Chew. His first upload to the site was a video about the game Soul Calibur. This video depicted a fight between Chris and Mary Lee Walsh, using customized characters from the game, where of course he comes out victorious. By his standards, this video was relatively harmless, but the creation of a YouTube channel would go on to become perhaps one of the greatest mistakes Chris ever made, as things would quickly spiral out of control.
Ribbit, ribbit, I cannot hold it, the last little toilet. I already sold it, ribbit, ribbit. In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow. But now I really gotta go. In the rain or in the snow.
In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow.
Parappa the Rapper, great new music video game.
In the rain or in the snow.
Once you played it, you can't get it out of your head.
In June of 2007, Sony announced Parappa the Rapper Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown. a contest in which participants were required to recreate a song from the PlayStation franchise for a chance to win 2 PSP game systems. The only rules were that contestants were not allowed to change the lyrics or use backing tracks in their entries. Upon learning of this contest, Chris decided that he absolutely had to win. With this, the novice YouTuber began formulating a plan to give one of the PSPs to Megan, and he would then take her on the trip to PAX West where she would surely fall in love with him. Chris quickly got to work making a video to guarantee him a win in the contest. As you may expect from Chris's usual standards though, it didn't turn out very well. First of all, the entry was filmed using his PSI, a cheap camera attachment for the PlayStation 3. Secondly, the entry is full of nonsensical and jarring effects taken from Sony's built-in editing software, most likely in an attempt to make the video look more professional. On top of all this, Chris clearly did not actually memorize the lyrics to the song, as he frequently stumbled over the words and looked off camera to read them. He also technically broke the rules by changing the lyrics, as he began the video rapping about his plan to make Megan fall in love with him. Miraculously, or more likely due to the fact that very few people entered the contest, Chris's entry made it to the final 10 and became eligible for public voting. This would be the start of an aggressive marketing campaign, as he tried to win through any means necessary. He began posting ads to his website encouraging the readers of Sonic Chew to vote for him. He also started handing out flyers to patrons at the game place in order to earn more votes. In addition, Chris also began emailing all of his old acquaintances asking for help. These included old gal pals and teachers from high school, and strangest of them all, his estranged half-brother Cole Smithy, who he had not spoken to in years. Surprisingly enough, he did respond to Chris's request, agreeing to vote for him on one condition.
I'll make a deal with you. You find out the identity of my real father from Barbara and email me the person's name, and I will vote for you in your effort to travel to Seattle. Deal?
If you couldn't tell, Cole's relationship with his mother Barbara was strained. He alleges to have been the victim of severe mental and physical abuse throughout his childhood by his mom, as well as Bob and her former husband, Jerry Harmon. Cole also believed Barbara was lying to him about the identity of his biological father. She claimed his dad was a man named Jack Dale Smithy, but Cole insisted it to be a different old flame of hers, Ran Coleman Yeats. Suffice to say, Chris never followed through on asking Barbara about Cole's father. Despite all of the vigorous campaigning he had done, Christian still decided he needed to do more in order to increase his chances of victory. This competition was far too important in his mind, so he chose to turn to less than admirable tactics. This is when he began to create several email addresses in order to stuff the ballots, voting as many times as he possibly could for his entry, even making a fake account in order to leave a review for his video, in which he refers to Megan as his girlfriend.
Such honesty of his situation and devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotion to his performance. The visually appealing FX added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background to his assumed to be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3. Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As the brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a rap.
After doing everything in his power to ensure victory, Chris waited anxiously for the final results of the contest to be released. On August 3rd, the self-proclaimed autistic warrior logged onto the website excitedly, only to be crushed upon realizing he had lost to a man named Adam Stackhouse. As you can probably imagine, Chris did not concede defeat gracefully. He began posting incessantly on the PlayStation message boards, and emailing Sony directly about how he should have won. He angrily pointed out Adam's use of an a cappella beat in the video, which he believed to be a violation of the contest rules regarding backing tracks. However, this ultimately amounted to nothing, as Sony ignored his emails and his tantrum resulted in a ban from the PlayStation forum. Chris also emailed Megan after his big loss, cursing Adam Stackhouse and lamenting the fact that he would not be able to take her to PAX West. This was apparently the final straw for Megan, who had been trying to tell Chris for months that he had no chance with her romantically. She sent a heated email back, berating him for ignoring her countless requests for him to stop trying to date her.
Christian, I haven't been checking my email until recently, and I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend, and I never will be. When I say, don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out.
The week's events were a massive blow to Christian's ego. Not only did he lose the contest, but also the woman that he loved. At this moment, it seemed like things hit rock bottom, as the mirage of a future Chris had planned blew up in front of his eyes. But unfortunately, it would soon turn out that this was only the start of his problems. Because the thing is, these new antics on YouTube piqued the interest of an online community that would soon propel our protagonist into the spotlight.
And that is how angry I am at Adam Stackhouse, Apraluski, Rudell, and Surya Butchwald. They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
With Chris starting to bring his strange and self-destructive behavior onto social media sites, it was only a matter of time before people took notice, and that day arrived on October 26 of 2007. This is when photos of Chris playing the Pokemon trading card game at the game place were posted onto a little image board known as 4chan. At the same time, discussions of him began on the Something Awful forums, prompted by a user who had witnessed Chris's pursuit of true love in real life. His multiple public outbursts and unique worldview made him impossible to ignore, and he was quickly becoming a favorite topic of discussion across the web. Despite the internet's instant fascination with Chris Chan, there were some people who theorized this was all just an elaborate troll. As a result, someone decided to go right to the source and find out for themselves. On November 3rd, Chris received an email containing fan art people had made of him and his characters. Among these was a drawing of Chris sitting at a desk labeled Girlfriend Auditions, with a sign which reads, "No Darkies." He also included a few pornographic images, including a comic of Chris having a sexual encounter with Sonichu and a drawing of Sonichu pleasuring himself. It didn't take long for Chris to respond.
I am feeling great detest towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me, though, please draw a strip of Rosechu stripping for Sonichu. I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction.
The sender quickly apologized for the art and sent Chris the comic he had requested of an intimate moment between Sonichu and Rosechu. The one catch was that in this picture he chose to depict Rosechu with a penis rather than female genitalia. Chris may have been upset before, but this drove him completely over the edge.
Rosechu is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle. If I see one more frickin' pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow.
If there was anyone who remained unconvinced as to whether Chris was legitimate, this response was what finally made the trolls realize they had struck gold. Shortly thereafter, a man named Jason Kendrick Howell created a page about Chris on Encyclopedia Dramatica, a wiki dedicated to the discussion and mockery of strange internet figures. Chris now had the kind of undivided attention that most people would do their best to avoid. He would need to choose his next moves carefully if he wanted the trolls to go away. Unfortunately, he did not do that. A few days later, Chris posted a video directed at the users of Encyclopedia Dramatica, although he quickly detoured from the original topic and began rambling to the camera about his life. He talked about his supposedly proud lineage, bringing up his Cherokee ancestors, as well as the fact that he was descended from Anne Boleyn and some travelers on the Mayflower. He also discussed his various hardships throughout life, such as his early schooling and his inability to find a girlfriend. It's unclear what Chris hoped to gain from this. Perhaps he wanted sympathy, or maybe he thought this information would make the trolls respect him. He concluded by requesting that the ED page of him be taken down, or at least edited to portray him in a more flattering light. Not only did this request not stop the deluge of trolls, but it only furthered the negative attention coming his way. People continued making fun of Christian and posting to the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, much to his frustration. Things hit a boiling point only a couple days later when an old graphic internet shock image known as Goatsy was uploaded to his wiki entry with the caption, "The true brains behind Chris Chan." This sent Chris into a fit of rage, as he went to his ED page and began editing it as he saw fit. Bizarrely, many of Chris's edits revealed a lot of embarrassing information about him that had previously been unknown to his detractors, such as the fact that he used a blow-up doll, and how he truly believed his Sonic Chew medallion gave him special powers. Chris concluded his session by uploading a number of pornographic drawings he made in an attempt to prove his heterosexuality. Most of these were just pictures of his hedgehog characters, but there were a couple particularly shocking ones that stood out from the rest. Namely, these were a naked drawing of Mary Lee Walsh and a picture of Chris pleasuring an unidentified girl while giving a thumbs up to the viewer, later named She Came for Quick. At first, many of the trolls believed the girl in the drawing to be Chris's fictional sister, Crystal, based on their similar appearance. A few jokes were made about it, and things continued like this for months. Eventually, though, someone would come along and recognize the true identity of the girl in the drawing, taking the entire situation from bad to worse. This occurred in March of 2008, when Megan discovered the She Came for Quick drawing, and was immediately horrified, recognizing the girl as herself. She immediately emailed Chris, stating her disgust with what he had drawn, and requesting that he remove all mentions of her from the internet. Chris soon responded, apparently misinterpreting what had upset her about the drawing. He seemed to believe that her shock came not from seeing such a vulgar image of herself, but instead from her lack of sexual experience. He decided to offer her some resources she could use to better educate herself, which included recommending she watch The 40-Year-Old Virgin. Despite not fully understanding what he did wrong, Chris did make some effort to honor Megan's wishes, and he began deleting everything he could about her from the ED page. The thing is, he didn't delete the original graphic artwork that started the drama, choosing instead to simply zoom in on the image so Megan's face was no longer visible. Unsurprisingly, she was not pleased with this fix, once again emailing Chris, baffled as to why he didn't just delete it. She scolded him for selfishness and tried to get him to change his mindset where he believed the world was out to get him. Once again, clearly misreading the situation, Chris's response to this only served to dig his hole deeper.
Megan, I am sorry for uploading the drawing, and I really wish I could go back in time and stop myself from making the mistake. Yet I do not regret drawing the drawing, because if I hadn't released my frustrations in this creative sense, I might actually have done something really dumb and stupid.
It's unclear what Chris meant by this, but the sinister implications were enough to cause Megan to finally cut ties entirely. This event was devastating to Chris, as he had several self-destructive outbursts over the following weeks. It started when he yet again edited the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, berating himself and stating that he was a loser. In doing this, he also accidentally publicly revealed that the girl in She Came for Quick was Megan. Chris also uploaded an image gallery called You Know What? I Hate Myself Too, filled with panels from his comic showing his character getting beaten up or humiliated. As this self-destructive streak continued, it eventually bled out from the internet into Chris's real life. Grace Baptist Church, Chris's regular congregation, discovered his online activity and quickly shunned him. He also received a 2-week suspension from the game place, although following further outbursts, it became permanent. In many people's opinion, this was the real turning point when Chris became Chris Chan. His gal pal had abandoned him, his church had rejected him, and his favorite hangout spot had banned him. In just a few short weeks, a large portion of Chris's life had been ripped away, all due to his poor behavior. The only place he could turn to for attention now was the internet, because even if they were abusive, at the very least, they would talk to him.
To the one called Jason Kendrick Howe. For he is, and I quote, in an email he sent me, the creator of the Encyclopedia Dramatica ED page for me. And he states further, my, you seem rather angry about it in your last YouTube video. A few months ago you asked me why I made the page for you. My reason? You were too damn funny to ignore.
In August of 2008, Chris released a couple more videos addressed to Encyclopedia Dramatica, in yet another ill-conceived attempt to fight back. In these uploads, Chris angrily blamed the site's contributors for ruining his relationship with Megan, saying that they broke the emotional bond between them. He once again demanded removal of the page, holding the release of Sonic Chew No. 7 in limbo until he got what he wanted. Despite his anger at the internet for driving a wedge between him and Megan, Chris seemed far more upset about the misconceptions people were spreading about his sexuality. A great deal of his time online was spent firmly establishing how much he hated seeing male genitalia, and how he preferred female genitals, which he referred to as China. He also wanted to correct the record about the identity of the girl in the now infamous illustration, insisting that the girl depicted was Megan, not Crystal. No matter how much time passed, Chris could never get over people inaccurately depicting Rose Chew's biology. In late August, Chris released an episode of the upcoming Sonic Chew No. 8 early, titled Rage Against the Garbage. He created 3 separate versions of this episode, one labeled TVMA, another labeled TV14, and a third labeled TVY7. This was due to the graphically sexual nature of the story. The comic begins with Sonic Chew and Rose Chew talking directly to the audience, addressing the sexual content they are about to witness, and assuring the reader that it is being done for educational purposes, and that they are both consenting adults. This mature story starts with the aforementioned lewd acts, before being interrupted by Chris giving long-winded explanations of their anatomies, complete with diagrams. Once the scene finally ends, Rose Chew decides to go on the internet, where she discovers a website called 4cent Garbage, a stand-in for 4chan and ED. She is horrified to discover the drawing of her, and she starts to formulate a plan for how to counteract them. She first takes naked pictures of herself and posts them to the website, mirroring Chris's earlier attempt. Much like that event though, this does not work, and she and Sonic Chew travel to the 4cent Garbage headquarters in order to get them taken down. Upon their arrival, the hedgehogs take the elevator up to the top floor in order to confront the CEO. On their way, they encounter several memes that Chris presumably found on 4chan and add their commentary to them. They even take the time to attack a few 4cent Garbage garbage employees, as Rosechew punches someone drawing anatomically incorrect art of her. Chris himself even shows up to assault someone making fun of his drawings. When the crew finally reached the top floor, they were confronted by 4 Cent Garbage's CEO, Jason Kendrick Howell. Despite their plan for him to take down the drawings, Jason doesn't listen, as Chris portrays him as a soulless nihilist with no morals whatsoever. As they leave, Jason hurls a pickle at Rosechew. This sends her into a fit of blinding rage, as she furiously strips nude and throws herself at Jason, beating him nearly to death. However, she steps away just before the killing blow, letting him live to troll another day. In the epilogue, Rosechew gathers together all of the comic's other female characters in order to do a nude photo shoot to stand in solidarity against the trolls. It's here where Chris introduces a new character named Zapina, a 14-year-old girl who asks if she can model for the pictures. Rosechew turns her down though, saying that quote-unquote dumb laws would prevent it. As time progressed, Chris posted more and more vlogs about his feud with Encyclopedia Dramatica, and his YouTube channel became his primary outlet for talking to the internet. Just a couple days after his initial 2 releases, he posted another vlog celebrating his victory over ED, as the website had to go down throughout the day. Chris believed that this was his doing, as he had rallied his fans to conquer his enemies. In reality, however, the website had been going down due to unprecedented levels of traffic, as more and more people began flooding in to read about Chris's antics. And as interest grew, trolls began devising new ways to mess with Chris, just to see how he would react. An early example of these more elaborate pranking attempts came a little later in August, when someone calling themselves JK Productions messaged Chris, telling him that he was working on a Sonic-Chew video game. Chris, being an avid gamer, excitedly gave his seal of approval to the project. Over the following weeks, he even posted a few vlogs to his YouTube channel detailing his involvement with the game, stating that he was hard at work writing the storyline. This troll was short-lived, as on September 5th, 2008, JK Productions decided to cancel the project, posting on their blog that Nintendo and Sega had issued them a cease and desist. As one last bit of fun at Chris's expense, they pretended to redesign his character to be more copyright safe. Sonic-Chew became Reginald the Anteel, with Rosechew becoming his flamboyantly gay partner, a clear mockery at Chris Chan's homophobia. Chris himself was reimagined as a large-chested, scantily clad woman wearing a pickle necklace. Unsurprisingly, the Sonic-Chew creator was not pleased, and quickly responded by cutting ties with the project, and encouraged his fans to contact Nintendo and Sega to make an official Sonic-Chew game. Even though this was not the most elaborate trolling effort, it was used to test the waters for future endeavors. These unscrupulous internet users were rapidly learning Chris's weaknesses, and figuring out ways to exploit them for their own entertainment. Another one of these early sagas involved a group of trolls attempting to trick him into believing that English football commentator Jimmy Hill was trying to sell a ripoff of Sonic-Chew in the UK. They went to great lengths to convince him of this, creating fake ads for Sonic-Chew toys and putting bootleg copies of his DVD on store shelves. They later upped the ante by claiming that Jimmy Hill was developing his very own Sonic-Chew animated series, in which the titular character was gay and his parents were Jimmy Hill and Mary Lee Walsh. The cartoon's villain was a giant robot, the design of which was based on Chris himself. Just as they hoped, Chris believed every word of this lie. He addressed it in multiple update vlogs, most notably one where he laid out all the evidence to prove he was the original creator of Sonic-Chew and not Jimmy Hill. The trolls had a good laugh at this and did not push the Jimmy Hill saga much further. They had learned what they wanted to know, which is that there wasn't a limit to what Chris would believe, and this opened the door to many new possibilities. At around the same time period as the Jimmy Hill saga, a new group of trolls decided to prey on Chris's desire for a sweetheart by creating a fake woman for him to fall in love with. To be clear, this wasn't the first time Chris had been catfished. A few months prior, a man by the name of Joshua Martinez, who had met Chris in speech therapy class, attracted Chris's attention under the guise of the fake alias Lori Lopez. Chris and Lori story talked for a while, but ultimately things fizzled out and nothing substantial came from it. With the groundwork laid, the new tricksters invented Blanca Weiss, a name obviously poking fun at Chris's desire to only date white women. In Blanca's first email to Chris, she expressed her admiration for Sonichu and revealed that she also enjoyed making comics. Blanca sent him her own original character, Jigglyami, a combination of the Pokemon Jigglypuff and Amy Rose from Sonic. They also sent Chris a picture of a woman jumping in the air and holding a guitar, a supposed image of the fictitious sweetheart. Chris was instantly impressed and added both Jigglyami and Blanca as characters in Sonichu number 7, published August 20th, 2008. This issue also included a scene of Chris being trapped in a time void, which he did in response to criticism saying that the story focused too much on him and not Sonichu. Chris and Blanca began emailing frequently after this, with the gullible man rapidly trying to escalate their relationship. Only a few days after their first meeting, Chris was already oversharing about his personal life and attempting to learn more about Blanca's.
Also, while I am thinking about it, I wanted to ask you about how you feel about porn in your humble opinion. Honestly, and confidentially between you and me, I see the official videos from companies such as Adam and Eve not solely as a turn-on, but as a good education of what may be done during the act. I also appreciate it more as a virgin because it allows me to create a better idea for when I actually do it for my first time. And obviously, I have seen a fair share in my adult years.
In these emails, Chris also fabricated a few details about his life, such as saying he had made up with Megan and was at peace with Encyclopedia Dramatica. The latter of these two claims was immediately disproven later in the correspondence, as he went on an angry tirade about their continued misrepresentation of Rosechu's gender.
I just wanted to let you know that I have finally got use for the ED page being there, so I am able to tolerate its existence. The major thing about that page that really grinds my gears is all the lewd, slanderous parodied images of my Rosechu. She is all woman. She was born with and still has her God-given vagina and both ovaries.
The trolls had Chris right where they wanted him, controlling his anger with the ED page and his love life with Blanca. Soon enough, though, the snafu artists behind Chris's fictional girlfriend would get a wrench thrown in their plans, when a new troll named Lord Silly Nipples created a MySpace page for Blanca without their involvement. He added Chris and quickly appealed to his well-known desperation for intimacy, asking him if he would like to exchange nudes. Unfortunately, Chris did not see through the lie, and sent multiple naked pictures of himself to the imposter of his already fake girlfriend. This led to September 11th, 2008, when Lord Silly Nipples dumped Chris's nudes onto the internet, and changed the profile picture of his Blanca MySpace page to one of a black man, wearing a pickle costume. In response, Chris posted a video addressing the nudes, sadly admitting that the woman he had believed to be his first real girlfriend had been in fact a troll. He decided this gave him free rein to claim Jigglyami as his own character, as presumably he liked her too much to write her out of the comic entirely. The original trolls behind Blanca began scrambling as they were not yet ready to give up their ruse. They managed to talk Chris into partaking in a Skype call with them, where a female troll named Nurse Iki-chan played the role of Blanca. This was enough to once again convince Chris of the character's validity, and he posted another video proclaiming that she was real after all. This would not be the last time nude images of Chris were posted online. Only a few days later, trolls managed to figure out the password to his YouTube, MySpace, Facebook, and email accounts. It was at this point that they found more photos meant for Blanca, including one of Chris wearing his mother's underwear, and another of his genitals with Sonichu drawn on them. After the loss of his first YouTube channel, Chris was forced to create a new one. Lord Silly Nipples was still not done with his shenanigans either, as later that month he emailed Sonic Chew's creator under the guise of Chris's high school gal pal Tiffany Robinson, asking for a copy of his Yep, I'm on TV DVD. Upon receiving it, he quickly uploaded all the contents to the internet, although it really only consisted of old home movies and family photos. Among these was a picture of Barbara taking a nap. This image inspired trolls to give her the nickname Snorlax, as they believed she resembled the Pokemon of the same name. The apparent success of these early trolling sagas began to attract the attention of more and more internet users, who were curious to see if catfishing this man really was as easy as it seemed. Throughout September, Chris began talking to several more people pretending to be women who were interested in him. The first of these girls was named Sarah Jackson, who first approached Chris by telling him that her autistic little sister, Rose, was a big fan of Sonic Chew. Chris did show some affection towards her, but ultimately nothing came of it. The creator of Sarah would later decide to kill her off by saying that she was hit by a truck, an event which Chris had very little of an emotional response to. In this era, there was also Jessie Ruddy, another catfish who Chris showed a bit of interest in, but never went very far with. And she would reveal herself to be a troll only about a month later, as it wasn't going anywhere. The most successful of these spiritual successors to Blanca was a spin-off account that went by the name Sarah Mackenzie, an Australian girl who used the screen name Panda Halo. She was somehow able to convince Chris to break things off with Blanca in order to build a relationship with her. On September 24th, Chris made a video announcing his new girlfriend to his fans. He didn't reveal her name, but did sing a cover of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up for his new flame. She was able to use Chris's deep sexual urges to her advantage, often steering their conversations in risque directions. Chris, of course, was more than happy to oblige, as he would describe his masturbation habits to her in explicit detail, as well as videos of him in the act, which of course made their way onto the internet. As Chris was getting closer to his fictitious sweethearts, he began corresponding with a person named Vivian Guy. Mrs. Guy was another troll, as she had previously been responsible for a series of full narrated Sonic Chew audiobooks on YouTube. Despite how she had previously been making fun of him, here she seemed genuinely concerned for his well-being, as he was sucked deeper into the vortex of lies created by 4chan and ED, sending Chris multiple emails begging him to see the truth of what was going on, and to make efforts to improve his real life.
There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much a bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic, merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel a need to be creative, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life, don't base it off stuff that exists, just make something completely new. You have never tried when it comes to women, never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girlfriend. If you feel you can't do any of this, get a therapist, a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of bitch and draw comics about it.
Other than Megan, this was the hardest anyone had ever tried to show Chris the error of his ways. While harsh, it clearly and plainly laid out everything Chris needed to do to get his life back on track. Perhaps if he had followed her advice, this story would have ended here. But alas, it was too late. Chris was already caught in a tangled web of lies by the trolls. As Chris's multiple fake relationships grew more complicated, his love life would soon receive another curveball. At the end of his eventful September, he messaged Blanca over Skype, telling her about a dream he had, claiming a voice spoke to him saying the name of his true sweetheart, and that the name was Blanca Weiss. Taking it as a sign from God, Chris broke up with Sarah and returned to Blanca, declaring his undying love for her. It should be known that Chris and Sarah remained on friendly terms after their breakup, as she even created a fan site called Sonic Chew Fans later in October, which Chris would post on semi-frequently. As a symbol of his commitment to Blanca, Chris sent her a package containing his Sonic Chew medallion, as well as a handwritten letter about his love for her. The contents of this package were quickly posted on Encyclopedia Dramatica. It should have become obvious to Chris that Blanca was a troll. But he simply couldn't see the truth of the matter, as on October 9th he posted a video insisting that Blanca was legitimate, and that the package had simply been intercepted by detractors. He also claimed that Blanca had, at some point, reclaimed the package and mailed his Sonic medallion back to him. He proudly showed off his prized possession, complete with the markings proving that it was the original. The trolls were not fooled, as they knew that he did not really get the medallion back, and this was merely a replica he made to save face. This video ends with a strange, out-of-place segment where Chris states that he had been sponsored by Sony, followed by a short ad for the game Little Big Planet. This section came out of nowhere and had nothing to do with the rest of the video other than showing that he was back on good terms with the gaming giant after the competition debacle. In response to the whole ordeal, Chris posted a short comic story on October 15th, 2008. This episode was a preview for Sonic Chew number 10, though bear in mind, at this point he had not even fully released Sonic Chew number 8 yet. The episode follows Chris in the form of Chris Chan Sonic Chew, conducting a one-man assault on the 4-cent garbage building. Upon arrival, he is quickly trapped and his medallion is stolen, which reverts him back into his human form. But the trolls are shocked to learn that they gain no power from the accessory, as Chris reveals that the true source of his power is actually his high school ring. This was an obvious attempt to convince the trolls that he did not care about losing his medallion, despite the fact that just a couple days prior, he had tried to convince them that they had never stolen it in the first place. This is when one of the original trolls behind Blanca, named Icarus69, posted another video with Chris's medallion, where he destroys it in multiple different ways. These included stabbing it, making it perform coitus with a pickle, dunking it into the fermented cucumber jar, smashing it with a hammer, setting it on fire, and finally urinating on it to extinguish the flames. And with this finale, the character of Blanca Weiss had served her purpose. She broke up with Chris, which resulted in him posting a video delivering the bad news to the world. In this vlog, he seemed absolutely heartbroken, as he could not even muster the energy to stand up off the couch. He cited Icarus69's video as one of the main reasons for the breakup, stating the now iconic line, "The pickle man tricked me again." Chris went on to blame Encyclopedia Dramatica for the collapse of his relationship, angrily asking his fans to track down the person who stole his package for Blanca so he could bring them to justice. Over the course of just a couple months, Chris had experienced some of the worst that the internet had to offer. Despite being a catfish, Blanca was the closest thing he ever had to a real relationship, so the loss hurt him deeply. It was arguably the lowest point Chris had ever reached. Unfortunately for him though, the worst was yet to come.
A lot of cards.
But situationally, that's why I want to do some shipping breakups.
Are people able to bring their own decks into this game? Multiple people have this decks
mostly,
in one round?
I figured out a rule where, you could have two compete. You could have one deck playing against the other. That's a set of rules I came up with and add to this.
You would think that they would get mixed up too much.
Yeah. All right.
Are there any places around Charlottesville that where you can play this game with people?
the end games for one. If
if you can get back in there,
yeah. All right. The Black Moon. On the Black Moon with Jacoba is some autism.
Oh, autism me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
never heard of that one.
That's something.
I made up that me. Just this guy weird disfigured face, but yeah.
Plays a lot of trade cards in this game?
What?
Are we allowed to trade cards?
Yeah, I do believe so, but you don't have randomized booster packs or anything like that.
Like during a game?
Oh, no.
Oh. Okay.
So now you can actually add to that.
Yeah, I'll put a ship.
And at the point, you can also reconnect with the other start card ships.
I gotcha. I see. So I'll put a ship here.
Yep.
Facing east, and then I will place... I have this crazy card, Skylander Chris Chan.
Oh, yeah.
That works out very, very nicely.
Yes.
Because what that gives me is 2 points, which is just what I need.
To win the game.
The final that I need. The final
You made the
card
quick play.
right here. And that gives me an even 11.
Yay, Chris Co has won the game. Just gonna do a little
Alright, yeah, we're
bit
gonna
here and there
start
real
some
quick.
3-player Tetris here.
Actually, 4-player. I have.
Can you play it just 3-player if Jesse's gonna be filming?
Oh yeah. I suppose we can play a 3-player.
Cool.
It's nuts. And my mom's clapping at the dogs, and everything's falling. Freaking gravity! It busts me. It confounds me. Organized chaos. This is my creative method. Anyway, I just gotta plug in my Switch dock because I didn't have enough plugs left to do this, and figure out how we can. I got 2 pairs of Joy-Cons, obviously, so see if we can play Tetris this way. I'm trying to set up here, see if we can all play with these Joy-Cons. In that case, I gotta find the regular basic controller I have. Nearby, we're
gonna need to find that.
GameCube adapter, maybe.
It's alright,
GameCube
we don't have GameCube.
You got the Pro controller?
No, I don't have an adapter for GameCube.
Do you have the Pro controller?
I have a Pro controller, I just don't know where it is right now. The dogs are barking, they're driving me bonkers. It's definitely does not get boring around here. It's not focused right now, guys. You know, I'm gonna try an Xbox controller, see if I can plug that into a USB port. See if that'll work. Plug this into the puss.
Alright. Now let's see. A Microsoft controller be compatible with a Nintendo system. This is the moment of truth. No.
No! Dog, shut up! You do that one more time, I'm gonna be like.
Let's just make the video find the controller. I'm kind of curious about that.
Up.
Alright.
Up.
Here we go. Alright.
Hey.
Right when you said that.
I just need to turn it
There's no batteries.
on.
Oh.
It has batteries, I just gotta turn it on.
I understand, yeah.
Those dogs, oh shut up! I'm gonna bark my head off! Yep. Guys, attention with stumpitude. Alright.
I'll go ahead and do the intro, I suppose. Hey guys, it's Kopitz. I'm here with Christine Weston Chandler and the Gamer from Mars, or Art. Today we're going to be playing some Tetris 99. It's going to be a fun time.
Working on this.
When we last saw Chris Chan, he was left heartbroken after his first girlfriend, Blanca Weiss, had revealed herself to be nothing more than a catfish scheme created by trolls. His video message after the fact made it seem like he had spiraled into a horribly depressive state, and many expected him to take an extended hiatus from the internet to recover. Shockingly, less than a week later, Chris was seen chatting on the forums of the Sonic Chew fan website. In these conversations, Chris revealed that he was dating a new woman named Chloe, who he had met while pre-ordering a Little Big Planet at GameStop. He never mentioned Chloe again after this, and the timeline he gave would mean that he started dating her while he was still with Blanca, so most people believe that he made the whole thing up. Christian had proven that, no matter how badly he was hurt, he would always come back for more. As such, trolling attempts only escalated from there. On October 31st, 2008, a troll went to Chris's house and left a sign reading Encyclopedia Dramatica on his front lawn. This didn't elicit a very big response, but it did mark a significant turning point. The internet and the real world were becoming increasingly merged. Even if Chris did log off, the trolls would still be there. And just a few days later, a website called Quickie was founded by a user named CogsDev. This was an archive dedicated solely to the documentation and discussion of Chris's antics, something almost unheard of for previous trolling victims. It was around this time that Chris Chan was informed about a young man named Ryan Cash, who was a big fan of the Sonic Chew comic. During Chris's initial feud with ED, when he was holding the release of Sonic Chew No. 7 hostage, hostage until the site was taken down, Ryan was reportedly so distraught by the prospect of never reading any new Sonic Chew comics that he decided to take his own life. To everyone, it was obvious that this story was made up in yet another attempt to prank the autistic 20-some-year-old man. Well, obvious to everyone, that is, except for Chris himself. After some pressure from people like Vivian Guy and Panda Halo, Chris included a short tribute to Ryan in one of his update videos. However, many people saw this as insincere due to his lackluster delivery, as well as the fact that it was sandwiched between two completely unrelated announcements.
And for Ryan Cash and his family, I feel for you and I'm sorry, but best thing you could do for Ryan and yourselves is just to move on. Try to be happy. Gee, so much power. That's a lot worse than when that child locked himself in the room after seeing Optimus Prime die in the original movie. And then also on the PlayStation Network on the home.
Around this same time, Chris received an email from a man claiming to be Takashi Tezuka, a highly successful video game director at Nintendo.
While working at Nintendo, I have heard about your original character, Sonichu, from many of my coworkers who read emails sent from your fans who are asking for a Sonichu game. I eventually received a message from Shigeru Miyamoto that we at Nintendo should take the first step into creating a Sonichu game. That is why I am programming in 2 new characters into Animal Crossing City Folk, Sonichu and Rosechu. If a large number of players enjoy Sonichu and Rosechu, we will create a Sonichu game with the help of Sega.
Tezuka even included a couple of screenshots of the Sonic Chew character in Animal Crossing. As can be expected, Chris did not catch on to the fact that this was a troll. He had made no secret in the past that his dream was to one day make an official Sonic Chew game with Nintendo and Sega. Now it appeared that that dream was being delivered to him on a silver platter. A few days later, the same prankster emailed Chris again, this time posing as Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda. For good measure, he also sent emails pretending to be a lawyer for Nintendo named James Zilberstein, or just Jay-Z for short. This was all done as a small attempt to clue Chris into the fact that it was all a joke, but he never caught on. In fact, on January 6, 2009, Chris posted a video announcing the exciting news that he was working directly with Nintendo. He also stated that, for legal reasons, he had been advised by Nintendo to go back into his old comics and change the names of characters that were based on real people. Chris obliged the troll's orders, and soon after, every issue of Sonic Chew that had been published received these new edits. Sarah Hammer became Nicole Rammer, Wes Isley became Walter Grisby, Megan became Meg Chan, and Mary Lee Walsh became Slawwell Ryam. Later that day, the troll emailed Chris under yet another alias. This time he was pretending to be Greg Mays, a web designer hired by Nintendo to help spruce up the Sonic Chew website in advance of the game. Blinded by excitement, Chris happily handed over the password to his website without question. This resulted in it quickly being taken offline. Greg emailed Chris blaming the outage on Sega filing a cease and desist order against the project. At this point, Chris finally caught on to the fact that he was being trolled, although he still was unable to see the full extent of it. Despite understanding that Greg was a fictional character, Chris was still convinced that every other person in the storyline was real, and that he was truly in contact with Shigeru Miyamoto.
Now listen, sir. I want you to restore all the files you've deleted from Sonichu.net, the Sonichu and Rosechu fan site, CWC's Pokesite 2, and the other CWC sites that were on there, where I will have my lore, his people of Nintendo, and the people of Sega, even the power of Mr. Miyamoto himself, bring in a tracking team, track you down, and force you to restore Sonichu.net and all, with a cruel, beating up, terribly painful punishment. You do not want to remain on my bad side. My fangs are sharp, and I can thirst for blood, even though I am Cherokee, not a vampire.
Chris followed this stern email with a vlog in which he expressed the same sentiment, even repeating the threat about his fangs.
You're getting it, so just listen to me, you jerk. Re-upload it. or we're gonna rain heckle on you, because I'm not afraid to show my fangs.
After the fallout with Greg, Mr. Chandler continued emailing with Miyamoto to discuss the possibility of meeting in person. A big sticking point with this was Chris's inability to pay for a plane ticket to Redmond, Washington, where the Nintendo of America offices were located. He tried multiple times to get Miyamoto to pay for the flight, but he refused, berating Chris for being unemployed and unable to pay for his own ticket. Despite the now abusive comments from the supposed top creative at Nintendo, it's still unsurprising that he fell for the story given his track record. What's more perplexing is that at a certain point, Christian brought in his parents to talk with Miyamoto, and they too seemed to believe the hoax. Barbara began to help Chris negotiate with the gaming giant, and took the opportunity to boast about how prolific she and her husband had once been in the business world, though it was riddled with grammatical errors and disjointed sentences. Trolls noted that even though Bob and Barbara apparently had such deep knowledge of business dealings, they didn't find anything odd about the fact that such an important executive had reached out to Chris directly, and why such a large company was refusing to pay for airfare. From there, the talks merely went around in circles for a while as both sides refused to back down from their positions. As the Chandler family continued their correspondence with Miyamoto, on January 12th, Greg Mays returned to the story. This time, he revealed himself to actually be Jason Kendrick Howell, the original troll who created the Encyclopedia Dramatica page in the first place. This unsurprisingly was just another lie, but Chris took the bait without question. As Jason was still holding Chris's website hostage, he offered him a deal. He would return the domain name if Chris posted a video coming out as either straight or gay, with the choice being up to him. Chris unsurprisingly chose the latter in an incredibly short video, and held up a poster of Britney Spears as proof. Jason was not satisfied by this offering and demanded Chris make a longer video. In this upload, Chris goes into great detail about how all his life he had gotten along better with women than he did with men. He even holds up a copy of a Playboy magazine this time as further proof of his heterosexuality. The troll was much happier with this, though he wasn't done just yet, asking Chris for one last video where he would film his parents telling Chris how proud they were of him. Christian at first agreed, but it seems that it was never actually filmed, as he apparently decided that it would be easier to just make a new website rather than continue to jump through hoops for Jason's amusement. Shortly thereafter, a new video was posted announcing the creation of SonicChew.info. That same day, Jason sent Chris another email, revealing that he was not actually Jason at all. It was just another pseudonym used by the true man behind all of this, Clyde Cash, the brother of Ryan Cash, who you might remember as the boy who had killed himself over Sonic Chew. Clyde vowed revenge against Chris due to his brother's death, and had devoted his life to making him suffer. Even the famously gullible Chris did not believe this story at first, instead thinking Jason was just lying to get out of trouble.
Very interesting. I will know Clyde Cash as your nickname among my printed written information I have of you when I go to the police department to report you. Hey, do me a huge favor. Stand in the middle of heaviest traffic and get run over. I pray to God and Jesus for your death, Jason Kendrick Howell.
As time went on, Chris would eventually accept Clyde Cash as real. Many trolls would use the name as an alias, and Chris would come to know Clyde as his arch nemesis, the mysterious figure pulling the strings behind every trolling scheme in his life. After his grand entrance, Clyde formed an organization called the Private Villa of Corrupted Citizens, or PVCC for short. This was named after the villainous organization from the Sonic Chew comic series, which itself was named after Piedmont, Virginia Community College. Clyde's version of the PVCC was meant to be an elite team of only the best trolls, who would team up to devise new ways to mess with Chris. After revealing himself, Clyde's first act of trolling was to hack into Chris Chan's account and send an email to Miyamoto pretending to come out of the closet. Please keep in mind that Miyamoto and Clyde Cash were being played by the same person, but Chris was not privy to this fact and was thus horrified when he discovered what had been sent from his account. He quickly established that he had been hacked and reaffirmed his heterosexuality. Mr. Chandler also posted a video directed at Miyamoto in order to confirm his identity. In this upload, Chris held up two pieces of evidence: his custom Sonic Chew Wii remote and nunchuck, as well as his driver's license. In another amusing detail, Chris chose to open the video by bowing to the camera as a sign of respect. With the introduction of Clyde and the PVCC, the line between reality and fiction was beginning to blur. The trolls were turning Chris's life into one of the Saturday morning cartoons he was influenced so much by as a child, complete with heroes, villains, and soon enough, love triangles. Because as hard as it may be to believe, there was yet another trolling effort running perpendicular to the Miyamoto saga. Before going any further into today's story, we'll first need to jump back to December of 2008, before the Clyde Cash saga even began.
I hate the homos. I actually do have a past story, as I have realized from repressed memories back from the Greene County days. But I will not go further than that, because y'all would have a field day.
Around this time, someone going by the name Cassie Rosechew informed Chris that she had created a message board called Sonic Chew Girls, where Chris's female fans could gather and discuss their love for him and his comic. The users of Sonic Chew Girls all heaped compliments onto Chris, treating him like a king and all saying that they would happily have sex with him. Chris clearly loved having such a large harem of women singing his praises, and in February of 2009, he even went so far as to ship Cassie Rosechew a box full of locks of his hair, which she was meant to distribute amongst the other Sonic Chew girls. Reportedly, his hair was greasy and had an unpleasant smell. Of all the users of the message board, one stood out from the rest, a young woman named Julie Milvana, better known by her screen name of Blue Spike. Now, Chris had not met Julie on the Sonic Chew Girls message board. She had emailed Chris a few weeks prior and the two had quickly hit it off. Unbeknownst to Chris though, Blue Spike led a double life as a member of the PVCC. At the time when Chris and Julie's relationship began to get more intense, Chris had also restarted a romance with his old flame Sarah Mackenzie, aka Panda Halo. During one night on the Sonic Chew Girls message board, Julie was expressing her displeasure with this relationship, and she believed Chris would be much happier with her. It seemed as though Chris agreed, as he stated he would break up with Sarah in order to date Julie. At that moment, Sarah just so happened to join the chat, and was immediately horrified by what she saw. The three of them began arguing, resulting in Julie leaving the chat and threatening to kill herself. To this, Chris would only say, "Damn." After things calmed down a bit, Julie returned to the conversation, and Chris revealed that he had feelings for both girls. Eventually, he could no longer handle the stress of this discussion and logged off for the night. It would appear that Christian used this time to think about his decision, which was revealed on January 5th with the release of a new Sonic Chew episode. Most of the story was a fairly standard, albeit bizarre and borderline incomprehensible Sonic Chew adventure. The only notable part is at the end, where Chris talks about his struggles choosing between all the women who had been throwing themselves at him lately. He states that the decision was made easier when two paths were taken away with the help of God and Jesus. He starts by bringing up Sarah Jackson, the girl he had been talking to a few months prior who he believed had died in a car accident. Chris chose to memorialize this deceased woman by depicting the moment of her death, and including a drawing of a truck ramming directly into her car. He also brings up Jessie Ruddy, another lady he had been talking to who had revealed herself to be a troll. He ended this section by proclaiming Sarah Mackenzie to be his true sweetheart, officially completing his love quest. Chris did not even mention Julie in this comic, so it's entirely possible that it was completed before he started talking to her. Either way, at the time, he remained devoted to Sarah. Later in January, Chris engaged in an internet relay chat, or IRC, with Clyde Cash along with his friend and popular entrepreneur Billy Mays. In this convo, Chris's immediate priority was to try to get Clyde to be nicer to him. He started by once again offering his condolences for Ryan's death, and tried to relate to him by mentioning how distraught he was after the passing of his dog Patty. This strategy did not work, as it only angered Clyde, who derided Chris for daring to compare a dog to his brother. Chris still doubled down on this point, claiming to have loved Patty as though she was a sibling. He also made an attempt to gain Clyde's respect, claiming that he was courageous for enduring being trolled for so long. Unsurprisingly, these strategies proved unsuccessful, as Clyde and Billy Mays seemed more concerned with finding new ways to annoy their target. Things continued with Christian being tormented by his inability to lose his virginity despite having so many women throwing themselves at him. Clyde brought up the subject of Chris's then-girlfriend Sarah Mackenzie, who he claimed to have raped, a point Chris seemed unfazed by. The troll then decided that the only way to truly infuriate Chris was to resort to a tried and true method, calling him a homosexual. He brought up the now infamous image of Chris wearing his mother's underwear, citing it as proof that he secretly liked men. This is what made Chris finally lose his temper, as he tried in vain to convince Clyde that he wore traditional male underwear most of the time. This angry outburst resulted in Chris stating, "I have numbers of pairs of dirty crapped briefs." The unprompted admission to frequently soiling himself became another prominent meme in the Chris Chan trolling community, and only further cemented people's desire to anger him just to see what outrageous thing he'd say next. The following day, Chris and Clyde engaged in another IRC, this time joined by his girlfriend Sarah Mackenzie. Sarah started by confirming that she had indeed been raped by Clyde, and added that she was now pregnant with his child. Sarah offered Chris an ultimatum. If he managed to turn Sonichu into a successful franchise, she would become his wife and raise the child with him. This barely seemed to affect Chris, as he even gave Sarah his blessing to move in with her supposed rapist if she chose. Ultimately, this trolling attempt proved not to be very fruitful, although it would more or less mark the end of his relationship with Sarah. This breakup would not keep Chris down for long though, as he decided to immediately jump back into things with Julie. The two of them began talking frequently again over Mumble, a voice chat application similar to Discord or Skype. Julie took the opportunity to deepen the lore of her character. She told Chris that she came from the fictional country of Molvania, and that her homeland had been in the midst of a political upheaval after the assassination of their dictator. Chris almost Googled it to check the legitimacy of these claims, coming so close to finally figuring out that he was being lied to, but Julie talked him out of it. These conversations also had the tendency to get a bit sexual. Chris apparently had spent a long while thinking about what their first time together would be like, as he went into graphic detail describing every aspect of how he imagined that night going. He talked about how they would begin with making out before moving on to intercourse, and described which positions they would take and the order in which they would use them. He even stated that he planned on eating a good deal of strawberries beforehand in order to make his fluids taste better. Julie was fully supporting this discussion all the way through, telling Chris that she was getting aroused by the thought of it. It appeared that all was going good until Clyde Cash infiltrated the chat and began tormenting Chris. They seemed to fill the classic archetypes of hero and villain, with Julie acting as the damsel in distress. The autistic man's arch nemesis threatened to harm Julie unless Chris gave in to his demands. He was to make a 3-minute-long video in which he told the world he was gay. Chris agreed, although he formulated a plan to beat Clyde at his own game. On February 5th, 2009, Chris posted a video in which he appears to come out of the closet, though secretly doesn't. Let me explain. You see, Chris was unwilling to make the coming out video for his nemesis, so he instead figured out a loophole. In the video, rather than saying he was gay, he instead referred to himself as a gabian. This was his made-up term for a male lesbian, in other words, a man who is attracted to women. In addition, Christian also hid a number of clues in the video so his true fans would be able to tell he was not being entirely truthful. He held an Optimus Prime toy, which he had previously referred to as a symbol of true masculinity, and displayed a Sailor Moon poster in the background to show his love for women. He also chose not to wear his Sonichu medallion, which his fans knew meant that he was not telling the truth. To put it simply, Clyde was not impressed, demanding that Chris do it again without the word gabian. Chris relented, but only on the condition that Clyde leave Julie alone after it was finished. The leader of the PVCC agreed to these terms, but he still wanted to be able to send her chocolates and flowers. Chris apparently thought this was an acceptable compromise, and he posted the new video later that same day.
I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay. I said it.
It was clear that this was a man who could not handle the slightest notion that anyone might believe he was attracted to other men. And the very next day, Chris posted a video clarifying that he had only pretended to come out of the closet to protect Julie, despite the fact that he had no concrete proof that she was safe from Clyde just yet. Christian also addressed another demand Clyde had made for him to clean up his room and get rid of some of the toys in order to appear more mature. Chris claimed he had already gotten started on this task by showing a destroyed vibrator he had received for free with a large order from the adult website Adam and Eve. Despite claiming to have never actually used this device, he believed that getting rid of it would satisfy Clyde's desires. Chris's next video would address the Black Saturday bushfires that had been sweeping across Victoria, Australia at the time. He expressed concern for Sarah Mackenzie, as he hadn't heard from her in some time, and thus was worried she had been killed in the natural disaster. Many mocked Chris due to the fact that the fires were nowhere near the part of Australia that Sarah lived in, let alone the fact that she was not real. Regardless, he proceeded to beg Sarah to contact him to confirm if she decided to stay with him or go with Clyde. He apparently still viewed Sarah as his sweetheart, despite his sexual conversations with Julie since the last time he had spoken to her. Chris and Julie also continued to have sexually charged chats over Mumble at around the same time. She was able to get Chris to reveal even more embarrassing details about himself, most notably being that he would occasionally drink his own semen, or as he would call it, recycling it. As he explained it, by consuming the fluids, he would keep his sperm count high and ensure that none of his potential future children would be lost. In addition, Christian admitted to having semi-frequent intrusive thoughts telling him that he was a homosexual. He even told Julie that he had inserted some of the Adam and Eve products into his rectum just to see how it felt, but he did not enjoy it. The love-struck man obviously believed he was telling Julie these secrets in confidence, but as always, they would quickly leak onto the internet. Not only was Julie a troll, but several other members of the PVCC would often lurk in these chats, recording them to find any new insight into Chris's life. Some of these people also took the opportunity to mess with Chris further. On Valentine's Day 2009, as Chris and Julie were engaged in a particularly sexual discussion, pranksters began calling the Chandler family's landline in order to get his parents to walk in on him. They eventually succeeded by telling Bob that Chris was planning to kill himself, which prompted the elderly man to run in on his son, catching him with his pants down. This caused Bob to get very upset, as he threatened to take away his adult son's internet privileges. His choice words of "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," earned Bob the nickname the Lumberjack. Only a few days later, a video titled "For Julie's Eyes Only" was leaked onto a porn website. This upload showed Chris completely naked as he had intercourse with his blow-up doll while calling out Julie's name. It quickly gained an impressive 3 million views, becoming one of the most watched Chris Chan videos of all time. When he confronted Julie about it, she claimed that her little brother, Max, had hacked into her account and leaked it. The next day, Chris had a conversation over Mumble with Clyde, and a few other members of the PVCC, or as they were now calling themselves, the Miscreants. The trolls seemed to be relishing their new roles as cartoon villains, altering their voices and mannerisms to be as over-the-top and evil as possible. Clyde stated that their mission was to keep Chris a virgin for the rest of his life, mirroring Mary Lee Walsh's goals from the Sonic Chew comic. They may have been trying to provide a fantasy for Chris, but perhaps on the same level, Chris was providing a fantasy for them. Clyde and the Miscreants dropped many large revelations on Chris during this chat. They revealed that not only was Max one of them, but so were Blanca Weiss, Jason Kendrick Howell, and Sarah Mackenzie. On the subject of Sarah, Clyde also assured him that she survived the bushfires. As this was happening, Max took control of the Blue Spike account and began using it to message Chris. He told him that the Miscreants had kidnapped Julie and were holding her hostage at their secret headquarters in Cleveland, Ohio. A few days later, Chris received an email from Clyde reaffirming this claim, and adding that they were planning to ship her off to China. They then gave Chris an address where he could supposedly rescue her. Now by this point, Chris had proven himself to be able to believe some pretty outlandish things, but most of the Miscreants thought that this was still a bridge too far. Even if he did believe the story, many assumed that he would not actually go through with the journey. Surprising everyone though, in the early morning of February 25th, Chris got in his car and began making the drive to Ohio. He departed without telling his parents, choosing instead to leave a note informing them of what was happening. This was the first time Chris had ever left the state by himself, so when Bob and Barbara discovered the note, they began to panic. The distraught parents called the police and tried to file a missing person case for their son, but when Chris gave them a call upon reaching the outskirts of Cleveland, they calmed down. Chris arrived at the address the Miscreants had given him a day later, but when he rang the doorbell, he was greeted by an elderly woman who had never heard of the names Julie or Clyde Cash before. Even after he was told that no person of his description lived there, a suspicious Chris asked around a few neighbors' houses before realizing that they didn't know anything either. He proceeded to drive home. Despite the whole ordeal being nothing more than a wild goose chase, Christian Weston Chandler seemed to be in high spirits after his solo road trip. This was the most independent thing he had ever done, and this taste of freedom seemed to excite him. Even the trolls had to applaud Chris for being willing to step so far out of his comfort zone to rescue the woman he loved, even if it was just a prank. Their reasons for making him do it may have been cruel, but in a strange way, the end result seemed to be a positive one. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for what would come next, because on March 3rd, Chris was once again hacked. This time by Max, who took control of his website, Yahoo, and PlayStation Network account. This resulted in a long, infamous Skype call between the two of them. While Max's side of the recording is a bit unintelligible, whatever he was saying clearly made Chris viscerally upset. He told Chris that the Miscreants were still holding Julie hostage and gave him a choice. He could either save Julie or get his accounts back. Ultimately, Chris chose to save Julie. After the decision was made, Max began threatening to put Chris's PSN account up for auction on eBay. Even though he had chosen Julie, Christian still begged the troll not to go through with it. He didn't even seem to mind if he didn't get it back. For some reason, he was just desperate for it not to be sold. And this is when Max saw an opportunity. He began making ludicrous demands of Chris in order to keep the account off of eBay, including dancing for him as well as making love with the manager of the game place. At some point, Max made fun of Chris by accusing him of not having genitals. While no video recording exists of this conversation, based on Max's reaction, it can be inferred that Chris exposed himself on camera to prove him incorrect. After some deliberation, Max's demands became focused on Chris's Sonic Chew medallion. He tossed around ideas for things Chris could do with his prized possession, including including setting it aflame and ejaculating on it. Ultimately, the troll decided on the cruelest thing possible, making Chris insert the medallion into his anus. Despite the only thing at stake being a PlayStation Network account, Chris decided this was an acceptable trade-off. As just stated, no video of this ordeal exists online, but Max can be heard laughing with sadistic glee as Chris repeats how miserable this whole experience is making him. Eventually, other members of the miscreants joined the call, and were horrified by what they saw, quickly turning on Max and telling him to cut it out. The sadist wasn't willing to give up his depraved fun so easily though, as he continued making increasingly crueler demands of Chris, such as telling him to burn his own house down. Luckily, by this point, Chris was realizing the tides were turning in his favor and finally had enough, telling Max that he would no longer do as asked. With the jig being up, Max dropped the bombshell reveal on Chris Chan. Julie never existed. As it turns out, both his sweetheart and Max had been characters played by the troll Blue Spike, a boy that was only 13 years of age. Blue Spike then threatened to report Chris to the FBI, as he had been having sexual conversations and sending explicit material to a minor for months. Hearing what was going down, Clyde joined the call and attempted to reel in the teenager's antics. He tried in vain to convince Chris that Julie was real and still being held hostage in Ohio, but at that point the damage was done. The 13-year-olds had torn down the entire facade that Clyde spent months building up. Despite his cruel methods, on some level, Clyde seemed to believe he was helping Chris take some control of his life and gain maturity. But Blue Spike didn't care about that, as he merely wanted the autistic man to suffer. The following day, Christian had a chat over Mumble with the miscreants sans Blue Spike, where he stated he felt sick after the previous day's events. There was a notable change of tone from the pranksters here, as they were clearly treating Chris more nicely, presumably out of a sense of guilt. That didn't stop them entirely, of course. Clyde Cash mentioned that he had Blue Spike killed for what he had done, to which Chris could only respond, "That's sad." For a short while after this incident, the trolls chose to back off, and Chris made a conscious effort to talk to fewer people over the World Wide Web. But as always, it wouldn't be long until both sides were back to their old ways. In fact, a new troll would soon enter the picture.
Good evening, citizens of YouTube. I must be quiet because it's at night. I don't want to wake up my parents, so please forgive me for not talking loud, and I hope all you can hear me.
Robert Simmons was a man who contacted Chris during the early days of the trolling, posing as an autistic Sonic fan, and was able to quickly gain the gullible man's trust. The two maintained a friendly correspondence over the internet until March 15th, 2009, when Robert visited Chris's church in order to attend a service with him and Bob. Unbeknownst to the father and son, Robert was wearing a microphone to record the entire encounter. Nothing much of interest was said on this recording though. Robert and Bob chatted for a bit about the trolling Chris had been receiving, and Chris gave Robert his autograph. The real point of interest in this audio comes at the end, when Robert gets into his car and begins talking with an unidentified co-conspirator. The two of them appeared to be planning something, but at that point, it was unclear exactly what this was. That same week, Chris received a phone call from a girl named Emily, asking if he'd be interested on going on a date with her. Still rebounding from Julie, Chris agreed, and the date was set for March 16th. It should go without saying at this point that Emily was a troll too. In fact, she was the one who had put the Encyclopedia Dramatica sign in Chris's yard a few months prior. The two decided to meet up at the now iconic Fashion Square Mall, Chris's former favorite spot for picking up women. When the day came, Chris arrived first, but quickly got too stressed out and left before Emily showed up. Even though she was a troll, this was still the closest thing to a real date Chris had ever been on. Upon arriving home, he posted a video apologizing to Emily, asking if they could reschedule for a new time for their date. In this upload, Chris also cites his parents as the reason for backing out at the last second.
But my mom was in disbelief, but yet also my father was in full belief, and still all the conflicting opinions and whatnot. It just made me feel unsure.
He stated that if they did arrange a new date to go out on, he would not tell his mother about it. Shortly thereafter, the female troll and Chris got in contact once again, and the new date was set. On this second meeting attempt, it was Emily who arrived at the mall early. She wore a concealed microphone, and her friend covertly recorded the meeting in order to capture what they had planned. When Chris arrived, Emily and her cohorts were surprised to see him accompanied by Bob. The trio sat down for lunch at the food court, where Bob talked incessantly to Emily, with Chris barely getting a word in edgewise. Many speculated that the now elderly man liked to talk a lot because he was so starved for attention living with Chris and Barb that he would take any opportunity he could to interact with new people. Eventually, the father did leave the two alone, and Chris and Emily walked around the mall together. The romantically impaired man made some awkward attempts to flirt. He seemed to brag about taking a shower before the date, showed her his infamous Donald Duck impression, and compared her to a character from Sailor Moon. He also asked if he could put his hand on her shoulder, to which she responded, only for a little bit. After a while, Emily told Chris that she was ready to go home. This was the cue for her partner, a man wearing a pickle costume, to emerge from a nearby store and begin flirting with her. Chris was immediately suspicious of him, asking if he had any knowledge of Sonic Chew and 4chan, but he pretended to have no idea what Chris was talking about. He then tried to get the pickle man to back off, but Emily was clearly infatuated with him. The smooth-talking pickle man girlfriend stealer next inquired if she'd be interested in going to see a film with him, and much to Chris's dismay, Emily agreed. Chris could only watch as his first ever date left him for a man dressed as a fermented cucumber. After his failed love quest with Emily, Chris was ready to move on to the next girl. And as it turns out, only a few days prior, a young woman named Ivy O'Neill had called the Chandler household to ask if Chris could give her a shout out in a video. She also sent him all of the Sonic Chew fan art she had made, as well as art of her own original characters. At this point, people had figured out that the easiest way to win Chris's affection was to either appeal to his sexual desires or to send him Sonic Chew fan art. So of course he quickly became infatuated with the young lady. Almost immediately after they started talking, Ivy began testing the limits of what she could get Chris to do. On March 20th, only a few days after the relationship began, Chris posted a video telling her that he was in love. A week later, Chris recorded a cover of the song I Need a Hero at Ivy's request. He pretended to play music on his Guitar Hero controller. He also showed a few pages from a comic he was working on, in which he and Sonic Chew rescued Ivy from Clyde. It concluded with a drawing of a shirtless, unrealistically muscular Chris standing triumphantly with Ivy on the edge of a cliff, and waving his iconic sweater like a flag. Another video requested by his new sweetheart was a tour of Chris's house, which was posted on March 27th. This offered a rare insight into the everyday life and severe hoarding problems of the Chandler family. The kitchen counters were covered by layers of unwashed dishes. They had still not taken their Christmas tree down, and the living room was so full of clutter that it was no longer usable. It was at this moment that the miscreants realized that if this was Chris's reality, it's no wonder why he would rather live in a fantasy. This house tour actually got Chris in a bit of trouble a few months later in August, when his parents discovered it. It turns out that they were concerned that the health department might see the footage and force them to move out, and wanted him to figure out a way to fix it. His solution was to upload a video screaming at people about it.
Everyone here, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming at me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet! I'll send in detectives, I'll send in police, I'll send in everything in my power to get it off the
Listen to me.
Yes.
Listen to me.
Yes.
Shut that goddamn thing off. I don't care what you do. You get all that stuff off of there tonight.
I'm working on it.
Go work on it.
I am
Do
working.
you realize? Do you realize something? Let me tell you. If the health department of Greene County sees those videos that you put on the damn internet, they could condemn our house and we would have to move out of it.
I don't know where to
You
go.
loaded them up there, you unload them.
I'm working on it.
Go do it.
I am doing it. I'm sorry.
Get in here and do it. I don't want to get kicked out of my house by the health department. And what you just did was stick a knife in our back and kill us.
So yeah, please get everything off of the internet now, 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 now!
After this video went live, trolls began contacting the Greene County Health Department to report the Chandler family. Officials eventually did check the house out, but took no action due to the fact that the conditions of the home, terrible as they were, did not affect anyone beyond Chris, Bob, and Barbara. Going back to the spring of 2009, Chris rekindled his friendship with Joshua Martinez. This time, he managed to convince Chris that he had many friends in Hollywood, with him pretending to put the gullible man in contact with actress Vanessa Hudgens, and the two began a correspondence. Things rapidly became sexual between the two, with Chris even going so far as to tell the movie star that he loved her. However, the Sonic 2 creator quickly felt guilty about this and came clean to Ivy about the affair. He even posted a couple of videos on the subject. The first was him apologizing and had his blow-up doll stand in for Ivy. The second was him reading a Bible verse about how adultery is a sin. During this whole ordeal, the miscreants also leaked a series of private videos Chris had made for Ivy. The first of these showed Mr. Chandler drinking his own seed, in order to prove that he could change how it tasted based off of what he ate. Strangely though, he chose to mix it with orange Fanta. The second was of Chris naked in the shower, slow dancing to an imaginary Ivy. Finally, the third was of him once again naked, spanking himself as punishment for cheating. If this wasn't embarrassing enough, they also leaked a series of photos showing Chris wearing nothing but his Sonic 2 medallion and an adult diaper. These were all punishments devised by Ivy to make up for the fact that he had an emotional affair with the star of High School Musical. All of this discipline only seemed to strengthen Chris's love for Ivy, as by April 24th, he posted a video of himself pretending to propose. He did this by producing a cover of the Celine Dion song, It's All Coming Back to Me, which he played in the background. It was followed up by Chris showing off his latest comic, Sonic 2 Special No. 2, which told the story of his dream wedding. A few days later, the miscreants leaked the follow-up, Sonic 2 Special No. 3. This was made as a gift to Ivy, and was only ever meant to be seen by her. The story followed the couple's honeymoon and them consummating the marriage. As shown prior, Chris wasn't afraid to make his comics sexual, and this was no exception. According to some, Ivy encouraged Chris to make the drawings of his genitals as accurate as possible. His solution was to place his manhood on the paper and trace over it. This resulted in his character's package being roughly the same size as his entire body, leading many fans to nickname it the Giant Penis Comic. By May, Chris decided he wanted to better control the online conversation surrounding him. With this, he created an account on Wikipedia named Chris Chan Saga, and attempted to write up a page about himself on the site. This was quickly deleted though, as it included excessively detailed personal information, and the Wikipedia admins assumed it was created by a troll. This was not a total loss though, as CogsDev, the creator of the Quickie, decided to take the opportunity to create a new website called Quickipedia, where Chris could post about himself all he liked. Aside from YouTube, this would be Chris's primary space for communicating with the public, and the new home for the Sonic 2 comic. This same month, Chris was tricked once again by Joshua Martinez, who sold him a PSP at a drastically inflated price. For some reason, this excessive spending was the final nail in the coffin for Ivy, who decided to break up with Chris soon afterward. She also cited his infidelity as another another reason for leaving, but it can probably be assumed that the troll behind the Ivy persona had just gotten bored and needed an excuse to give it up. For the 2 days afterward, Chris called his ex non-stop, begging her to take him back. It got so bad that she eventually had to call Bob to make Chris leave her alone. In an instant, one of Chris's most serious relationships had ended, and he barely understood why. Accepting the rejection and trying to move on, Chris posted a video saying he would be resuming his love quest, more specifically looking for a smoke-free, non-alcoholic, non-black woman. Most importantly, he claimed that he would no longer be talking to ladies over the internet, and would only accept offers from those who approached him in real life. It seemed to many that he had finally learned his lesson. To back this up, Chris began expanding his social life and friend circle with his new gal pal, Kim Wilson, as well as a couple of her friends. The thing is, Kim was actually Emily, the girl Chris had gone on a date with a few months prior. But as baffling as it may sound, he did not seem to recognize her. Kim posted a series of vlogs depicting her time with Chris. Despite the fact that she was a troll, it seemed like she actually wanted him to enjoy himself. Most notably, one of these videos showed Chris drinking a Long Island iced tea, which was his first ever alcoholic beverage. After years of vilifying people who drank, this was a rare moment of Chris stepping out of his comfort zone. As Christian continued hanging out with Kim and her friends, he began getting a lot more confident. In July, a video was recorded with the help of a buddy titled Rollin' and Trollin', in which he gave a tour of Charlottesville while pretending it was Quickville. The most notable thing in this video was Chris's change in appearance. His famous blue and red striped sweater had been replaced with a blue t-shirt and a vest, and his Sonic Chew medallion had been exchanged for dog tags. He wore tattoo sleeves, sunglasses, spiked bracelets, had grown a goatee, and was altering his voice. This was all done in an attempt to convince the trolls that Chris Chan had been a character this whole time, and that, in reality, he was neurotypical and fully employed. Around this time, a troll going by the name Samantha Thaddeus hacked into Chris's PSN and Club Nintendo accounts. After some emailing back and forth, with them quoting Bible verses at each other, Chris was then put in contact with Samantha's father, Jack Thaddeus. Just like many of the other trolls in the past, Jack used his position of power to see what absurd things he could get Chris to do. This included a gratuitous video of Chris humping his PlayStation 3 for 8 whole minutes straight, as well as one of him singing the song "It's Okay to Be Gay." As usual, the latter of these two uploads was not satisfactory, as Chris spent the whole gay announcement with his voice filled with disgust. Because of this, he demanded a second take. In this new version, Chris wore novelty nose and mustache glasses, a hat, and a skirt taken from his blow-up doll. He also changed the lyrics in the final line to "It's not okay to be gay," as he took off the glasses, all in an attempt to circumvent the troll's demand for him to come out of the closet. Jack next requested that Chris make a puppet show of Sonic and Tails making love, but this seemed to be a line Chris was not willing to cross, as he told Jack that getting his accounts back was not worth the humiliation. Even with that being said, Samantha's father was still able to convince Chris that the miscreants were cooking up a scheme to get his social security payments taken away, as he had apparently revealed himself to not actually have autism in his Rollin' and Trollin' video. In response, Chris posted an upload clarifying that he was, in fact, unemployed and autistic. Inexplicably, all of the audio in this video was entirely through ADR.
I don't have a job, so there, and I am high functionally autistic, and I'm nearsighted, still a virgin, so there you go.
To most onlookers, Jack wasn't anything too special when it came to Chris's ever-growing gallery of trolls. However, he did open the door to the next big saga. You see, as he and Chris continued emailing, Jack sent him a link to a new video by a brand new player in the story, a young man claiming that he was the real Christian Weston Chandler. It goes without saying that Chris would not take this very well.
Captain's log. Stardate, June 21st, 2009. My name is Christian Weston Chandler.
In the summer of 2009, one of Chris's most infamous adversaries appeared on the scene. This troll had actually been posting videos since June on the YouTube channel Chan Saga before gaining much of a following, but that would soon change. What made him stick out from the pack was that he pretended to be Chris, doing a near spot-on imitation at that, copying his quirks and manner of speaking. He wore a brown and yellow striped sweater which he padded out with a pillow to make himself appear obese, and had a paper Sonic medallion around his neck. He mimicked Chris's past antics such as his song "So Need a Cute Girl," the time he was forced to make a video saying that he was gay, and his eternal feud with Clyde Cash. Trolls began referring to him as Liquid Chris, with the original now being referred to as Solid Chris, a reference to the Metal Gear video game series. The first upload that Solid Chris saw from Liquid was one in which he was claiming to sell Sonic merchandise. As was displayed in the Jimmy Hill Saga almost a year prior, Chris could not stand the idea of others profiting off his characters. He quickly posted an angry upload decrying Liquid.
Do not buy any more from this crappy imposter. Do not give him any more money. And he said he's going to give it to, quote-unquote, his congregation with my Elizabeth Foss. It's my congregation, not his. Who does the imposter think he is? Down with him! Burn in hell!
Apparently, Chris still hadn't caught up to the established pattern, as this response only added fuel to the fire, and made Liquid go further with his scheme. Anytime Christian posted a video, Liquid would post one of his own to one-up him. For example, on July 29th, Chris made a recording of himself playing the song "More Than a Feeling" on Guitar Hero. Mere hours later, Liquid had posted one himself, playing the same song on an actual guitar. Trolls quickly took notice of how angry Chris got at the idea that people might believe Liquid to be the real Christian Weston Chandler. As such, they decided to start circulating a rumor that Solid Chris was actually named Ian Brandon Anderson, due to the fact that his then current YouTube channel was called IBA Chandler. It didn't take long for Chris to get completely fed up with Liquid's shenanigans. To decide once and for all who the imposter was, he devised a scheme challenging Liquid to a musical competition, which he dubbed the Sing Star Challenge. The rules to this contest were odd and convoluted, and seemed specifically tailored to benefit Chris. It would consist of 5 rounds, and in each one both contestants would choose a new song to sing. As a finale, they would each choose a song for their competitor. In addition, they were not allowed to use instruments, but were required to have an MP3 of the song playing in the background. Finally, the contest was to have 6 judges, with both Chris and Liquid selecting 3. Christian chose his friend Kim Wilson, one of her male friends who remained unnamed, and a new online gal pal named Kate Bay. Liquid selected his girlfriend Casey, his friend Seth, and an animator by the name of SpazKid. Chris decided to end this video by asserting his dominance over Liquid. He took a razor and, without the use of shaving cream, aggressively shaved the goatee he had been growing for the past few weeks. With the gauntlet thrown, the Sing Star Challenge was officially on. To put it simply, the competition was heated, and lasted throughout the first week of August. Chris, of course, tried whatever tactic he could think of to hinder Liquid's chances of success. In the second round, Liquid chose to sing the theme song from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Christian angrily took to the video's comments to accuse him of cheating, since he claimed that theme songs were not allowed by the rules. Even though Chris himself had decided the rules specifically to benefit him, it seemed as though he was willing to bend them any way he saw fit. Nevertheless, the judges did not agree with his objection. The challenge proceeded normally for the next few days until the 5th and final round. As previously established, this was when Chris would choose a song for Liquid to sing and vice versa. It was without a doubt the most hotly contested round of the entire Sing Star saga, beginning with Chris performing the tune Liquid chose for him, Smell Yo Dick by Risque. However, he opted to change the titular lyric to duck due to his discomfort with the phallic implication. Liquid was quick to call him out on this, forcing Chris to post a new version in which he sang the uncensored lines even though he clearly didn't want to. As for Liquid, Chris chose for him to perform Lift Up Your Eyes by the Planet Shakers. However, he did not sing the entire song, as the full version was almost 10 minutes in length. This provoked a furious response from Christian, who demanded that Liquid redo his entry with the full version or be disqualified. Chris also claimed that he had gotten the police involved to investigate Liquid, but walked back the claim almost instantly. The Autistic Man's imposter soon uploaded his new video with the complete song, and the SingStar challenge was officially complete. All that was left was for the judges to cast their votes. In the end, Liquid Chris was declared the winner after 4 of the 6 judges selected him. The deciding vote came from Kate Bay, Solid Chris's newest online gal pal. He begged her over email to change her mind, but she wouldn't budge. According to his own rules, this officially made Liquid Chris the true and honest Christian Weston Chandler. Of course, Ian Brandon Anderson did not take this defeat laying down. Despite losing fair and square, he quickly uploaded another video to prove that he was the one and only Chris Chan. To accomplish this, he publicly stated his address and phone number, inviting anybody to come over to his house and meet him. Unlike most other times when personal information about Mr. Chandler was revealed, this was not done through leaks or manipulation. Chris was simply so irate at the idea of anybody believing that he was not the real Christian Chandler that he willingly doxed himself. Meanwhile, after achieving victory in the SingStar Challenge, Liquid Chris posted an update video about his life. He thanked the judges for voting for him and stated that he had recently proposed to his sweetheart Casey. On top of this, he also claimed to have gotten a job at a video game studio in Redmond, Washington. This was most likely a reference to the Miyamoto saga from earlier. He concluded that, due to his new career move, he would officially be leaving the internet to focus on his new life. Liquid walked off camera as the song "We'll Meet Again" played ominously in the background, seemingly indicating that his saga was not quite finished just yet. Over the course of the SingStar Challenge, Solid Chris came in contact with Liquid's sweetheart Casey. They began talking semi-frequently over the phone and email, and she even joined him on one of his days out with Kim Wilson in real life. As they got to know each other better, it was clear that Chris's feelings for his new gal pal became more than just platonic friendship. Casey was quick to leverage this affection, learning even more details about the Chandlers' private life. During their many phone calls, Chris was more than happy to talk to Casey about his daily habits. According to him, he had been taking medication for high cholesterol due to the fact that pretty much all of his meals came in the form of fast food. When Casey reacted in shock, Chris was quick to clarify he often ordered salads from these establishments. Apparently, the reason for this constant eating out was due to the already established clutter in the Chandler kitchen, which made it impossible for any cooking to be done. When questioned about his physical activity, Chris stated his only exercise came from his daily walks around the neighborhood, which were enough for him to work up a sweat. Solid Chris didn't seem to see a problem with his lifestyle, but Casey became determined to get him to eat better and exercise more. She offered to take Chris jogging, an idea which he was initially hesitant about since he was worried his chest would bounce around too much. However, once Casey suggested he could wear a sports bra, he rapidly warmed up to the idea. He quickly purchased a piece of the female apparel, sent Casey a photo of himself wearing it, and commented on how confident it made him feel. Casey also encouraged Chris to get out of the house more. He began attending what he described as a relationship development class, which he hoped would help build up his confidence about talking to women in person. He compared it to his idea of dating education class, a concept he had been trying to get schools to implement for years alongside sex ed. Chris also applied for a job at Target. Going through with this took a lot more convincing from Casey than she first thought, as Chris was concerned that getting a job would impact his monthly social security checks. He never received a call back, but it cannot be overstated how much of a big step it was for Chris to apply in the first place, considering he had been arrested at Target only a few years prior. In October, after months away from the internet, Liquid Chris returned with a new video. He claimed that he had not made it to his job in Redmond, Washington, as while riding the bus there, he had been drugged and kidnapped by Solid Chris. He then stated that he woke up in the Sahara Desert with blood oozing from his anus. Chris was quick to deny the story.
I mean, come on, his story. I mean, like, you know, being put in a meat factory, Sahara Desert, Aladdin people? Huh. And also, he could easily taken the drugs himself.
Upon his return, Liquid immediately reignited the feud, claiming that Casey had begun to fall in love with Solid Chris during his time away. But as soon as Liquid returned, she immediately fell back in love with the winner of the contest. This worked incredibly well in riling up the potential Target employee. He soon publicly stated his love for Casey, and the battle for her affection was on. Like their previous battle, this was really nothing more than the two of them making videos back and forth. On October 29th, Christian uploaded a diss track against Liquid, sung over the song Walk This Way. By the end, it simply devolved into Chris flipping through his playlist and using each new song to insult Liquid. It was here that Chris claimed Casey was now dating him, which was not true at all. Liquid was quick to respond with his own diss track, rapping to the beat of Eminem's My Name Is. As Solid vs. Liquid round 2 progressed, Casey and the Miscreants devised a way to up the ante, when on November 4th she called Chris and said she wanted him to meet her parents. This was when Casey handed her phone off to a fellow prankster posing as her father, Matthew. It was almost immediately apparent that the point of this chat was to make Christian as uncomfortable as possible. Every time he revealed a new detail about his life, Matthew would grill him on it and express his disapproval. After enduring this for nearly an hour, Chris told Matthew that he had crossed a line. This did not go over well, and the call ended with both Casey and her father being upset. The saga came to a head on November 10th when Chris and Casey had their final phone call. Christian remained largely silent as she grilled him about his behavior towards her father, and how he had seemed to take no significant steps in improving his lifestyle. She informed Chris that she and Liquid would be getting married soon, and that she no longer wanted to be his friend. Later that day, Chris posted a tear-filled video giving Casey and Liquid his blessing.
Congratulations on your wedding. I wish you and Chris all happiness in the world.
The supposed reason for Chris Chan making this video was to share the other things he wanted to tell Casey before she hung up on him. It seemed like this ordeal had once again left Chris emotionally destroyed. But as Casey even predicted, it wouldn't be long until he had forgotten about all of this and moved on to his next big saga.
Captain's Log, Stardate, November 12th, 2009. It's now time for fan mail. Well, not much fan mail, as it is a little something from the Virginia Library of Congress.
Only a couple days after Liquid Chris had ended his storyline, our protagonist uploaded a new video in which his moods seemed to have done a complete 180. Christian happily displayed a letter showing he had officially registered the name Sonic Chew with the Virginia Library of Congress. From the very beginning, people had mocked the idea of Sonic Chew, saying there was no way Chris would be allowed to make money off of the characters without being sued by both Nintendo and Sega. Chris had always refuted this though, saying that Sonic Chew was different enough from the pre-existing properties that it could stand on its own. He seemed to believe that this registration completely validated him, but it's important to note that it was far from a copyright. On November 23rd, Chris noticed some new advertisements that were being showcased on Wikipedia. One depicted Peter Griffin from Family Guy supporting gay rights, and the other showed a Pickle Man mascot promoting a contest for a free trip to Mexico. Chris was irate that these messages were being displayed on his website, and emailed the system's operator, CogsDev, to get them taken down. In response, the admin told him that there was nothing to be done, as the ad space had been purchased legally by Chris's old enemy, Jack Thaddeus. This opened a brand new door for trolls, as they found yet another way to drive their target insane. Shortly thereafter, Chris uploaded a video asking his fans for donations in order to remove the ads. Strangely, he chose to single out his European fans, as it seemed he had recently developed a fascination with Europe and its currency. He also expressed his interest in finding official sponsors for the website, with his eyes set on Coca-Cola. As the months continued, Chris's fury at these gay pride ads only grew stronger. In one video, he even claimed that he taped pieces of paper to his computer screen so he didn't have to see them whenever he logged on to the site. By the end of the year, he had reached his limits, editing Wikipedia himself, removing Jack's ads, and replacing them with fake advertisements for Coke and the James Cameron film Avatar. These were quickly taken down, and Chris was informed by CogsDev that they had received a cease and desist order from Coca-Cola, although this was most likely a lie. After this incident, Chris's administrative privileges were revoked. Also around this general time period, Chris began doing a daily mailbag on the Wikipedia. Basically, this was his opportunity to respond to fan emails, speaking with them directly and answering their questions. He would usually give short responses, rarely more than a single sentence, and many wondered if he actually cared at all about it or if it was just simply something CogsDev talked him into. The most interesting bit of information from these, though, was the revelation that Christian had a bizarre and irrational hatred of people with Asperger's syndrome. He seemed to believe that their struggles were nothing compared to those of people with autism, and he despised the fact that the two were often lumped together. This is when an artist by the name of Alec Benson Leary created a comic called Asperchew, taking advantage not only of Chris's hatred of Asperger's, but also his insistence that he own the copyright to Sonic Chew. This comic was clearly a parody of Chris in his life, with the Asperchew character even looking like Christian. These illustrations in the publication also included a human character that too had an uncanny resemblance to Chris Chan, named Ian Brandon Anderson. Upon discovering Asperchew, Chris became enraged. Alec began emailing him apologetically, trying to smooth things out between the two of them. In these emails, Alec included art of Asperchew and Sonic Chew together, which only angered Chris further, as he believed they were trying to portray the two as being in a homosexual relationship.
You have done wrong with this drawing. It only depicts the opposite of straight, you DA. There may be a human character coming into the books with Asperger's, but there will certainly never be a Sonichu or Roastechu with that ailment.
Later in December, Chris received an email from a young man named Evan claiming that Chris had stolen his character and used it in his comic without permission. Evan was actually the first person to ever send Chris Sonic Chew fan art all the way back in 2008. Among these drawings was one of Evan's original Sonic Chew character, a hedgehog with drills for hands named Simon Chew. A short time later, Chris had introduced his own character with drills for hands named Simon Law. The resemblance between the two was undeniable, and it was obvious to any passive observer that Chris had ripped off Evan. Because of this, he requested that Chris kill off his Simon Law character, but he vehemently refused, calling Evan a monster for even suggesting such a thing. While he scoffed off Evan's demand for now, this would not be the end of the feud. At the start of 2010, the ad space on the Wikipedia, once belonging to Jack Thaddeus, was purchased by a new advertiser. This would normally be a relief for Chris, that is, if it wasn't for the person who had taken over the sponsorship, Alec Benson Leary, who who quickly co-opted Chris's website to advertise Asperchew comics, as well as his new website, Asperpedia. This spurned Chris to create a video in which he raged against these advertisements. He accused Alec of being nothing more than a plagiarist, and called Asperchew a dirty parody of SonicChew. This was a strange choice of words for Chris, as in the past he had defended SonicChew's existence with the very same parody reasoning. As always, Chris emailed CogsDev to try to get these new ads taken down to no avail. No matter how much he pleaded, she would not budge, claiming that Alec had paid for the ad space all the way through the year, and that Chris would just have to live with it. This only served to anger him further, as he made another video a few days later threatening to ruin Alec before punching the camera.
I'm gonna ruin you, Larry. So angry.
The longer Alec's ads stayed up on the Wikipedia, the angrier Chris became. On January 15th, he posted another video directed at not just Alec, but a few of his friends as well. These included Asperpedia's webmaster Mao Ling, Sean August Watley, a frequent Asperpedia contributor, and Evan. Together, these men would later be known as the Asperpedia 4. The upload concludes with Chris challenging all of them to a fight, to decide once and for all who was superior. He even read out his home address yet again so they could come face him directly. As January continued, Chris posted more and more uploads about his hatred for Alec and the Asperpedia 4. In fact, mere hours later, he made a rant in which he spoke a Spanish phrase backwards that he believed translated to "love SonicChew and hate Asperchew." Confused, trolls were able to trace this back to an episode of The Simpsons, where a similar backwards speaking tactic is used to try to brainwash people to join the Navy. On the 17th, Chris uploaded yet another video about his feelings toward Alec. In this one, he reviewed the Asperchew comic, detailing every single thing he hated about it. Of course, the main thing he took offense to was how it depicted him, specifically citing the fact that Asperchew had a quote-unquote Buddha belly. He went on to criticize its anti-religious themes, as well as the excessive violence and nudity. To that last point, Chris did address the fact that SonicChew had seen its fair share of nudity as well. However, he had defended it by stating it had all been censored, seemingly ignoring the fact that he had originally posted it all uncensored. The irate man concluded this video by claiming he would be getting the FBI involved in the case, and telling Alec that the spirit of his dog Patty would haunt his nightmares and eat his soul. After this, Chris and Alec finally began communicating with each other directly over the phone. Their first conversation began on the subject of the promotions placed on the Wikipedia. Surprisingly, Chris seemed ready to compromise on this matter, saying he wouldn't mind so much if the ads were regulated only to the site's sidebars. In addition, he also said that he should be able to run his own ads on Asperpedia just to make things fair. To both of these points, Alex seemed to be willing to cooperate, although it appears nothing much came of it. These discussions next moved on to the subject of Alex's use of SonicChew characters in his comic. Chris demanded he stop, or at least change their names, but Alex stood his ground. For some reason, the topic was shifted to Alec and Chris pointing out the various lore differences between the two universes, such as the fact that in his world, SonicChew was a Pokemon, while in Alec's, he was just a species of animal. This led the troll to his next argument. If Chris insisted that SonicChew was a Pokemon, how could he then claim to own the full copyright to him? Chris obviously had no answer to this question, as he uncomfortably tried to shift the topic back to the original subject of the ads, but Alec continued pressing, and eventually Chris made up a lie about his cell phone running out of battery, ending the discussion. Their next call would take place around a week later. Chris expressed his displeasure with the name Asperchew on the grounds that it was mean towards the character. He seemed to be arguing from the perspective that Asperchew had the same feelings as a real person, citing the film Who Framed Roger Rabbit to bolster his point. When Alec tried to make Chris see that there was a difference between the thoughts and feelings of real people and fictional characters, Chris simply called him naive. Realizing that this conversation was going nowhere, Alec shifted the topic to Chris's continued use of Simon Law in his comic despite Evan's objections. Chris dug his heels in, insisting that Simon Law had not been inspired in any way by Simon Chew. Alec pointed out by Chris's own logic that there was a possibility Asperchew was not based on Sonic Chew. On top of that, he also read off of Chris's official Wikipedia page about Simon Law, where he directly credited Simon Chew as being the basis for the character. Chris was once again backed into a corner, and he was forced to say he would consider writing Simon Law out of his comic. As these regular phone calls continued, Alec began asking Chris to publicly apologize for the things he had said about the Asperpedia 4. He eventually relented to this point, but Alec was not happy with the apology he made, as he spent most of the video expressing his continued frustration with the ads on the website. It seemed to him that Chris Chan was not actually sincerely sorry, and was only apologizing in the hopes that it would make Alec remove his advertisements. The second apology was equally poor. He was at least able to name the things he was sorry for, specifically the threats he made against Alec and his theft of Evan's Simon Chew character. He carefully worded it as to not technically give up the rights to Simon Law, only Simon Chew. As if this weren't enough, just a few hours earlier, Chris had made a video cursing and threatening Mao over new pro-gay ads that were appearing on the Wikipedia. Eventually, Alex stopped asking Chris for more apology videos, as it became increasingly clear that he would never learn his lesson. The way the man spoke to Chris was like a parent disciplining a child. Unlike many of the other trolls who just wanted to see a reaction, it seemed like Alec had a genuine desire to make Chris see the error of his ways. But as you would soon discover, this strategy didn't work. February 25th, 2010 was a big day in Chris Chan history, as it marked the publication of Sonic Chew number 10, which would prove to be one of the most bombastic comics he had ever made, because it attempted to exact revenge on practically every troll who had ever wronged him over the past year. The story opens with Chris being released from the time void he had been trapped in several issues prior. He detailed what had transpired while he was away, how he had traveled to the future and met his wife, a woman named Lovely Weather. She was a scientist working on a vaccine for homosexuality, which she was finally able to complete using a sample of Chris's pure straight blood. Chris then traveled back to the present and used the vaccine on his nemesis Natesurk, turning him heterosexual again and as a result, redeeming his character. Later in the issue, Chris stated that he meant no offense to his homosexual fans, and that he only included this plot point in order to convince his trolls that he wasn't gay. It didn't work. Next, he grabbed his trusty Guitar Hero controller, which transformed him from a drawing to a photograph of himself. Chris and his band, the Hedgehog Boys, played his original song, Revive Zordon, a Power Rangers parody of Cat Scratch Fever by Ted Nugent. The tune was played so loud that it caused the 4-cent garbage building to crumble. As everything collapsed around them, Clyde Cash and Jack Thaddeus grabbed one another by the hand and fell to their deaths. In Chris's mind, this was meant to humiliate them, implying that they were gay just before killing them off. To his dismay though, most readers thought this came off as a surprisingly touching and tragic end to the two characters. Once the tower came down, Chris lamented the fact that the trolls forced him to do such a thing, and added the detail that there were 1,500 people inside the 4-cent garbage headquarters when it was destroyed. The final part of the story came when Chris traveled to the home of Alec Benson Leary and wiped all of the contents of Asperpedia from the internet. Despite the fact that this issue was all about him getting back at the trolls, he did use this section to somewhat honor the wishes of Alec and Evan by killing off Simon Law. Yet he did this in his own spiteful way, depicting Evan as the one to kill her by planting and exploding Pokemon in her bathroom. Following the lengthy courtroom scene, the entire Asperpedia 4 were found guilty of Simon Law's murder and sentenced to death. Each of them received a different grisly fate. Alec was put in an electric chair, with 10 of Chris's characters simultaneously pushing the button to end his life. Evan was chained to a wall and sliced to pieces by Simon Law's husband and her recently born daughter, Sandy. Sean was also chained to a wall and shot multiple times, leaving his body bloody and riddled with bullets. Finally, Chris personally used his psychic powers to mutilate and butcher Mao. Upon reading this, Alec called the comic book creator once again, this time to talk about his shock at how he and his friends were depicted in Sonic Chew 10. He asked Chris if he understood the hypocrisy of showing such gratuitous violence in his comic, when he had previously criticized Asperchew for the same thing. But Chris defended himself by saying he had only done it because of how angry he was that they made him kill Simon Law. To that point, Alec mentioned that Chris had effectively broken his end of the agreement by introducing the character of Sandy, who was basically just a new version of Evan's creation. Chris, of course, disagreed, and this arguing ultimately went nowhere. This would be their final phone call.
Are you positive you really understand how I feel about you, Mr. Hans Asperger? Yeah. Yeah? Baka! I feel dislike towards you for selfishly putting your ill name in association with autism.
At the same time he was dealing with the Asperpedia 4, Chris had also begun attending a young adult social club in hopes of meeting new people, and drumming up more interest in Sonic Chew. It was here that he met a young woman who he referred to as the Wallflower in order to respect her wishes of remaining anonymous on the internet. The two of them seemed to hit it off quite well at first, although she was quick to inform Christian that she was not looking for a relationship, and only wanted to be friends. Chris, being Chris, however, still thought it would be a good idea to escalate things. The now 28-year-old man and the Wallflower emailed back and forth frequently over the coming months, and eventually decided to start collaborating on a fantasy story together. During this correspondence, Chris continued to try to get closer with her. This only served to make the young woman more uncomfortable though, as she requested Chris limit the visits he had apparently been making to her home.
I don't want to sound mean or anything, but I would like some space between visits. I like you and you're nice, but I only just met you. I am in no mood for an actual relationship. And during the once-a-month thing, I want to visit with the other young adults too.
On March 9th, Chris posted a custom level he had been making on the game Little Big Planet titled The Guardians of the Owl Kingdom. This was meant as an adaptation of the fantasy story he had begun writing with the Wallflower. In the level's description, Christian referred to his co-writer by her online name, Damien Antaria. The trolls were quickly able to use this information to track down the Wallflower's true identity, and decided to email her a link to the quickie. To put it mildly, she was horrified that her private information had been discovered, and was even more disturbed by the things she read on the site. She emailed Chris furious about the entire situation, demanding he find some way to remove all the info about her from the internet. Chris tried to explain, blaming the trolls for all his problems, and concluded his email by saying he loved her, which seemed to be the last straw.
I don't love you and I hate you for this. Everything was fine until I met you. I don't know why I took up Mom's offer to go to the social club. I had enough friends here at home and on the internet.
As Chris was reeling from yet another loss of a gal pal, he received an email from a troll calling himself Surfshack Tito, claiming to be the one who sent the Wallflower the link to the quickie. He differentiated himself from the other trolls by taking on the persona of a pre-established character from the cartoon Rocket Power, often ending his emails with the same words of wisdom given by his fictional counterpart on the show. Chris decided to email the Wallflower in order to warn her about this new Nickelodeon-themed troll, but she still wanted nothing to do with him, telling Chris that she had a boyfriend now, although this was most likely a lie, so he'd leave her alone. For some reason, Chris assumed that her new boyfriend was Tito, going so far as to post a video threatening him in the hopes of getting the wallflower back. Despite her wishes to remain anonymous, Chris accidentally said the wallflower's real name twice in this upload. This upload is also memorable because Chris decided to wear a kilt and blast Celtic music in the background while threatening his new foe. This was because of the wallflower's love of the band Celtic Woman. Later that day, he uploaded another video directed at the poor young girl, begging her not to leave him. He started by expressing his confusion over the fact that she had a new boyfriend even though she had told him multiple times that she was not interested in a relationship. He then sang a cover of Avril Lavigne's hit song Girlfriend, except he changed the lyrics to I don't like your boyfriend. Chris continued his attack on Surfshack Tito over the following days. He sent him many threatening emails, including a photograph of himself flipping off his enemy. On March 17th, this hit a boiling point when Chris uploaded one more video directed at his nemesis.
And if you go near her again, and I will find you. I will find you. I will cut you up. I'll beat you up. I'll knock you on your backside, stand on your gut like a log roller, and roll your fat right through your skull. Rolling it wide open. Because that's what you deserve, you goddamn womanizing, raping, trolling, stupid, pickle-suited n***er.
This video horrified the current owner of the Wikipedia ad space, who as a result decided to give it back to the Asperpedia 4. Somehow, in the transition though, Alec and his friends got editing access to the Wikipedia. With a short opening to wreak havoc before being booted, they quickly began answering all the mailbag emails on the wiki, and made a blog post pretending to be Chris coming out of the closet. They then opened editing to the public, which caused the site to be ruined beyond repair. Shortly after, Wikipedia was locked down completely. On March 21st, Chris posted a video reflecting on the events of the past few days. He blamed Tito for everything, taking no personal responsibility for his behavior, including saying the N-word. He also referred to the wallflower yet again as his girlfriend, showing that he still did not understand she never had any romantic interest regarding him. The video concludes with him stating that he had let the trolls ruin too much of his life, and would be leaving the internet permanently. For nearly 2 years at this point, Chris had been the target of non-stop trolling. The miscreants really had turned the man's world into a cartoon. There was a seemingly never-ending parade of villains, each with their own quirks and gimmicks, most of the time having the goal to make Chris's life a living hell. Some did seem to make a genuine effort to snap him out of this delusion, but by that point it was too late. Even after Chris's recorded farewell, the ever-growing audience watching these shenanigans unfold knew it wasn't a question of if he would come back, but when. And as they all had a good chuckle at the most recent misadventures of this troubled autistic comic creator, little did they realize that eventually Chris Chan's life would be ruined beyond repair, leading even the most ardent of his trolls to wonder if they had finally gone too far.
Do you like Indian food? Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah,
Right.
India. I could go for Indian or Chinese.
Taste of India. This is one of my favorite places.
Oh, Taste of India. It smells good in here.
I mean,
I'll ask.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty empty.
Oh boy, I'm gonna. Okay, now I just feel like I have to do this. First time in here, I feel like I gotta do this. Hello, my name is Apu. I went to.
No.
Don't do it.
You don't have to do that. That's alright.
Welcome to Quickie Mart.
Hello. Hey.
First time coming here. This is a lovely place. I'm surprised. I mean, I walked the mall many times and didn't think of coming in here. Feels really good. Smells good.
So you like Indian food?
I'm open. I keep an open mind for all kinds of food. So, I mean, if there's something I don't like, then, well, at least I tried it once. And I'd definitely be open-minded for trying some haggis if I ever go visit Scotland or something.
What is haggis?
Sheep guts.
Oh.
I never noticed this, but oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me? I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Twang, 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 twang.
Oh, excuse me.
Is it possible that we can get a picture? You're the owner of Sonic too, right?
Yes!
Yeah! Can we get a picture?
Yes.
Do you want me to take it for you guys?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. I couldn't believe it. I saw you and I was like...
That's awesome.
Yes, hello.
There you go.
Thank you so much. It was great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Take care. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's very humbling.
Yeah, I've never.
So you don't get people coming up to you too often?
I'd say on average, probably like once or twice a month.
Okay.
But it's very humbling and good when it happens.
It happens.
Yeah, but anyway, that was one side of the park with the statue. It would come up on the other side of the park and on the side of the street where the library is at. Right there.
Right.
And I want to get into the love.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is good. Set her in.
Get a picture?
Yeah.
Set her in and I'll do my thing.
Alright.
That's all, folks.
Hello.
Sorry, y'all got kicked out by the dogs.
Oh, it's absolutely fine.
Thank you for trying to keep them quiet for us. I'm sorry that you had to do that.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Take care.
No, just trying to kind of get a feel for, like, you know, just if you're on good terms with anybody from your past now, if there's anybody you still talk to. Or has it kind of just been you and your mom?
It's been mostly locally. It's mostly just been my mom and I mostly.
Mm-hmm.
We have other people we can contact and talk to, but other than that, yeah, it's pretty much her and I. Oh, and Magic Chan, Silvana Crizel, and everyone else that's in the yard right now. Hey, Alakazams, y'all on the roof, keep doing your good work. They're
on the roof over there?
Yeah. On the roof, everywhere. We got Pokemon all around in this yard. Yeah, I see them. I see beyond the Iron Curtain, which is just the barrier between our dimension 1218 and their dimension C197, where the majority of our OCs exist and coexist. Every one of them.
Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Like, you got Sonic the Hedgehog, Mario, Sonic, Kim Possible. Everybody is on that side of the curtain. Iron Man, Batman, everybody! Their life, they exist, coexist in the same dimension. Mobius is Earth. Earth is Mobius. It's the same planet.
You know, there's so many thoughts I don't have it written down. So I just kind of have some sagas. Can you give, and I'll say them, and you can kind of just give your thoughts on them. Liquid Chris?
A doppelganger pretended to be me, and turns out he was just making fun, but I thought he was being serious. I thought he was trying to steal my identity, so I don't know why. I just thought, hey, let's do a singing competition to determine which of us was real and all that. And then I ended up meeting a woman friend of his who I thought was his girlfriend, and she thought that he was me, and I tried to straighten her out and do that right, and then yada 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 yada. Yada 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 yada.
By 2010, Chris had endured over 2 years of non-stop trolling at the hands of the miscreants. This would be enough to burn anyone out on the internet, which seemed to be the case with Chris as he announced he would be taking a step back from online life. As per usual, this did not actually seem to be the case, as only a day later he posted a video babbling about the changing of a voice actor on The Cleveland Show.
Yeah, on The Cleveland Show, you know. I liked Nia Long a lot better as the voice of Roberta Tubbs. Her voice is just too high-pitched and just does not fit the character as best as Nia Long did.
In April, Chris created a profile for himself on OkCupid in an attempt to meet more sweethearts in real life rather than over the internet. He also created a profile on the website Hook Cafe, where he went by the name Direct to Sex. As many noted at the time, Chris now seemed less concerned with starting a relationship than he was with losing his virginity as soon as possible. profile. Trolls quickly discovered these accounts and began spamming them with new fake identities, attempting to create another successful catfish. Chris Chan's accounts were eventually terminated due to the overwhelming number of trolls messaging him, but one managed to slip through the cracks and establish communication, a woman by the name of Jackie Rami. Just as those that preceded her would do, Jackie didn't hesitate to use Chris's obsession with sex to pique his interest. Their conversations became risque almost immediately, with Chris asking her about her previous experience and if she had any STDs, along with him admitting that he himself was still a virgin. Also, like past trolling expeditions, this woman attempted to use Chris's interest in her to get him to create more embarrassing videos. Specifically, she wanted Chris to seductively lick an ice cream cone in order to demonstrate the way he could pleasure her. The sexually inexperienced man was hesitant though, as it seemed he may have learned something resembling a lesson after all the times he had been tricked before. This caution did not last though, as once Jackie asked Chris to prove his dedication to her after she discovered his previous infidelity to Ivy, he quickly sent a video titled "For JR's Eyes Only," doing exactly what she asked except without the ice cream cone.
Oh, and here's the fun part. I can roll my tongue. I put it in there and extend it while it's in there.
In addition to this video, Jackie also requested Chris to finally confront Michael Snyder, the manager of Chris's old favorite hangout spot, The Game Place. Christian had harbored a grudge against Snyder after receiving a lifetime ban from his store back in 2008, but had never acted on it. It seemed like Jackie had given him the confidence he needed to do just that, as on April 12th, 2010, Chris traveled to his old stomping grounds with the goal of patching things up with Snyder and lifting the ban. He entered with his camera hidden in his pocket in order to secretly record the encounter for Jackie. When Chris approached Snyder, he initially tried to be cordial as he asked if they could patch things up and end the suspension. Unfortunately, Snyder was having none of it, as he simply responded no to his request. Chris immediately got frustrated as he began pleading with Michael to change his mind, insisting that he turned over a new leaf and deserved a second chance. Snyder stood his ground as he told Chris to leave, which he eventually did, but not without getting the last word.
The dude who banned me his name is Michael Snyder, possibly a Jew considering the last name. Nothing bad against the Jews, but I'm just throwing it out there.
It's not entirely clear where this sudden bout of anti-Semitism had come from, since Chris had not said much about Jewish people in the past. Around this time, Chris was also making more of an effort to find new Gentile friends, with him attending a local music festival called Fridays After 5. The miscreants quickly learned about this and started going to the festival themselves in order to secretly photograph Chris and observe him in the wild. What was immediately apparent was that he was trying to phase out his classic sweater/medallion style, instead favoring a denim vest, t-shirt, sunglasses, and dog tags, similar to the outfit worn in his Rollin' and Trollin' video. Beneath the shirt, Chris wore a sports bra on which he wrote the phrase, "Want Woman." It's important to note that Fridays After 5 was advertised as a family-friendly gathering. While at this event, Chris would also make the effort to pick up ladies. However, he preferred to go about doing this in his own unique Chris Chan way, as he still lacked the confidence to simply approach them and start up a conversation. According to some trolls that were there, Chris would oftentimes use a zoom lens attachment for his DSI, as a makeshift telescope to spy on potential mates from afar. On another occasion, he reportedly tied a note to a small rock and tossed it towards a woman he was interested in. These tactics ultimately proved unsuccessful. On the evening of June 4th, 2010, Chris had a few too many drinks at a bar after attending Fridays After 5. In his drunken state, he decided to drive down to the game place with the goal of taking a picture of Michael Snyder to use as a dartboard. When he arrived, he stood outside and began taking pictures through the window. Snyder immediately noticed and called the police, who arrived on the scene soon after. As he watched the police approach, Chris ran to his car and tried to drive off, but was forced to stop when Snyder chased him down and Chris almost ran him over. As Chris talked to the police, Michael had made a post about the incident on his Facebook.
Christian is in my parking lot right now being grilled by the police. He took pictures of my daughter and tried to run me over with his car. They witnessed this, and I bet they still do nothing about it.
Schneider's prediction seemed right on the money, as Chris was only told to delete the photos he had taken, and was otherwise free to return home with nothing but a warning. A couple days later, Chris made a video addressing his run-in with the law where he proudly admitted that he took a picture of the store owner, but stated that he had no intention of taking any photographs of his daughter. In addition, he also claimed to have not been intoxicated, as he had only had one beer. Yet again, Chris ceased all video production and made yet another effort to keep a lower profile online. That was until the trolls began to mess with his greatest love, video games.
Hey, yo, Joe, you got nothing going on for you, 'cause you know what? I removed it.
Back in May of 2010, Christian had been informed by his former sweetheart, Panda Halo, that the miscreants had bugged his PS3 several years prior, which was how they had hacked into his PSN account so many times. The device that Panda pointed to as the bug was actually just the Wi-Fi antenna, but this did not stop Chris from posting a video in which he proudly showed off that he had removed it. When he realized that he had once again been tricked, Chris decided to take matters into his own hands. He created a new alias for himself by the name of Jenkins Jinkies, which he planned to use in order to infiltrate the miscreants. Chris did not start to fully utilize the new persona until July, when he went to the Quickie and created a page called Coffee Place. He wrote about his distaste for the staff at a cafe he regularly visited with his father Bob, commenting on how he believed the employees would often discriminate against them for being white. Not wanting the trolls to catch on to his true identity, Christian pretended to be a 14-year-old boy who had witnessed a recent confrontation between Chris, Bob, and one of the managers. Shortly thereafter, the miscreants quickly welcomed Jenkins Jinkies into their fold, knowing full well who he really was. Upon joining, Chris was informed that Jenkins Jinkies was already being considered to join the inner circle of the trolls. This would reportedly give him administrative privileges to Encyclopedia Dramatica and the Quickie, as well as making him among the first to know about any new trolling schemes. But in order to join this exclusive club, he would have to film an introductory video about how much he hated Chris. In an attempt to conceal his identity, Chris filmed the video in a thrift store so the trolls would not recognize the background of his home. As a disguise, he lowered his voice and wore a t-shirt over his head. He also talked about how much he hated Chris due to his abuse of the social security system and dislike of men.
He is a lazy slob. The money is wasted on him. He doesn't have to work for this money. Damn him. And also, he is unfriendly to us males. He should be friendly to his males. Really ticks me off.
Once posted, the miscreants invented a form named the Trollin' Train and informed Jenkins Jinkies that it was the top secret club for only the upper echelon of their secret trolling society. Chris's first act of business was to create a backstory for his character in order to be more believable. He claimed that his real name was Junior Jenkins, and that his family had recently moved into a house across the street from the Chandlers, and included a detailed explanation as to why he was not gay. For seemingly no reason, Mr. Jenkins told a long story about how he had been raped by two boys at a summer camp when he was just 7 years old. A few years later, he and a male friend decided to have sex in order to see how it felt. Chris described their encounter in great detail, ending with Junior being disgusted and throwing up. Even though everything written here was fiction, Chris had just created a shockingly explicit story involving minors. Some speculated decided he'd done this in order to humiliate the trolls by implying they were all gay. Others wondered if this was actually Chris expressing some repressed homosexual urges, or maybe this story was more autobiographical than he was letting on. As time passed, Chris continued using Jenkins Jinkies to mess with the trolls in any way he could think of, with them happily playing along. On one occasion, Christian revealed that he had thwarted a plot by the miscreants to hack into his PSN account and corrupt his video game save data. It should go without saying that this was not a real plan and was only thought up by the trolls to make Chris think he had defeated them, but he still took the opportunity to praise himself on the Jenkins Jinkies account.
I have to hand it to him. He makes it frustrating to troll him. It's like we have to pay airfare or hitchhike dangerously and do it old-fashioned with accordion cameras and shit like that.
Later, Chris learned of another troll plot to dig up the grave of his beloved dog Patty. Using his persona, he nipped this plan in the bud by making up a story about Junior Jenkins going to scope out the gravesite.
I personally took a closer look at Patty's grave. It is harder to break in than Fort f***ing Knox. The body is buried deep underground with cement blocks covering the site, and her heavy doghouse is on top of those cement blocks. I wouldn't be surprised if they cemented her grave as well. Also, the site is heavily surrounded by trees and heavy branches. It's like deepest in the mine shaft with cave-ins happening all the time.
He apparently decided that this would not be enough of a deterrent to keep the potential grave robbers away, as he later made up another story about how the ghosts of Patty guarded the Chandler house alongside the spirit of younger Chris, as if to imply that he felt his younger self had died.
I have encountered the spirits of young Christopher Weston Chandler and Patty protecting the Chandler household. I warn you all right here and now, stay away from his house and Patty's grave. It is not worth it to have to suffer the nightmare that can render you as damn silent as the autistic child. And Patty is definitely not friendly to our dark kind.
On August 27th, Chris posted a video talking about how, due to a miscommunication with Sony technical support while trying to reformat his PS3, he accidentally deleted all of his save data. Surprisingly, he said he felt relieved by this, as if a huge weight had been taken off his shoulders. After so many years of trolls hacking into his PlayStation account, there was a certain poetic irony to the fact that it was Chris himself who ended up destroying it. Coincidentally, at this same time, Clyde Cash posted on the Troll and Train forum, offering an over $9,000 bounty to anyone who could steal Chris's PS3 and film themselves destroying it. Chris decided that, since all of his data had been wiped from it anyway, he would destroy the console himself and collect the prize money as his final revenge against the trolls. Originally, he planned to do this while disguised as Jenkins Jinkies. However, he ultimately decided to do it as himself in order to fully savor this victory as his own. In case anyone was unconvinced that it was thoroughly destroyed, Chris later uploaded a video of himself running it over with his car, and another of him stabbing it with a pair of scissors. As you can imagine, when he tried to collect the money, Chris was met with some pushback. He was directed first to Surfshack Tito, who he was told was in charge of the miscreants' finances. Tito claimed that Chris was not eligible to claim the reward, as the rules explicitly state that the PS3 had to be destroyed by a troll. The autistic man fired back by saying that he had made the video in collaboration with Jenkins Jinkies, and after some debate, Tito finally relented. They agreed to meet at the Chick-fil-A in the Fashion Square Mall, where Chris was told an agent of Tito's dressed in a pickle suit would deliver the money. Chris waited for nearly an hour before realizing that nobody was coming and returned home. He then emailed Tito, assuming that it was just a miscommunication, and arranged a second meetup. This time, the Nickelodeon cartoon character told Chris that his agent would be a woman with a tattoo of a pickle on her breast. Chris returned to the mall the next day, and once again he waited for nearly an hour. but no one ever showed up. Upon the second duping, Christian emailed Tito furiously, accusing the troll of ripping him off and demanding he simply deliver the money to his house. In a turn of events, Tito claimed that his agent had been at the mall and had accidentally delivered the money to a different Christian Weston Chandler, implying it to be Liquid Chris. With this, Chris Chan finally realized he was being strung along and gave up. There was no money, and there never had been. It was all just another prank to make Chris look like a fool. After this ordeal, the defeated man traded in $100 worth of games to GameStop in order to afford a new PS3, despite him claiming earlier that he was moving on to a new chapter in his life by destroying the old one. In addition, he also retired the Jenkins Jinkies persona out of fear that the police may mistake him for a real troll and arrest him. Throughout 2010, Chris for some reason continued talking with Jackie on a somewhat frequent basis despite all signs directing him to the fact that it was just another troll. They had gone back and forth on whether they should begin dating or just stay friends. But on September 13th, that changed, when Chris posted a video declaring his love for her. In this upload, he also flipped through a slideshow of drawings he had made depicting what their first date would be like, but the glare from the camera made it so that these were impossible to read. After this video was posted, Chris received an email from a man calling himself Robert Paulson, who claimed to be Jackie's real-life boyfriend. He included a nude picture of her to prove he was telling the truth. When Chris confronted her about this, Jackie claimed to not know anyone by the name of Robert, and concluded that it must have been her jealous ex-boyfriend Lars McNulty. Jackie told Chris that she was worried about Lars, as he had apparently proven himself to be dangerous in the past. She asked him to make a video intimidating the violent ex so he'd back off, which Chris quickly agreed to do. The video depicted him smashing a model of the Titanic made out of Legos, since Jackie had told him that Lars loved collecting model boats. She also requested Chris say the line, "Consequences will never be the same," a reference to Jesse Slaughter, another trolling victim from that era. Upon uploading, Chris received another email from Lars, this time including a picture of a black man that he claimed to be a photograph of himself. Chris posted another video in response to this, once again threatening Lars and stating his belief that the man in the photograph was not really him. But Jackie was quick to inform her protector that the person in the picture was indeed Lars McNulty. On September 29th, Jackie told Chris that Lars had recently sent her a model boat he had made out of popsicle sticks and a condom, and she asked him to make another intimidating video to get him to back off.
And she got fed up with all the goddamn boats all over the goddamn apartment. Half of them not even taking out their baggage. Because you just bought them for the sake of buying them. I mean, you mofo. You even bought ridiculous paint and accessory kits for boats you didn't even own. You paid for a whole bunch of useless stuff you're never gonna use anyway, you jiving turkey. Yeah, I call you a jiving turkey, mofo. And that's what you is, yo, jiving turkey. Jiving squash, shoot that old turkey.
As this drama continued, Jackie also told Chris the story of how she had gotten pregnant with Lars's child when they were still dating. Upon learning of this, Lars forcibly aborted the fetus by making her drink what she described as a Haitian voodoo potion. With all this buildup and all of their history laid out on the table, the stage was set for Chris and Lars to finally speak, which is exactly what happened on November 6th, when the two of them had a lengthy phone conversation.
Yo, who did it? Yo, this be Lars and shit. Who did?
This is Christian.
Yo, Christian C. How y'all doing, dog?
Well, I know what you did do to Jackie a while back. You bought your coffee and killed the unborn child.
Y'all know about getting tormented and shit, ain't you? Tormented for your differences and shit?
Yeah. I got pretty much tormented for my autism and slow-mindedness that has happened to me before. But I ain't like that. I have respect for my black man. And I have respect for you, man, because we cool.
And I enjoy the comedies. I enjoy the TV shows I get from the black men.
So you can tell me, bro. Y'all really want Jackie or not? Or y'all want your video games more than you actually want Jackie, if you want Jackie. You can be honest with me.
I want Jackie, and I want to be able to keep my video games.
While all of this was occurring, the love interest used her position as Chris's sweetheart to do what pretty much every other catfish had done before. Convince him to make even more embarrassing videos of himself. The sheer volume of these was unmatched, as not even Ivy had gotten Chris to make a fool of himself on camera as many times as Jackie did. A few highlights include a video of Chris dressed as the Dragon Ball Z character Mr. Popo, in which he wears blackface, a video of him pretending to give birth to a teddy bear, and one of himself making spaghetti, which he had to mime since the kitchen was still too much of a mess to do any actual cooking in. October of 2010 commenced Jackie's naughty, no-trick, all-treat 31 Days of Halloween contest, in which Chris was to make a video dressed as a new character every day for a month. While he failed to meet this goal, he did produce a fair number of videos for the contest, each more ridiculous than the last. A couple standouts include one of Chris dressed as the McDonald's mascot Grimace while singing about living with autism, and another of him transforming into Chris Chan Saga. Despite jumping through all these hoops and humiliating himself time and time again, Jackie was still not satisfied with Chris's offerings. They began fighting, and eventually in November, the two of them decided to break up. Jackie asked Chris if he wanted to just be friends, but he stated he was still interested in leaving the possibility of a sexual relationship on the table. After this, the couple stopped talking for a while as Chris took another well-deserved break from the internet, choosing instead to spend his time volunteering at his church and taking care of his father, who was recovering from colon cancer surgery. Chris did actually vanish from the internet for a few months after the Jackie saga. Nonetheless, he wouldn't be gone forever, and it seemed as though he was taking this time to discover a little bit more about himself. On February 25th, 2011, Jackie emailed Chris to wish him a happy birthday and to check in on how he was doing. It took her former boyfriend an entire month to respond, but when he did, he had some big news to reveal. He had recently started referring to himself as a tomgirl. Basically, this was the opposite of a tomboy. Rather than a woman who dressed and behaved more masculine, a tomgirl was a man who dressed and behaved more feminine. Chris had begun growing out his hair, wearing nail polish, and even pierced his ears. He made sure to stress that this did not mean he was gay, he just enjoyed the style. Christian also sent her a series of pictures of his new look, which were of course leaked to the Quickie. He confronted her about this, as he had sent those pictures in confidence, but she deflected, blaming a recent hack on the PlayStation Network for the images becoming public. Chris quickly apologized, and stated he just wasn't ready for the world to see him like this. Even his own parents were not supporting him. His cancer-riddled father had called him homophobic slurs, and his mother had tried to forcibly cut off his hair and told him, "I didn't raise a daughter." In fact, Chris's close relationship with his parents was becoming quite strained around this time. In further emails to another gal pal, he told her the story of how he had planned to travel to Maryland for the video game convention MagFest a month prior. However, when he told his parents about it, they became livid. They seemed to believe that Chris would be tearing the family apart just by leaving for a few days, and his mother even took it a step further by threatening to commit suicide. The stress and drama of the past few years had clearly taken a toll on Bob and Barbara, as even the idea of their adult son leaving their sight for just a weekend was enough to send them into a frenzy. When the new tomgirl lifestyle did become public, Chris was sent a link to a troll-created site called Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia. Chris quickly joined under the name Kooky Dashy and introduced himself as a heterosexual tomgirl, although it wouldn't be long before he began to think of himself as a lesbian instead, despite the fact he still identified as a man at this time. Chris also said he had recently started using the woman's bathroom when in public, which had resulted in a quote-unquote stereotypical male brute yelling at him. Despite this, he stated he was still planning on using the woman's room as long as he was wearing a skirt. As this was all going down, Chris and Jackie somewhat rekindled their relationship, although to a lesser extent than before. This basically just resulted in him making more embarrassing videos for her, albeit these were much more sexual and disturbing than the ones prior. For example, Jackie told Chris to make a series in which he took his blow-up doll on a date, pretending it was her. In these videos, Chris danced with the doll before driving it to McDonald's, eating their food together, making out, and finally becoming intimate. Chris would later admit to having enjoyed being bossed around by women, which would explain much of his past behavior. By July of 2011, Chris's profile on the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia forum was leaked to the Quickie. He took the opportunity to introduce himself fully to the other forum users, and lamented the fact that the trolls had once again tracked him down, not realizing he had been talking to trolls this entire time. Some of the other forum members offered to help Chris track down the miscreants and bring them to justice. They began sending him what they claimed to be personal information on some of his most prominent enemies. This would be the start of the next big story arc in Chris's life, known as the Calling Out Saga. You see, with the information given to him by the TTV forum members, on August 6, Chris began making a series of videos threatening the miscreants. Obviously, the information he had was completely false, but he took it at face value. His first upload targeted Surfshack Tito, who Chris claimed was really named Dawn and lived in Michigan. In addition, he showed a fraction of a picture he believed to be of Tito. The Sonic Chew creators' demands were for Tito to make a video apologizing to him in the Wallflower, and to send him $1,000 in unmarked bills. This final request would soon be walked back as Chris learned that it would technically count as extortion. That same day, Chris made another video calling out a troll named Thorg, who was allegedly the one who had leaked Chris's Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia profile to the Quickie, as well as being the one responsible for posting embarrassing images of Chris to a publicly accessible billboard in Times Square back in 2009. Just like with Tito, Chris claimed to know Thorg's real name and location, and showed a fraction of his picture. He demanded Thorg place a statement on the Times Square billboard clarifying that he was not a homosexual, and to leave it up there for a week. This request would also be walked back a few days later when he learned that the billboard was no longer active, but he still demanded a public apology regardless. For both Thorg and Tito, Chris set the deadline for August 31st. The revenge-filled Tomgirl's next target was Alec Benson Leary, or as he called him, Christopher from Texas. His demands for Alec were simple enough. Apologize for the copyright infringement he had committed with Asperchew. It seemed that Chris's opinions on Alec were on a pendulum. One day he might be friendly with him and try to make peace. The next he'd be angrily calling him a hack fraud ripoff artist. The first of these trolls to respond was Tito, who uploaded a video in which he pretended to be terrified of Chris and fully gave in to his demands.
And I'll get you the money. I'll get you the $1,000 and the interest. Just don't release that video. With the picture of me, just don't do any more, man.
The footage he used was actually of a YouTuber named Mr. Pregnant, but Chris had no problem believing it was really Tito. He told him that, as long as he received the money, no personal information would be revealed. Apparently, he had forgotten that he had rescinded that demand. Thorg, on the other hand, was not convinced. Chris decided to make an example out of him, as he revealed his full name and picture on August 12th, several weeks before the deadline. The thing was, this image he believed to be of Thorg was actually just the popular meme, Butthurt Dweller. This did not stop Chris from brutally mocking his appearance as well as lecturing him for his atheism. Much like Thorg, Chris revealed Alec's information before the deadline. Like everyone else, the picture Chris believed to be of him was actually just another meme. This time, it was of the YouTuber Fat Man, who was famous for making videos in which he ate obscene amounts of food. Christian decided that the best way to rub salt in the wound would be to devour an entire microwave pizza on camera, mocking Alex's videos. Next on the chopping block was Jack Thaddeus. Chris revealed his real name to be Ahuvia, who in reality was an infamous online communist and another frequent target of trolls. Chris was also informed that Jack was in fact transgender, which he berated him for. He said that despite being a tomgirl, he was proud to be a man and would never get gender reassignment surgery. He also told Jack that, even if he did transition, he would not be considered a woman as he did not have a uterus. Chris's final target was Blue Spike. This time, the person believed to be him was a young man named Ness Helper, another favorite of the trolls. Chris requested an apology from Blue Spike, and also demanded that he make people stop shouting memes like Jule and Ian Brandon Anderson at him. It seemed as though Chris forgot that Ian was started by Liquid Chris, not Blue Spike. At this point, even though all of the intel was completely false, Chris believed that he'd finally gotten the upper hand on the trolls who tormented him for years. In Christian's mind, this was his greatest victory yet, and he was going to savor every moment of it. The thing was, a tragedy would soon strike that would cut the calling out saga short, and shake up Chris's life in the worst way possible.
Yeah, it's recording. So, here we are around the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Right.
Okay, well, first off, I have a card from my family. Your father, you read the card.
I see. I want to thank you all for your support and love throughout my fantastic love quest. Pooey.
On September 6, 2011, Bob Chandler passed away after a long battle with many health problems such as a heart condition and colon cancer. Chris talked to Jackie about it over email the next day, in which he told her he had gotten no sleep since his father's death, and that he had taken up Bob's responsibilities of handling the household finances. He also told her he was having trouble making sense of it all, as in 2009, Chris had a dream in which the Grim Reaper told him his father would not die until 2015. Even the trolls mourned Bob's death. From September 10th to the 19th, the Quickie was shut down and replaced with a screen in memoriam of the family's patriarch. For about a month after his loss, Christian would take another break from the internet. In the time following Bob's death, Chris and Barbara had a great deal of difficulty coping with his loss. Not only had he been the primary financial provider for the family, but he had also been their rock, the stoic head holding them all together. Without his guidance, the mother and son began to feel alone and vulnerable. It was during this time period that Barbara allegedly began demanding that Chris sleep in her room so she could call upon him if need be. Whenever he tried to refuse and return to his own bedroom, she would reportedly become enraged, destroying her son's possessions until she got what she wanted. Clearly things were going poorly for the Chandler family, and it wouldn't be long until a new controversy dragged them back into the spotlight. On October 28th, as Chris and Barbara were shopping, they noticed a banner outside the game place, stating that it was now under the ownership of two people named Mike and Madeline. They were curious if the sign was referring to the manager of the store who banned Chris, and as a result, the mother and son went in to find out. Unfortunately, it was his arch nemesis that had purchased the business, and almost immediately after they entered the establishment, Snyder had arrived on the scene and tried to remove them. As they were being escorted back to their car, Chris pulled out his 3DS and hastily took a few pictures of the man. This resulted in chaos breaking out between the three of them. While we don't know the exact details of this battle, it resulted in the police being called, with Chris getting charged with a Class 5 felony after hitting Snyder with his car. While this was happening, Barbara reportedly stepped in and tried to stop the police from arresting her son, resulting in her being charged with assaulting an officer. They were both sent to jail, where they were bailed out the next day by Chris's pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. A few days later, the two appeared in court where they were formally charged. The now fatherless autistic Tom girl also received 2 additional charges: assault and battery, as well as trespassing. Their lawyer was a man named Rob Bell, whom they had hired using the remainder of the inheritance Bob left for them, which Chris recalled to be in the hundreds of thousands. In December, Rocky Shoemaker received a call from a troll who was pretending to be a court-appointed psychiatrist in order to get more information about the case. She was initially hesitant to talk to him, as she had apparently been receiving a number of suspicious phone calls as of late, but it didn't take long for the troll to start getting information. He asked if it would be possible to schedule a meeting about Chris's mental health at the Chandler house, but she advised against it due to the increasingly dismal state of the property. According to her, not only had their hoarding problem gotten significantly worse over time, but they had also been infested with insects. It had gone so bad that in Bob's final days, he had to be quarantined in the hospital due to the sheer amount of bug bites all over his body. With the court case ongoing, Chris decided he needed a new way to vent to the world. This was when in January of 2012, he made his Facebook account public and began writing several posts detailing his worsening mental state. In one of these ramblings, he told the story of how he had recently gone to the Fashion Square Mall in order to distribute flyers warning people to stay away from the game place. As he was taking a rest at the Starbucks, a security guard approached him, holding several of the flyers in his hand. Chris quickly fled out the back through the JCPenney, despite the security guard telling him he wasn't in any trouble. Later that month, he made a post asking people to help him track down his former friend Megan Schroeder, as he had come to the conclusion that she was the one responsible for everything bad that happened in his life.
Hey everyone, I have most urgent news. It is final in my mind and from my mother as an on-air witness of her consorting with Michael Snyder long before November 2007. Megan Schroeder is the seed of the whole hate and smear campaign against me on the internet. If any of you all know where she is or have clues of her or her brother John Schroeder current whereabouts, please inform me on this wall. Post haste. She is needed brought to me, my mother and our attorney, for great questioning and a huge piece of my mind.
A couple days after this incoherent message to Facebook, Christian would publicly share what he believed to be her home address, although it was quickly discovered to be false. As the day of sentencing grew closer, Chris only became more anxious and depressed. On March 31st, he made a post about how he was worried he would spend the rest of his life in prison, with his greatest concern being he would die a virgin. In response, a woman named Renee offered to get Chris in contact with a prostitute, which he happily agreed to. Only a few days later, he emailed the Facebook user thanking her for the help and described his experience. The escort he had hired was a woman named Mia. They met at a motel, and although he was put off by the fact she smelled like weed, he seemed to like her a lot. Apparently, she was half Cherokee, a fact that Chris felt like he could relate to. He then went into graphic detail about every aspect of his first sexual experience with a non-troll. On July 10th, Chris and Barbara's arraignment finally arrived. 2 users of the Quickie forums were in attendance to report back to their comrades over what went down. Christian was allegedly very on edge and nervous the entire time, as he constantly fiddled with his glasses and moved around in his chair. At one point, his lawyer referred to him as an autistic adult child, which he was visibly upset by, although he said nothing. In the end, they were both found guilty on all charges. Barbara was sentenced to community service and 2 years probation, while Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year probation, and court-mandated therapy. In addition, they were required to cover the medical expenses Snyder had accrued from being hit by their car. When asked if he understood, Chris allegedly said, "Yes, but I don't think that bribing liar deserves a red cent." Chris's depressed and unhinged Facebook posts only worsened after the sentencing. An increasing number of them focused on the subject of his teenage years. He had always cited high school as the happiest time of his life, and as his situation got worse and worse, he seemed to want nothing more than to retreat to those happy memories. He began tracking down members of his graduating class and sending them gifts, although exactly what they were is unknown. This did not seem to bring him closer to them in the way he probably expected though. As his posting continued, his friend list grew smaller and smaller, which only served to make him more upset. In an email to a gal pal, Chris stated he viewed his high school classmates as part of his family, despite the fact he had not seen a majority of them in over a decade. In October, Chris filmed a video with the help of Rocky Shoemaker in which he showed off a Lego reconstruction of his high school that he claimed took him over 30 hours to build. He took the viewer through a guided tour, demonstrating how he had recreated every room with almost all of his old teachers and classmates. The video was filmed at McDonald's, presumably due to the fact that his house was a mess. On December 11th, 2013, Alec Benson Leary leaked a new house tour video Chris had made. We don't know for certain how he obtained it, when it was recorded, or why it was made at all, but the state of the home was substantially worse than the first tour from 2009. Multiple rooms had been rendered unusable due to the amount of clutter. The yard had become overgrown, and Chris struggled to navigate the stairs and hallways, as even they had been drowned in garbage. The Chandlers' residence was a disaster waiting to happen. It was only a matter of time until this living situation would lead to calamity.
Greene County investigators are looking into the cause of a house fire early this morning. It started at about 3 o'clock this morning at a home on Branchland Court. That's in the southern part of the county. We're told the fire started in a first-floor bathroom, but got quickly out of control and eventually shot through the roof.
In the early morning of January 10th, 2014, a 911 operator was called in relation to a fire at the Chandler residence. Reportedly, Chris had been making himself a cup of coffee with their Keurig machine that sat outside of the bathroom, as the clutter in the kitchen meant there was no usable space for it in there. Due to the frequent opening and closing of the bathroom door, the protective outer coating of the cord had worn away. So when Chris turned on the coffee machine that fateful morning, a stray spark escaped and quickly began spreading out of control in the clutter-filled home. The mother and son initially tried to extinguish the flames, but it wasn't long before they were forced to evacuate. When firefighters arrived, they had no choice but to enter through the windows as the doorways were obstructed by mounds of trash. Chris and Barbara managed to escape the blaze and took shelter in a neighbor's residence. The flames raged on for several hours before finally being extinguished at around 7 o'clock in the morning. In the end, one firefighter suffered minor injuries, and the only death was the Chandler's pet cat, Scamper. When it was safe to re-enter and access the damage, Chris found that most of his old drawings had been left intact, although his Lego high school was warped and melted beyond repair. The widow and her mentally disabled son were soon moved into a temporary home provided by their insurance company while their house was being repaired. In response, the trolls decided to band together and use their community for good. Null, the founder of the Quickie Forums, organized a donation drive to help. They managed to raise over $1,000, and a few weeks later, Chris received their care package filled with toiletries, canned goods, art supplies, a few gift cards for restaurants, and a $500 check made out to Barbara. It even included a heartfelt note from Null wishing him the best. Chris Chan soon went to Facebook to thank everyone who donated, although he still expressed his desire for the Quickie to be removed from the internet. Despite the terrible circumstances, this was a rare moment of unity between Chris and his trolls, marking a significant turning point in their relationship. The old guard of the miscreants would begin to back off, and Null would eventually rebrand the Quickie Forums to no longer make it a space focused solely on mocking Christian Weston Chandler. In order to help with the recent debts accrued from legal fees in the fire, Chris began to list old possessions online for sale. He attempted to sell a collection of pornographic DVDs for the non-negotiable price of $1,000, although it seems unlikely that anyone actually bought them. He also listed some pieces from Bob's collection on eBay, including a violin and a collection of old model plane kits. At around the same time he was doing this, Chris also posted a list of Lego sets he wanted and added them to an online wish list in hopes that someone would buy them for him. It was soon calculated that the combined cost of these sets would be over $3,000, and some wondered if he was trying to take advantage of the recent generosity from his troll base. In addition, Chris also put up a listing for an original drawing of Sonichu and Rosechew, with the starting bid set at $20 and the buy it now price set at $100. Once the trolls discovered this, they began raising the bid to absurd levels. By the end of the auction, the drawing had sold for over $13,000. It was then quickly removed as the trolls obviously had no intentions of paying. It took until the end of June for the drawing to finally sell to a genuine buyer for the price of $200. After this, eBay became a somewhat steady source of income for Chris. He began selling art commissions on the site. An uncolored sketch cost $50, a fully colored piece cost $100, and a frame drawing cost $200. He actually began making a decent amount of money, but some were quick to accuse him of spending all of it on Lego sets rather than supporting his family. Chris defended himself by arguing the only sets he had bought were to replace the ones lost in the fire. As Chris's eBay business grew throughout 2014, he expanded to sell a new kind of product, replicas of his Sonichu and Rosechew medallions. These cost $30 a piece, and he even included a special offer in which every full-color commission came with a free medallion. He claimed this was done to help his mother receive some much-needed dental work. Despite the apparent success of this new venture, some of Chris's customers were complaining about how long it took for their medallions to arrive. The most infamous of these was a man only referred to as Mr. Smith. Chris sent many angry messages to him, as he was upset with the fact that if too many people filed for refunds from him on eBay, his PayPal account was in danger of getting overdrawn. It at one point was so bad that Chris went to Facebook and publicly shared Mr. Smith's full name, hometown, and eBay username. The post was quickly deleted, and Christian issued a half-hearted apology for the incident. When Mr. Smith finally received the medallion he had ordered, he found that Chris had given Sonichu an angry expression, with glowing red eyes as opposed to the friendly look that was advertised. The accompanied certificate was also heavily smudged with ink. When Mr. Smith filed another complaint against the artist on eBay, Chris fired back by saying he made the medallion that way deliberately, as revenge for the supposed bullying against him. The artist and the art collector continued talking over the next month, negotiating to find a way to make things right between the two of them. They eventually agreed that Chris would draw a free full-color commission for Mr. Smith as an apology for the doxing. Unfortunately, the end result was probably not what the customer had in mind, as it depicted Mr. Smith walking through a door with a bucket of ice about to fall on his head, and Sonichu standing off to the side scolding him for his lack of patience. In the end, eBay offered Mr. Smith a full refund, and Chris decided to move his business to Etsy. But this was not the only transition Chris would be making. Throughout 2014, Christian Weston Chandler's gender identity continued to evolve. In an email with a gal pal, Chris revealed that he had begun to tuck his genitals, which he referred to as his ugly growth, between his legs so he didn't have to look at them. He would also begin referring to himself with such terms as a lesbian identified male, a tomgirl intersex a female soul with male body, and a lesbian tomgirl transgender male. At one point, it was revealed that Chris had received a piercing on his genitals around the place where a woman's clitoris would be. He referred to this piercing as an unclit. Chris had also begun a homemade hormone treatment involving the consumption of copious amounts of soy. But it wasn't until December of 2014 that Chris told the world that he wanted to be referred to by female pronouns and had started calling herself Christine.
we do it.
In November of 2014, Sega released their new games Sonic Boom and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. These were intended to be a reboot of the franchise, and featured new redesigns of all the main characters. When Christine learned of this, she became livid. Specifically, there was one aspect in particular that really upset her, as she expressed in a comment on a Facebook post advertising the game.
Sonic's arms are not blue. I am boycotting this game until they change his arm color back now.
For some reason, this color swap deeply angered Christine, and she continued posting about it regularly over the coming months. Even though other characters had received more substantial changes, it was solely the color of Sonic's arms that she fixated on. The closest thing to a real reason she provided for this hatred was that the blue arms caused her to experience sensory overload. Eventually, her constant comments on posts advertising the game got her blocked by both the official Sega and Sonic the Hedgehog Facebook accounts. In November, Chris Chan created a Facebook page called Keep Sonic Original. She also made edited versions of the game's cover art that included warnings not to purchase the upcoming release, and encouraged members to print this edited cover out to insert into the sleeves of Sonic Boom cases at stores. As Miss Chandler continued her crusade against Sega, many people spoke up to ask why she cared so much. When one person pointed out that Sonic Boom wasn't even canon to the mainline series, Christine responded angrily about how she had never understood the concept of canon. There were others who mentioned that the game was reviewing and selling poorly, meaning it would most likely die out in popularity soon and cause Sega to return to Sonic's original design. But Christine was not willing to wait for this.
No, we need to kill Sega into recalling everything now, even if we have to do something like put knives and bombs to their throats.
After this threat, the group was dissolved. Undeterred, she immediately created a new page called Fix Sonic's Arms Immediately Sega. She continued making vague threats against Sega and its employees here, and it was clear her anger was only rising with time. It wouldn't be long until things hit a boiling point. This leads us to December 26, 2014, when Christine and Barbara went to the Fashion Square Mall to do some shopping. Upon arrival, the two split up, and Christine made her way to GameStop. She had recently been banned from the store for vandalizing copies of Sonic Boom with her fake cover art, and was planning to apologize and beg to be allowed back in. Unfortunately, this did not go as she hoped, as the store's managers immediately asked her to leave. They argued for a few minutes before one of the employees called security and Christine finally relented. On her way out though, she pulled out a bottle of pepper spray and showered it in the direction of one of the employees.
And that was the buy two.
After the altercation, Christine hurried back to the car and went home, leaving her mother behind. The police soon arrived at the mall, drove Barbara back to the house, and arrested Christine on felony charges of unlawful release of a dangerous gas. She was held in jail for 3 days before being released on bail. Upon arriving home, Christine wrote a lengthy post giving her side of the story.
In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble, and then he startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same, as I have in Defense and Escape.
For years, Chris Chan's presence was limited to the World Wide Web's underbelly, within the depths of Encyclopedia Dramatica and eventually Kiwi Farms. But the GameStop incident quickly transcended both of those spaces, becoming the first to attract mainstream attention. People from all corners of the internet chimed in to mock Christine for her outburst. Even the Sonic the Hedgehog brand itself got in on it when their official Twitter made a reference to Sonichu. And ironically, the Sonic Boom cartoon adaptation would eventually make a joke about Christine's obsession with Sonic's arm color.
Game companies always ruin their beloved franchises.
And they never should have changed the color of Tomatopotamus's legs.
Following the incident and public mockery that surrounded it, Chris Chan would attend several court hearings in relation to the macing over the next few months, as she was repeatedly granted continuance after continuance. As you would expect, trolls were in attendance for every one of these hearings. According to them, the court seemed to take great pity on Christine, and most of the time treated her like a child. In the end, the felony charge was dropped to a misdemeanor, and Christine was given a 6-month suspended sentence and a $541 fine. Her ban from Fashion Square was also lifted, although she was still banned from the specific GameStop. This slap on the wrist didn't seem to help with her downward spiral, unfortunately. Besides the legal troubles, perhaps Christine's biggest problem was a feeling of social isolation. This is apparent in an email to an online gal pal from the time, where the autistic trans woman revealed that her only friend in real life was her mother, as everyone else in their town hated the Chandlers. She had a couple of short-lived sweethearts, but just like all the others, they turned out to be nothing more than trolls. As all of this was happening, Christine continued posting regularly to her Facebook account. This brings us to August 10th, when she wrote a response to an article about a mother and son who had been arrested for incest. Christine held the stance that since both parties were legal and consenting adults, they should not have been arrested for what they did. She even admitted to having incestuous thoughts herself, as she had occasionally experienced dreams involving her mother. After some backlash, she made sure to clarify that she had never engaged in intimate activities with any family members, and had no intention of doing so. Over the course of her court proceedings, to help make new friends, Christine began patronizing the Impulse Gay Social Club in Charlottesville, Virginia. She seemed to enjoy herself greatly here, as multiple videos were published of her dancing with other customers of the establishment. As was the story of her life, she failed to make any lasting relationships here, and every night she would return to her lonely, cluttered home. Besides therapy, what Christine desperately needed at this time was companionship, and she began looking for it anywhere she could. In August of 2016, the Sonichu creator discovered the YouTube channel Planet Dolan, and rapidly became enamored with a voice actor and animator for the channel, Danielle Pitts, better known by her screen name Doopy Do-Over. Christine began replying to Doopy's tweets frequently, trying to relate to her. It took no time at all for trolls to notice this, as they messaged Doopy en masse to warn her about Chris Chan's past behavior towards gal pals. In response to the concerned parties, Danielle made a public statement on the matter.
I've been following the Chris Chan Saga since the beginning. I know everything that he's done. And yeah, it's pretty shitty. But what other people have done to him/her has been pretty shitty too. I'm also just not the type of person to turn someone away when they're being nothing but kind to me. It may be a fake, it may be a show, but I'm not emotionally invested in this enough to care.
Things continued like this for a while until June of 2017, when Christine began pledging to Doopy's Patreon page at the $50 tier. This earned her a sketch commission of her character Rosechew. In addition, she also paid the artist another $25 for a new profile pic, which she still uses on a few of her social media accounts to this very day. In August, Doopy created a second Patreon account dubbed Kitten Bell, a space for her to share her more risque artwork. The infatuated Chris Chan soon pledged to this new page as well, and began requesting Doopy to draw lewd art of My Little Pony characters, although it seems these drawings were never made. People became skeptical of this spending, as Christine was still frequently posting on Facebook begging her followers for money that she claims was to help care for her aging parent. Despite the criticism, Christine's replies to Doopy's tweets only grew in intensity and frequency. She seemed to believe that by donating to the Patreon, this made them better friends. She began referring to her as dear and darling, although these names of endearment were not uncommon for Christine to use on Twitter. On one infamous occasion, the Sonichu creator made a tweet in celebration of National Girlfriend Day, in which she tagged Doopy Do-Over and pretty much the entire main cast of My Little Pony as well. This proved to be the last straw, as due to Christine's overly familiar behavior and the large number of trolls who could be found in the replies to every tweet she made, her Twitter account started getting blocked by the voice actors she loves so much. Doopy took things a step further, replying to Christine bluntly, telling her that they did not know each other, though this appeared to fall on deaf ears. At this point, Doopy realized the trolls were correct in their warnings. She had underestimated the comic book creator's mental state and had allowed things to go on for far too long. The artist offered her biggest fan a full refund for the Patreon pledges as she no longer felt comfortable accepting them due to the Chandler's money problems. After this, Doopy blocked Chris Chan. This was not the end of the story though, as Christine was not yet ready to give up talking to her fantasy gal pals. She created a new Twitter account, Nightstar2891, based around her original self-insert My Little Pony character. She was able to use this account to circumvent the blocks and continue replying to the tweets of her favorite voice actors. In order to keep up the ruse, Nightstar even had full conversations with Christine's main account, in an attempt to make onlookers believe they were two separate people. This plan failed. What Christine really needed at this moment was not Twitter, but a real friend to help her get back on track, after a recent string of bad decisions. Unfortunately, that's not what she received.
Captain's log, stardate 10172017. Do I have to do that every time? Because I have the C-log and the date written in typed in the title of this video.
In October of 2017, Christine caught the eye of a young man named Mr. Joshua Weiss. Josh's interests seemed to mirror those of the original trolls who first discovered Chris Chan all those years ago, meaning he wanted to discover just how much this person was willing to believe. And since her delusions had only grown since 2008, he decided he could go bigger than any miscreant had ever gone before. This all began when Joshua introduced Christine to Hyperdimension Neptunia, an anime based on a video game series about characters living in a world separated into different regions, each representing different video game consoles. This show played on Christine's already warped view of fiction, as she seemingly already believed that all fictional works existed in their own dimensions. The world of this anime and its setting, Game Industria, showed her a place where all those realities could exist simultaneously, which was an idea she quickly became obsessed with. Upon weakening Christine's defenses, Joshua moved on to phase 2 of the plan. This involved convincing Christine that Quickville and Game Industria were being invaded by Russian forces. He did this by adopting the identity of John, a soldier from the fictional world, and sending her edited pictures and audio clips that he created to further his story. He concocted fake news headlines showing the invasion of Quickville and spliced together audio from the TV show and a few other games to make the war sound more believable.
I'm IF, a gust of beautiful wind that blows through...
Eventually, Joshua was joined by a few friends, including a man named Stephen Boyd, to help devise new ways to influence the mentally unwell woman. Together, they would come to be known as the Idea Guys. With their claws now thoroughly dug into Christine's mind, the team went to work manipulating her any way they saw fit. Now that she believed them to be real people from her fictional world of Quickville, they realized they could mess with the canon of her comic series by telling her about supposedly real events that were happening to her characters. And since she now believed all of this to be really happening in another dimension, she had no choice but to take it as gospel. The Idea Guys altered Christine's world in a number of different ways, some much worse than others. For example, they subtly began altering Quickville to be more like World War II era Germany, such as stating that the town was now home to prison camps full of large ovens, and giving the comic its own police known as the Quickstapo. In addition, they also spoke of a prophecy which stated that her fictional daughter Crystal, who was previously her sister, would be born as the offspring of Sonic Chew and Christine. If you recall, in the already existing canon, Christine was Sonic-Chu's mother, so the idea guys added the detail that, if she drew a picture of Crystal being conceived, Christine would not have to have intercourse with the cartoon character to fulfill the prophecy. This saga somehow became even more convoluted as time went on, but Christine did as she was told by the idea guys no matter how insane. As if that wasn't confusing enough, the trolls also somehow managed to convince her that she was in a polyamorous marriage with two of her characters, Magi-chan and Kryzel, the latter of whom was canonically 15 years of age. After this, the idea guys continued adding more and more of their own concepts into their mentally disabled victims comic. Even though she strongly disagreed with most of their changes, she continued implementing them regardless. When this was happening, she never revealed to the public what the idea guys were doing, as to her knowledge anyway, they were simply messengers from another dimension. As her life was collapsing, they had taken the only thing she had left, her imagination, and permanently tainted it. Unfortunately for Christine, their ambitions were growing. You see, the idea guys weren't just manipulating Christine's fantasies, as they soon began trying to get some monetary gain out of their scheme as well. They did this by tricking her into buying video games and gift cards for them, and these purchases soon reached upwards of $6,000. As if this weren't bad enough, they also once demanded Chris Chan pay them 20 grand, or they would report her to the FBI for being a pedo, due to her supposed relationship with the comic book character Kryzel. They also threatened to destroy Quickville if the money didn't arrive in a timely fashion. To these threats, Christine withheld one of her family's monthly mortgage payments in order to pay them off, which nearly made her and Barbara homeless. In addition to all this, the idea guys also told their victim that they had a Death Star-like weapon aimed at Quickville, which they would use to destroy the city unless Christine filmed herself defecating on the floor and punching herself and her mother in the face. While she allegedly did as she was told, the video in question has never been released publicly. Surprisingly, despite the insanity of the situation at hand, public interest in Chris Chan had begun to wane. The Chandlers were more dysfunctional than ever, yet the internet at large had not been paying as close attention to her as they did in years past. Normally, this would have been a good thing, but ironically, when she needed the undivided attention of the outside world for help, they were nowhere to be found. That all changed in February of 2018 though, when a YouTuber by the name of Gino Samuel started up an ongoing documentary series in an attempt to catalog the entirety of Chris Chan's story, beginning from birth and slowly making his way towards the modern day. These uploads quickly grew in popularity, exposing the Chris Chan legend to a whole new generation. While this was all happening, with these new eyes suddenly on Christine and her mental health quickly deteriorating due to the idea guys, she decided to take a trip to the Too Many Games convention in June of 2018. The travel expenses were acquired easily from the help of her supporters on GoFundMe. At the event, Christine took the opportunity to meet her fans and take photos with them. While things started off positively, as the day progressed, she began getting a bit too affectionate with people, kissing many of those who approached her without consent. This made her fellow attendees feel uncomfortable, resulting in Christine being asked to leave by Too Many Games organizers. In response, she had a complete breakdown, curling up into a ball in the middle of the convention floor. Chris Chan remained in this position for quite a while, but quickly she was escorted to the security office where she was able to calm down. After the incident, the now banned guest went to Facebook to angrily give her side of the story.
One question. What is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes, positively mind you, is not offensive to me. What really ticks me off is any display of likes and affection is viewed as taboo and more offensive than bloody, gory violence.
In the past, this would have been an event many would have laughed at, but at this point, it had just become sad. This was a person approaching middle age and making a scene in public like a toddler. Christine was acting erratic, and with her only confidants being the idea guys, she would need someone to save her. Interestingly enough though, it would turn out that Chris Chan's savior would not be a friend, but instead someone she once considered an enemy. Null. Being the creator of the Quickie forums and current owner of Kiwi Farms, this Chris Chan aficionado was informed of the Idea Guy's extortion by Christine's old gal pal, Anna McLaren, as she had noticed that her friend had been acting strange as of late. Shocked by what he uncovered, Null was quick to step in and managed to convince Christine to grant him access to her email and Discord accounts, so he could keep the Idea Guys at bay. Realizing all the crimes they had committed, the group of trolls were quick to vanish into the night as they knew the jig was up. Null also got into contact with law enforcement to see what could be done. Luckily, Christine had kept every receipt of the purchases she made for the Idea Guys, but despite this abundance of evidence, no legal action was ever taken against them. After this intervention, many breathed a sigh of relief now that Chris Chan was free from the influence of her manipulators. However, they had still left a significant impact on both her finances and mental state. At a time like this, with her reality at the worst it had ever been, Christine needed that escape into imagination more than ever. This was the beginning of a new concept known as the Dimensional Merge. Put simply, this was the residual impact of the Idea Guys' manipulation. Even though they were out of the picture, Christine still believed in their concept of multiple universes intersecting. According to her, the Dimensional Merge was going to be an event in which our reality, dubbed Dimension 1218, was to combine with the reality in which Sonic Chew, his friends, and all other fictional characters resided, dubbed Dimension C197. According to Christine, she was to be the one to usher in this merge and would become a Christ-like figure in the new world. She first announced the merge in October of 2018, and stated that it was to happen in November of that same year. Since the date she set was the same as the anniversary of the infamous Jonestown Massacre, many believe the Dimensional Merge to have been at least partially influenced by the Idea Guys, as they often enjoyed inserting references to historical atrocities into quickfill lore. To everyone watching, it was painfully obvious that the merge was the latest in a long line of strange and self-destructive coping mechanisms Chris Chan had been using for years to avoid confronting her real problems. It seemed to be the escalation of a desire she had for her entire life: to turn reality into her fictional playground, a paradise where she never had to grow up and was in control. Of all the details about this supposed event that Christine discussed publicly, none were more tragic and heartbreaking than those concerning her father, Bob. According to her, Bob was living safe and sound in Quickfill, having now taken the form of an anthropomorphic beaver called Robert Chew. The beaver motif was likely another creation of the Idea Guys, referencing Bob's old nickname, the Lumberjack. The idea of Quickfill being something resembling an afterlife had been seen before, namely after Christine's dog Patty had passed away. However, Christine now appeared to fully believe that she would actually be seeing her father again soon. In the time since Bob's death, one misfortune after another had befallen the lonely internet personality. She had no time to grieve and accept that he was gone, and now figured out a solution so she would never have to. When the supposed day of the merge came and went, Christine was quick to alter the date to December 31st, 2018. That day passed as well, and she once again moved the goalpost, this time blaming Quickfill's bureaucratic red tape for grinding the progress to a halt. The most notable update for the Dimensional Merge came in April of 2020 when the self-proclaimed Messiah stated that they swapped bodies with Sonic Chew. For nearly a year after this point, she remained in this state, speaking as though she were her character and pretending as though Christine had taken Sonic Chew's place in Quickfill. In every video, tweet, and interview Christine was a part of, she maintained this delusion, never once breaking character. She held strong to this fantasy until February of 2021, when she claimed that the two had finally switched back. Many feared that this would become the final saga in Christine's life, especially due to how much it appeared her mother's health had deteriorated. Though her cameos were minimal, the times Barbara did show up on screen revealed her to be extremely frail, and sometimes incomprehensible.
Give us some wisdom.
I don't know any right now.
Come on. You have a lot of wisdom in your head. What are you doing to me?
Be smart. Act smart. That's all.
Okay.
Christine at one point even offhandedly referenced her needing meal replacement shakes. Barbara's advanced age caused concern, and not just for her, but her daughter's future as well. There was uncertainty over where Chris Chan would go after her mom passed. In order to pay off the $4,000 of credit card debt she accrued, Barbara took out a reverse mortgage on their home, meaning that upon her death, the property would be confiscated by the bank. The person most serious about solving this would be none other than Null, once again returning in an attempt to help his website's namesake. Throughout 2020, he appointed himself as the manager for Christine, being given access to her social media accounts and emails. Null made it his goal to create a viable future for Christine, in which she could retain financial sustainability upon Barbara's death. He even created an LLC to purchase the property, and let Christine live there without it being considered their direct income.
My vision was that Chris would have a storefront with a limited stock of commissions. Chris would receive commissions, I'd make sure he'd do them, and then the money would go to an LLC bank account I had some control of. My thought was that maybe the LLC can buy a property, and then somehow let Chris live there without it being considered as income, i.e. living expenses are paid for by the company. I could then also supplement his insurance and put money into a 401k for him. This could be set up, managed on autopilot, and it would work because Chris was a living legend and his general inaccessibility created scarcity. No random person could ask him for an interview or drawing because he ignored everyone. People wanted those things, but they couldn't get them just by asking, so they'd pay.
And with that, Null set out to finally get Chris Chan's life in order after a decade and a half of trolling, with many hoping that it would finally bring stability to the Sonic Chew creator's life. But if you've watched the documentary up until this point, you've probably realized that this was wishful thinking, as the Chandler family saga was going to somehow become worse than ever before.
Hello everybody, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again. I and all the other deities know how long. Quite a long time! It's been a long time! I'm sorry. I've been really heavy in meditation.
With the assistance of her former foe, Christine finally had a plan to start making a stable living for the first time in her life through videos and art commissions. And with this newfound ability to make consistent money, Null saw this as a great opportunity to help her attend the ever-free Northwest Brony Convention in Washington State. Christine's original plan was to drive from Virginia all the way to the Great Northwest, sleeping in parking lots along the way. Null saw how unfeasible this was, and instead offered to create a GoFundMe in order to purchase flight tickets for her. In exchange, he stipulated Christine had to work for some of it, placing tiers on the page offering a shoutout or drawing from the creator of Sonic Chew. The campaign quickly surpassed its initial goal of $750, and surprisingly, she was consistently completing the work assigned, finishing 5 drawings every day. For once, everything appeared to be going right. Donors were thrilled to receive their commissions, Christine was excited to attend the event, and Null felt accomplished in finally having taught her the value of $1. But little did the Kiwi Farms founder know that something more nefarious was being concocted behind the scenes. Because as it turns out, Chris Chan's interest in the Brony event was the result of a new group of secretive trolls. Entirely unbeknownst to Null, a group of college-age students had gotten in contact with Christine on their own. Having been inspired by the new wave of Chris Chan YouTube content, 2 individuals took a particular interest. The first was a woman named Fiona, who, like Christine, was autistic. But unlike previous gal pals, she professed a genuine attraction to Christine, as she sympathized with her many struggles. Prior to the 2 even talking, she publicly fantasized about them having a true and honest relationship, hyperfixating to the point of even attaining moderator status on the official subreddit. By all accounts, it seemed that Christine had at long last found her boyfriend-free girl. On the other hand, however, there was a far less innocent individual, Isabella Janke. Where Fiona was largely motivated by naivete, this new female troll was seemingly pushed by nothing more than sadism. Bella had garnered quite a reputation even before her interest into Chris Chan lore. She became infamous at her college campus for admitting to abusing animals, even once allegedly boiling a hamster alive. And she would constantly make disgusting comments about the state of her hygiene and fetishes. Under the alias Kelly Osborne, Miss Janke made an effort to involve herself into the life of Christine Weston Chandler for years, before eventually succeeding in 2021. Why was this young woman so adamant in achieving contact with the autistic trans woman? Well, her intent was to become the quote-unquote best troll of all time. And to gain that title, she was willing to do whatever it took. Fiona and Bella wouldn't meet until July of 2021, colliding with each other while in the online orbit of Christine. By this point, Isabella Janke had managed to position herself as the greatest influence upon Chris Chan, likely able to exploit her long-standing desire for a white boyfriend-free girl. Though others including Null were aware of her existence, few outside of her small Discord clique grasped how much control she truly had, even having access to the Chandler's credit card information. In the off chance that any of her actions were uncovered, Isabella planned to pin Fiona as responsible. In exchange for her complicitness, Isabella promised to make Fiona seduce the comic artist, and convince Christine to attend Everfree Northwest, where Chris Chan and Fiona would finally be able to embrace each other. But despite Fiona's genuine interest, Christine surprisingly showed a shocking level of indifference. At one point, the Sonichu creator remarked about having a vision that Fiona would find a college-aged boyfriend, and asked for an open relationship. Regardless, as the convention date approached, it seemed as if the next step of Isabella's plan was coming into effect. Unknown to Fiona, there was a reason Christine may have been reluctant to the prospect of becoming intimate with her. You see, around this time, the Sonichu artist claimed to have another sweetheart in her life, the identity of whom she kept very close to her chest. She would occasionally discuss her current relationship with Null, dropping vague hints as to who it was, but only stating that she was an older woman. Chris Chan never revealed the true identity of this sexual partner to anyone. Well, anyone that is, except Isabella Janke. As it turns out, the young woman was able to coax Christine into a discreetly recorded phone call where she revealed all the intimate details about this secretive relationship, including the identity of her new lover. And this was Isabella's ultimate weapon that she believed would turn her into the greatest troll of all time. This is because the information held in that phone call would destroy Christine's life completely if it ever was revealed to the public. Bella soon shared the recording with a few of her co-conspirators, including Fiona, who was horrified with the information it contained. Fiona decided that she could not keep it a secret, and thus leaked the phone call to the internet on the night of July 29th, 2021. This was when the entire world learned the shocking truth. Christine Weston Chandler had been in a sexual relationship with her own mother.
Well, on which just mainly I was really horny and I need the true and honest relationship to come about. So obviously this was one of the best ways to do it, despite it being with the. I don't want to believe labels at all, but
right.
Obviously the incest fanfics have come true and shit.
In this recording, along with a series of text messages that also leaked simultaneously, Christine admitted to many details of the affair. According to her, God himself had given his blessing to move forward with the incestuous relationship. Chris Chan took it slow at first, allowing Barbara to quote-unquote make the first move. She then went into the specifics of the whole ordeal. This leaked recording immediately exploded in viral interest, becoming the most widely talked about Chris Chan event of all time. The story became so widespread that even mainstream news outlets covered it. In just one night, any of the goodwill that Christine had built up from the internet was destroyed. They no longer viewed her as an innocent victim whose life was ruined by bullies. In the eyes of the public, she was now a monster. Her fans turned on her, projects that she was to be involved in cut ties. But the worst part of it all for Christine was that her ever-free Northwest invite was revoked. People began reporting Christine en masse to local authorities in Ruckersville. In the state of Virginia, incest is considered a Class 5 felony, punishable by up to 10 years behind bars. Many also believe that, if it could be proven that Barbara was not of sound mind, then a case could have been made that Christine was guilty of sexual assault as well. Soon after, police conducted a welfare check at the Chandler household. This resulted in an emergency protective order being placed on Christine, barring her from setting foot in the home for at least a week. In the meantime, she chose to live at a nearby Regency Inn. As it soon turned out, though, her stay would not be a long one. On August 1st, 2021, Christine was arrested at the inn on the charge of incest. There to document the event was infamous online provocateur Ethan Ralph, who in Chris Chan cosplay live-streamed Christine being led out of her room in handcuffs. Surprisingly, she was calm, compliant, and seemed in unexpectedly good spirits.
Christine, is the merge coming?
All right.
It's happening now. We're on the very
The
last
merge,
thread.
it's happening right now, isn't it?
Right now, it is.
We're living it.
It's happening right now.
Farewell, Chris Chan.
The dimensional merge is happening right now.
Following her arrest, Christine was held in the Central Virginia Regional Jail without bond. While she was originally filed as a female due to her legally changing her gender on her driver's license in 2016, the booking soon changed to male. From all accounts, it appears that Chris Chan is handling incarceration fairly well, and was recently transferred to a mental institution. Her communication with the outside world since being arrested has been through letters. In one infamous example, Christine claims to be the literal reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and stated that God had called upon her to touch Barbara in order to heal, cleanse, and clean her of all her past sins and regrets. And with no friends, no toys, no conventions, and most importantly, no internet access, it appears to many that this might finally be the conclusion of the Chris Chan Saga, as it seems that for the foreseeable future at least, the internet legend will sit in a room by themselves with nothing more than the delusions that have built up in their head for the last 40 years. Why is this so low?
That was just the way it was built.
It seems like bad design.
Don't look at me. I'm not the one who designed this gazebo.
Okay.
From your memories.
So that's what you did with your...
And any ailments you had, I would just healed them right now. So, like, you know, if you were feeling ill or something, I would have healed them.
Sure.
Because I did heal something out of my mother that time, and she believed it.
I kind of have to...
And I did that more than once, also. She felt better.
That's good. I kind of have to go to the bathroom right now. Could you, like, relieve that of me?
No, you'd have to...
I gotta do that myself? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that later.
I'm not an outside bladder.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to know. Keep that in mind.
I'm an outlet.
Your healing abilities are limited to that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Have you ever talked to Gino?
Yeah. I've DM'd him, just saying, hey, thanks. You're doing pretty well. Keep up the good work. Just essentially supportive.
Something interesting there that you had told me about before is that Chan Saga, your husband,
yeah.
He has always lived within you. Is that right?
No, he's lived out. He's not within.
Or he's always been there with you.
Yeah, he's always been there with me.
Yeah, he's always been there with you, and he had the wisdom to know that, you know, not to react to all the trolls and everything, and that it was all trolls. But he is it right that he? Why didn't he tell you? Why didn't he tell you that?
Because of the Iron Curtain. He's standing right here, right now.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
But wait. So yeah, we got the Iron Curtain that's been dividing us, and I had to be spiritually open. I wasn't as spiritually open, or I wasn't as open to him to hear him at the time, and And this definitely became more obvious to me as I looked up Gino Samuel, and then there were like a whole bunch of cringe moments where even Magic Chan was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe she did this."
What was that quote?
Moments. Quoting just when I quoted Leviticus, to shame gays. And then took that, and they ended up taking that from Family Guy. And even Magic Chan had said back then, "You weren't supposed to say that literally. Family Guy was mostly parodic and jokes, and you weren't supposed to take that literally, Christian. What the hell was wrong with you?" Something like that.
What does your mom feel about your husband and the interdimension and stuff? Does she believe any of it?
She has grown to believe it. She was kind of neutral. She was neutral about it at first and hesitant, but then the events happened and more events, and I managed to prove my psychic powers and abilities to her, and she actually did manage to speak with Magic Chan and the others at one point or another. So yeah, so she's a believer.
What did you do to show her that, to prove it to her that this was going on and you had these powers?
Well, among which I can literally do this. I can heal people and essentially access their memories a little bit just by